You've just found the ultimate guide to IELTS Writing Task 2. This is the longest, most detailed guide to IELTS Writing Task 2 you'll find anywhere in the world. It's going to show you step by step how to answer any Task 2 question, gives you more than 100 real Band 7, 8 and 9 samples, and gives you the same strategies thousands of my students have used to get a Band 8 and 9. We're also going to give you the same grammar and vocabulary tools that I've only ever shared with my VIP members. And then at the end of the video, I'm going to share you something that has never been seen before. I'm going to take all the lessons in this video and write a Band 9 essay live so you can see how I personally would put all of these lessons into practice. I've put everything I've learned about Task 2 writing into this one video, but the most important part comes first. This first video will show you the fastest way to improve so that you get the highest return on the time you invest into learning with us today. And this video also contains the one golden rule for IELTS writing. I'm going to show you the simple step-by-step strategy that my most successful students use to improve your scores and dramatically cut your preparation time. So let's start off by telling you how I improved the average score of a whole school from 5.5 to 7.5 by getting them to work less, not more. So more than 10 years ago, I worked for one of the best IELTS schools in the world. I can't tell you specifically what the name is of the school, but it contained the letter B and C in the name. This school, despite being the best school in the country at the time, had a huge problem. Most of the IELTS students there were professionals. They were people like doctors, engineers, nurses, teachers, software developers, and they hoped of moving to countries like Canada, the US, the UK to get a better life. And the key problem was that they were all failing because of one thing: their writing score. In fact, the average writing score for the whole school for these very, very intelligent people was just 5.5 compared to 7.5 for listening and 7 for reading and speaking. This was not only harming the reputation of this very prestigious, expensive school, but it was ruining many, many lives because they couldn't move to the country of their dreams, and many of them had to give up on jobs they had already accepted. And I knew there had to be a better way because these were all very, very intelligent, successful people who spoke English very, very well. They all had a high level of English, but what was their key problem? So here are all the things you need to learn to get a high IELTS score. And can you guess what they taught on this course? Yes, they taught absolutely everything. Problem number one was we were trying to cram in too much information in a very short period of time. This is called overwhelm and can completely destroy an IELTS student's chances of getting a high score. But even worse than that, we as teachers were wasting the students' time. You see, the vast majority of students don't need help with vocabulary, with grammar, speaking, writing, listening, reading, but we were overwhelming their brains with new information about all of these different topics that they didn't need help with. And this left us with just a few days at the end of the course to really focus in on the things that they did need help with. And at that point, the students were exhausted and many had just given up and stopped coming to class. So we needed to completely rip up this course and start from scratch. So what we did was we gave students 2 simple tests. And these 2 simple tests guaranteed that the students would only spend time on the things that they needed to improve. And this skyrocketed results. Results went from an average of 5.5 to 7.5 pretty much overnight, and the students were studying less, not more. And don't worry, I will show you exactly how we did this step by step towards the end of the video. I'll show you how you can implement this at home today and study less while increasing your scores. So far in this video, I've told you need to work on your writing. Thanks, Chris, for telling me something I already know. But how does this knowledge actually improve your writing score and get you to study less? So let me show you how to improve your score using this water bottle and a drill. Each of these bottles represents the 4 marking criteria for IELTS Writing Task 2. To get the score that you want, you must get at least that band score for all of the marking criteria. And this is a big problem for you because IELTS don't tell you which areas you need to work on. Students will say things like, I need to work on my vocabulary, or I need to work on my grammar. But in my experience, all of these guesses are completely wrong. And to make matters worse, most local IELTS teachers or people saying that they're an IELTS expert online don't really know what they're doing either. So what happens when you have a problem you know nothing about? This is what happens. You see, most students don't have a problem with everything, they have a problem with one specific area. This not only lowers their grammar score, but actually makes their writing less coherent, which lowers their coherence and cohesion score as well. So you probably have one key weakness that you're unaware of, and this is going to stop you moving to the country of your dreams. And according to our data, the average student fails 3 times or more than 3 times and wastes more than $1,000 repeating the test over and over again. Watch the rest of this video. We're going to show you how to do that much faster and much cheaper. So step number 1 of our system is to clarify your goal. This first step is super important. Your only goal is to get the IELTS score that you need as quickly as possible. Nothing else matters. Why is this important? Well, students focus on many other goals. Your goal is not to keep your family happy or your friends happy by just doing the test over and over again because your mother or your father tells you to. Your goal is not to keep your local teacher happy by sitting in their classroom listening to stuff that is wrong. Your goal is not to save money by doing everything as cheaply as possible. And your goal is not to reduce the amount of hard work you have to do. You will have to do a certain amount of hard work. And finally, your goal is not to show off to the examiner how many big words you memorized or how many essays you've memorized. It's not a memorization test. Only thing that you are trying to do is get the score that you need as quickly as possible. Forget everything else. Now that we've clarified our goal, we can move on to step 2, elimination. We want to eliminate the modules that we don't need to work on. So there are 4 modules: writing, speaking, reading, and listening. And if you have got half a band more in any of these modules in past tests, then you don't need to study that module. Let's say, for example, you need a band 7 and you've got these scores in past tests. That means that you don't need to study this, or this. Congratulations, you just cut down your preparation time by 75%. Step 3 is optimize. Now that we know which module or modules to focus on, we need to identify the key weaknesses within that module and turn each key weakness into a strength. Optimize. Remember, you will not get a band 7 unless everything is at a band 7 level. You will not get a band 9 unless everything is at a band 9 level. For speaking and writing, you need a real expert who has been an examiner for many years to listen to your speaking or look at your writing and give you feedback on that. And before you say, I can't afford that, your goal is not to save money. Your goal is to get the IELTS score that you need as quickly as possible. Which is more money? Failing the test over and over again, or spending $20 to $50 getting an actual expert to give you feedback and tell you what your weaknesses are so that you can improve them. So if you're in the business of keeping everyone happy and saving a huge amount of money, then go and do that. Stop watching this video. But if you want to improve your IELTS score as quickly as possible, keep watching. Now you have got real accurate feedback. You know what your key weaknesses are. The next step, number 4, is slow down. You need to step back, slow down, and focus on improving each of those key weaknesses. Your goal is not to do lots and lots of practice tests and hope that you will get lucky on test day. You will not. So don't write any essays, don't do any practice tests until you have actually improved each of those key weaknesses, and then get more feedback. Have you actually improved? If you are weak in that area, you probably can't give yourself feedback. You don't know what you don't know. So you need to go back to that teacher and say, have I actually improved? Am I at that score yet? And once you've turned each of those weaknesses into strengths, you can move on to step 5, which is accelerate. Only now can you start practicing essays again. But don't worry if you're not up to match speed. You're not getting your task 2 essays done in 40 minutes. You're still in the learning process. So if it's taking you 1 hour to do a task 2 essay, try and do it in 1 hour, and then the next one in 55 minutes, and then the next one in 50 minutes, and then the next one in 45 minutes. You're accelerating every time until you can comfortably get the score that you need in under 40 minutes. Do not book the test until you get to that stage. You are not ready until in practice you are consistently getting above the score that you need within the time limits set by the test. Now that you understand the golden rule, you must remove all the things that you've been taught that lower your score. One of the most frustrating things about IELTS preparation is that there's so much confusing information out there. Your writing is a reflection of your thinking. If your thinking is confused, your writing will be confused. Luckily, the next video takes you through all the most common tips and shows you which ones will lower your score and which ones will improve your score. Let's start off with one of the most popular tips and tricks. Use lots of high-level vocabulary and that will improve your score. Is this tip correct? So the most popular IELTS video over the last year with 6.5 million views, so a lot of people are following this tip. This video tells you exactly that. Use lots of high-level words and you will improve your score. Here's exactly what they say about that in the video. If you use most of the words which are C1, C2, definitely you will get higher bands. All words in the English language are divided into A1, A2, which is the simplest words, B1, B2, kind of intermediate words, and C1, C2, advanced words. So what this very, very popular video is telling you, the more C1, C2 advanced words you use, the higher your score. Is that actually correct? So if we look at the marking criteria, for vocabulary for a band 9, it says uses a wide range of vocabulary with very natural and sophisticated control of lexical features. That does not say for a band 9, use as many C1 and C2 words as possible. What it talks about there in the keyword is natural. Another way of saying this is, if you were a native English speaker, what type of vocabulary would you use to discuss the topics and the questions that are asked on test day? And if we look down at band 6 in the marking criteria, what it says is attempts to use less common vocabulary, but with some inaccuracy. So this is probably the most common band that examiners give for vocabulary, because what that is saying is students attempt to use high-level C1, C2 words, but they do so inaccurately. What the marking criteria says is there is a balance between range, using high-level vocabulary, and accuracy. So what it is saying is, yes, if you can use words accurately, use them. But if you use them inaccurately, you're going to get a low score. You're probably only going to get a 6. Let's have a look at what IDP say about this. Writing is a means of communicating your thoughts to the reader. That is extremely important, because what they are saying is, it is not a vocabulary test. It is a writing test. It is testing your ability to clearly communicate with the reader. Therefore, make use of vocabulary that is easy to understand. Easy to understand. Do easy to understand and lots of big words go together? No. Also, only use words you can spell. In other words, only use words that you know how to spell, because if you memorize lots of big words, you probably won't be able to spell them correctly. And if you spell them incorrectly, that is an indication to the examiner, and we go back to band 6, that you are using these words inaccurately. If we go and analyze the thousands of band 7, 8, and 9 success stories that we have on our VIP course, not a single one of these students ever said that they got a high score because they used lots of high-level words. Most of them, when we interview them, what they say is they simplified their vocabulary and their vocabulary score improved. And many, many of them, hundreds of them, talk about how they were taught this tip, this trick of memorizing lots of C1 and C2 words, and that's the reason why they failed 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. Now, am I being too harsh on these YouTubers? Well, not really. If we look at two other of the most popular videos related to vocabulary tips and tricks, one of them is use these 5 words to score high, and the other one is IELTS writing vocabulary, 25 band 9 words. And you'll hear a lot of teachers giving you this type of information. Use these words. These are high-level words. Well, what I did was I took the words from those popular videos and I wrote a paragraph using those popular words that these videos suggest that if you use them, you'll get a high score. So what I've done here is wrote a paragraph about how to solve the problem of global warming using electric cars. There are a plethora of reasons why the breakthrough of electric cars helps prevent the imminent global warming dilemma. To elucidate, their immense acceleration breakthrough is mesmerizing, which exacerbates the deterioration of fossil fuel-powered internal combustion engines. Compare that with a student who just focuses on what IDP suggests that they should do, which is clearly communicate with the examiner. Electric cars help reduce the impact of global warming because they produce less CO2. There aren't any fancy words in this second paragraph, but they are all correct. And every word in that paragraph helps the reader. That is what they are testing. Do you know how to communicate with the reader? They are not testing, did you go onto YouTube and watch a video called 5 amazing words to include in your essay to guarantee a band 9? It is not a memorization test. It is a written communication test in English. So is this popular tip correct? No, it is totally wrong. So the next IELTS writing tip and trick that you'll see is use lots of linking words and you will get a high score. And the more complex linking words you use, the more advanced linking words you use, the higher your score. Is this actually true? Well, what I did was I went and looked at Google. So I Googled IELTS linking words and I looked at the most popular article, and this is what that article said. They need more connecting words for IELTS higher band descriptors. Very, very clear. They're talking about students. So they're saying students need more linking words, more connecting words to get one of the higher bands. Pretty clear what this teacher is suggesting. I also looked at the most popular video on YouTube teaching you about linking words, and this is what they said. To get a high score in IELTS writing, you must use some more formal linking words. So what this teacher is suggesting is you use more formal linking words. Now, this teacher, who has more than 1 million subscribers, is making a very common error that a lot of teachers make and a lot of students make because their teachers pass it on to them, which is confusing the word formal with advanced. What this teacher is teaching you is use lots of formal linking words, which they mean advanced because they go on to explain that in the video. So again, the most popular blog and the most popular video are teaching you this tip, which is use lots of high-level linking words. So if we look at the official marking criteria, what it says for band 9 for coherence and cohesion is very, very interesting. Uses cohesion in such a way that attracts no attention. In other words, if a native English speaker was reading your writing, was reading your essay, would they notice that there are too many linking words in there? And would they notice that the linking words just look weird, that they are overly formal, they're overly complex? And the British Council go into more detail on their website on this, and what they say is don't overuse linking words. Pretty clear what the British Council think about that, which is the direct opposite to what the most popular teachers are teaching you. It also says, or use them inappropriately. So inappropriate is different from inaccurate. Inaccurate refers to the spelling is wrong or the meaning is wrong. Inappropriate means that you're using too many of them. You don't need to use a linking word in that scenario. So the British Council, who developed the test, marked the test, they are being very, very explicit on what you should and shouldn't do. Also, don't always use linking words at the beginning of sentences. Again, from the British Council, don't always use linking words at the beginning of sentences. The reason why they're telling you that is because they know that many teachers around the world teach you that you should start every sentence or include a linking word in every sentence. The British Council says it's wrong. On the IDP website, when they give advice on linking words, they only show the simplest linking words. Why would IDP suggest that you only use the simplest linking words? Maybe that's what they want you to do to get a higher score. And if we go back to the marking criteria, what does it say for a band 6 for coherence and cohesion? Uses cohesive devices effectively, but cohesion within and or between sentences may be faulty or mechanical. Faulty means you're using them inappropriately or inaccurately. Mechanical means that you're adding them in like a robot. So if you programmed a robot and told the robot, use lots of linking words and make those words really high level, that is what a robot would do. And that is what a lot of band 6 essays look like. It's like that programmed robot that has been told, add in lots of linking words. That's what those essays look like. Quickly to talk about our VIP students, not a single VIP student has ever said, I improved my score by including lots of linking words. So the evidence is quite clear, but let's have a look at an essay. Compare this paragraph with a student who knows what they're doing. To begin with, electric cars help reduce the impact of global warming. As a result, they produce less CO2. Consequently, less carbon dioxide is released into the atmosphere. Therefore, higher levels of greenhouse gases are not present in the atmosphere. Consequently, global warming is reduced. This student is more focused on including lots of linking words than they are answering the question. In fact, the linking words are actually leading to a lot of repetition. They're basically just saying the same thing again and again. Compare that with this student. Electric cars help reduce the impact of global warming because they produce less CO2. The only linking word in that paragraph is because. Because is one of the most common words in the whole English language. Just because a word is common doesn't mean that it is a bad word. It's probably common because it is extremely useful for clear communication. This student uses cohesion in a way that you don't even notice. You probably didn't even notice, it didn't draw any attention to the fact that they used a linking word. This student, on the other hand, if you look at there, you're like, wow, that's a lot of linking words. What does it say for band 9? Uses cohesion in such a way that attracts no attention. Which one attracts no attention? So is this writing tip and trick that so many teachers are teaching you online, are they correct? No, they are totally wrong. That brings us on to one of the most common things that we get asked, the writing tip and trick, which is grammatical range using lots of structures, is it more important than accuracy? Using words, sentences, grammar, structures accurately. Which one is more important, range or accuracy? If you go onto YouTube and you type in IELTS Task 2 tips, the number one video, the one right at the top, gives you advice on this. Very, very clear advice. What they say in there is variety is more important than accuracy. Very, very clear. Is this actually correct? Well, the band descriptors make it very clear that both are important. It's not either or. For band 9, for grammatical range and accuracy, it says uses a wide range of structures with full flexibility and accuracy. So it's saying a band 9 student has both range and accuracy. A band 7, and this is the most important part for grammatical range and accuracy, produces frequent error-free sentences. What is an error-free sentence? An error-free sentence is a sentence without any grammatical errors in it. No punctuation errors or article errors or tense errors, nothing. It is grammatically perfect. It is an error-free sentence. What does frequently produces error-free sentences? What does that mean? Well, what that means is frequent, more than 50%. In other words, more than 50% of your sentences must have 0 grammatical errors in them if you hope to get a 7 or above. And this is very important because if you are a teacher who is actually working with students on a day-to-day basis, what you will always notice is when you try to get students to increase their range of grammar, when you advise them to use more grammatical structures, generally accuracy goes down. So what you are telling a student, if you are telling them increase the range, decrease the accuracy. And if more than 50% of your sentences have errors in them, it is impossible to get more than a 6 for grammar. IDP are also very clear about this on their website. What they say about this is uses a range of grammatical structures correctly. So they don't just say uses a range of structures. They don't say that. The key word there is correctly. But I think the most important evidence comes from our examiners who have worked for IELTS Advantage over the last 10 years and our success stories. What do they say? We have had probably close to 50 ex-examiners working at IELTS Advantage. Not a single one of them has ever said that they ever gave one student in their entire career a low score for grammar because of range. Only reason why any examiner I've ever worked with at IELTS Advantage and at the British Council, the only reason they've ever given a student a lower score for grammar is because of accuracy. It is never a problem with range. It is always accuracy. And you get to know that if you're working on a day-to-day basis with real students and correcting their essays and correcting the grammar mistakes in those essays and counting the number of mistakes in each sentence. So should you just use really simple sentences and play it safe? No, that's not what we're saying. In fact, that very popular video does have very good advice on how to improve your range, but just telling students blindly range is more important than accuracy is not actually correct. So let's have a look at a few example paragraphs. So electric cars help reduce the impact of global warming. This is because they produce less CO2. This paragraph is made up of 2 simple sentences. Compare that with the second paragraph. Electric cars help reduce the impact of global warming because they produce less CO2. So this is, for the purposes of IELTS marking criteria, this is a complex sentence. These are 2 simple sentences. This is a complex sentence. For the purposes of IELTS, a complex sentence is a sentence with more than one clause or more than one idea. What we teach our students is, yes, use a range of different structures, but only use them safely and appropriately. If you know how to use that structure and it's appropriate to do so and it's accurate, then use it. And as you can see here, it is actually quite easy to produce error-free sentences and use a range of vocabulary at the same time. Now, if you wanted to push that even further, you could use this. If electric cars hope to reduce the impact of global warming, they will have to produce less CO2. Now, this student is using a complex sentence, but they're also using conditionals, and they're also using future structures. But you don't have to use this. For the purposes of the IELTS marking criteria, if the examiner was looking at the purple sentence and the red sentence, they would be happy with both of them. There are no mistakes in either of them. So is this tip and trick correct? Well, it's not as simple as the other ones. If your teacher just tells you, use as many different tenses and structures as possible and that will improve your score, that is completely wrong. Because as we've seen, it is not just about range, it's about accuracy, and the more complex you make your language, the more mistakes that you're going to make. So that is completely wrong. Also, if someone just tells you range doesn't matter and make every single sentence simple and play it as safe as possible and you will get a high score, that is also quite wrong. It is about balance. Use appropriate structures, appropriate tenses, appropriate complexity to write your essay, but really focus on reducing the number of mistakes that you are making. The advice that we give our VAP students is range will take care of itself. If you focus on answering the question, you will naturally use a range of simple and complex sentences and a range of different appropriate structures, because it is impossible to write an effective essay that answers the question without naturally using a range of structures. So just focus on answering the question and range will take care of itself, but really focus in on how many mistakes am I making? And if you have systematic errors, if you are making mistakes with articles or punctuation, for example, in every sentence, you need to address that. It doesn't matter how complex your grammar is, until you address that fact, you will never get more than a 6. The next IELTS writing tip and trick is don't repeat words. If you repeat a word, you will get a lower score. Is this true? So again, I put this into YouTube search and I looked at the most popular video discussing this topic. And what that video said was, stop repeating vocabulary in IELTS speaking and writing. Very clear what they think about this. So what does the official marking criteria say? Well, it doesn't actually talk about repetition and repeating words until you get down to band 4. So for vocabulary at band 4, it says, uses only basic vocabulary which may be used repetitively or which may be inappropriate for the task. Now, does that mean if you repeat a word, you will get a band 4? No. If that was the case, every single one of my students and every single student in the world would get a band 4, because there are always going to be words, which we will show you in a minute. There will always be words that you have to repeat. What band 4 for Lexical Resource is saying here is you just keep repeating the same basic words. You have basically no range at all, and you just keep saying the same basic things over and over and over again. That's not what you want to do. But is the advice that these teachers are teaching you, which is if you repeat a word, you will automatically get a low score, is that actually true? Let's look at some facts and some data. So what we did was take 100 of our VIP students' essays. These are students that got either a band 7, 8, or 9 in the real test. And we put these 100 essays into some software. What this software does is it shows you how many words are repeated, the frequency of those words. And the results are that the top 20 words, the most common words, the words that are repeated the most, make up 33.5%, around a third of all the words in those 100 essays. In other words, those basic words are repeated all the time. Now, is this just our students because we teach them this on our course? Well, what you can do is take any book in the world, any English book that is well written, put it into the same software, and you'll see the same pattern. The most common words make up around a third of the English language. Why is this? Well, this is how languages work. Most of the words that you say in English and your native language are not big, complicated, unusual words. You are repeating the same words over and over and over again. Now, do we teach our students to just don't care about variety, don't care about range when it comes to vocabulary, don't worry about repeating words? No. What we teach them is this. When you see a word and you think that you need to repeat that word, you have 3 choices. Number 1, repeat the word. Number 2, change it to something that you're not really sure about. Or number 3, change it to something you're 100% sure about. Now, if your teacher has taught you this tip, which is don't repeat any words, you're always going to go with option 2. You're going to continually change words to things that you're not really sure about. What does the marking criteria say about that? Well, it talks about inaccuracy. It talks about spelling mistakes, meaning mistakes, collocation mistakes. If you're making lots of mistakes, you get a lower vocabulary score. What we teach our students is choose option 1 or option 3. If you can change it to something that you know is 100% correct, you know the spelling, collocations, meaning especially, change it. But if you don't, repeat the word. That is going to produce an essay that has a wide enough range to get a high score, but most importantly, it will be accurate. But even more importantly, the student is not going to be stressed out. Because if you teach a student that you can never repeat a word, the IELTS writing exam is going to be one of the most stressful experiences that they ever encounter. They're going to see lots and lots and lots of these words that are constantly repeated, and they know that you've told them if you repeat a word, you'll fail your test, you'll get a low score. So they're forced to change it to stuff that they know is wrong. If you are stressed out and if you're wasting time, do you think that you're going to get a high score? Again, there's a huge difference between making videos on YouTube and working on a day-to-day basis with real students and seeing what tips and tricks, what actually works on the ground on test day. This tip is completely wrong. The next tip and trick is that you need to include a hook in your introduction. When I searched Google and YouTube for this, I found a teacher that has taken this to a whole new level. What they have done is they have given their students templates that include hooks in the introductions and thesis statements and outline statements and background statements. And what they are teaching their students is memorize these templates, insert some of your ideas in there, and you're going to wow the examiner and get a high score. And this is becoming more and more and more common among students. Real examiners are starting to see the same templates which include hooks in them every single time. And one of the things that examiners find quite funny is, what is a hook? Well, a hook is designed to hook the reader in to get their attention. The only thing hooking the examiner, the only reason why they're looking at your essay is because they're being paid to do so. They would rather do anything in this world but look at your essay, no matter how amazing your hook is. They're only doing it because they're doing their job. It would be like teaching someone that you need to have an interesting introduction to ordering a burger in McDonald's. The person doesn't care how you greet them in McDonald's. You're just another customer. So what does the marking criteria say about this? Well, some very interesting stuff. Band 0. How can you get a band 0? Well, number one, you could not attend. You could stay at home in your bed. If you did that, you would get a band 0. Or you can get a band 0 if you go to the test center and you fall asleep and you don't write anything. You will get a band 0. Does not attempt the task in any way. Or if you write a totally memorized response. What they are telling you is memorizing these templates is the same as a student that falls asleep for the entirety of the IELTS writing test. IDP on their website says, don't use any memorized language, phrases, or examples throughout your essay. They are easy for examiners to spot and don't demonstrate your ability to write fluently. Pretty clear from IDP. IDP also says, don't tell the examiner what you are going to say in your essay. In other words, don't include outline thesis statements like this essay will discuss blah, 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 blah. So what I've done is I've taken the most popular template online and I've answered a question with it. It has been universally accepted that the problem, so an article mistake straight away, the problem of climate change is escalating at an alarming rate. The problem is bringing a state of depression among the masses and in the economy too. They have another article mistake. So this teacher who wrote this doesn't know how to use articles or use Grammarly. There are a plethora, so another grammatical mistake. I didn't make this up. This is exactly what you will find on the internet. This is the most popular template. There are a plethora of reasons of the same, and it's possible solutions can be suggested too, which are discussed below, outlining what you're going to say, exactly what the examiners and IDP say that you should not do. Also, just ask yourself, does this make sense? Climate change is causing a state of depression among the masses. Literally, most people have a clinical mental disorder because of climate change. Are you going to write about that in your essay? And also, the economy is affected. So are you going to talk about clinical depression and the effect on the economy? Because you put it in your introduction, you better discuss that in the rest of your essay. Now, compare that with a student that is using no memorization. What they are doing instead is just clearly answering the question. Climate change is one of the gravest dangers humanity faces. Instead of memorizing a hook, what they're doing is they are paraphrasing the question. This is demonstrating to the examiner that you've understood the question, you know what you're doing, you know how to paraphrase, your vocabulary is good, and your grammar is good. Those are 5 very good things. This is caused by an increase in the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. You've just answered question 1 straight away in your introduction. And the most viable solution is the introduction of electric cars. You've answered question 2. So you're not telling the examiner what you are going to discuss, you're telling them straight away, this is the answer to these questions, and then in your main body, you can go into detail. And also, if you think about it, what you are saying to the examiner, if you write this, is you are dumb. You are saying to the examiner, I think that you are so stupid that I'm going to use the most popular template online that tens of thousands, maybe even 100,000 students have used before, and I don't think that you're going to notice because you're dumb. Do you think that's creating a great impression for what you're trying to do here? So do you think this is right or wrong? This tip is absolutely wrong. The next IELTS writing tip and trick is use statistics and surveys and research in your examples, and that is going to improve the strength of your examples in your essay. So I went onto YouTube and I found the most popular video on how to use examples, and the video includes statistics. Now, this video was made a very long time ago, and let me make a confession. I used to do exactly the same thing with my students. We all did. It was actually standard practice 5 to 7 years ago to tell students that if you include statistics, it's absolutely fine, and it's just an easy way to create examples, because a lot of students were having problems at thinking of examples. So what I and a lot of other teachers taught them was look at your main idea and create a survey or a study. 47% of people did this, for example. Add that in and you'll get a high score. The problem is students used this incorrectly. So what we were teaching our students was match your main idea to your example and make sure that your example makes sense. If your example doesn't make any sense, it is not a good example and you're wasting your time. But how a lot of teachers and students interpreted that advice was just include lots of data and surveys and don't worry about whether they make sense. So IDP noticed that a lot of students were using this technique, put out on their website recently, I think last year, and they said, don't present recent research or statistics related to the topic. So what IDP are saying is, stop using this. We stopped advising students to do this about 2 or 3 years ago, because again, we're working day to day with students and we just noticed that students would mess this up. You would get students writing statistics such as 98% of people in the UK died from smoking. It doesn't make any sense. So let's look at the example from the most popular YouTube video on how to do this. An increasing number of people are eating unhealthy food regardless of the health warnings. For example, about 70% of people working in the UK resort to buying ready-made meals for convenience rather than doing home cooking. So this is actually fine. It makes sense. It sounds correct. But now, since IDP have said this, we can't do this. So what we do instead is take out the research, take out the example of the statistics, and just replace 70% with something more vague, like many. Many people working in the UK resort to buying ready-made meals for convenience rather than doing home cooking. So we're keeping IDP happy, we're not using statistics, and this makes sense. And it is a real example. Do many people in the UK buy ready-made meals? Absolutely, that's a fact. And this example is good because it's connected to the main idea and it makes sense. So instead of thinking about, should I use statistics, just what is an example of the thing that I'm talking about? What is an example of the main idea of this topic? And if you do that, you'll be fine. So is this common tip and trick correct? No, don't use statistics. So the next IELTS writing tip and trick is idioms. If you use lots of idioms in your IELTS writing, will this improve your IELTS score? So if you go and type in idioms IELTS writing into YouTube, you'll find lots of videos. The most popular one is one called 40 Awesome Idioms for IELTS Writing. With a title like that, this teacher is definitely suggesting that idioms are awesome and you should use them in your IELTS writing. Is this actually true? Well, what does the marking criteria say? Well, the writing criteria says nothing about idioms. It is silent on idioms, but the speaking marking criteria talks about them. What does the speaking marking criteria say? Well, the speaking marking criteria talks about idiomatic language. And this reveals to you a lot about the tips and tricks that you will see on YouTube especially. The reason why teachers are teaching you use lots of idioms to improve your score is, number one, they have confused the speaking test with the writing test. And number two, they don't know what idiomatic language means. Idiomatic language does not mean idioms. Idiomatic language means natural language that native English speakers would use. That includes idioms, but that is just a small part of idiomatic language. If you know native English speakers, listen to them for 5 minutes. Count how many idioms they use, probably 0. IDP has a video on their website called Where Can I Use Idioms in My IELTS Test? And they only mention speaking and task 1 general training informal letters. Why? Because speaking and task 1 general training informal letters are informal. Idioms are informal. That means that you should not use them in writing task 2 or task 1 academic or general training task 1 formal letters. IDP on their website also says on their guide to IELTS writing, don't use idioms. Pretty clear. I've also never met a real ex-examiner or a real successful student who used this tactic, who tried to include lots of idioms and eventually got a high score using that tactic. Just doesn't work. So is it correct? No, it's not correct. The next tips and tricks are about word length. So for task 2, you will often hear teachers teaching their students that you must write more than 250 words. This is absolutely correct. I'm not going to go into detail on this because it's very, very simple. You must, if you want a high score, you must write more than 250 words. But what is more worrying is there's lots of tips and tricks out there that teach you that the more you write, the higher your score. This is absolutely false for 2 reasons. Number 1, if you think about it, if this were true, all you would have to do is just write lots of words and you would get a high score. That's not actually testing your ability to clearly communicate in English. Secondly, from a tactical point of view, from working with real students, what you will notice if you are a real teacher working with real students is once students start to write more than 300 words, 2 things happen. Number 1, they generally go off topic. And number 2, they don't have enough time to check their work, proofread their work, and move on and do task 1 and get everything done on time. So more than 250? Absolutely, this tip is correct. But once you start going over 300, if you write 301, 305, don't worry too much about it. But if your writing is starting to get to 350, 400, 450, you probably have a major problem. The next lesson is the most important in this whole video. It's going to give you laser focus and help you understand task 2 writing in a much shorter period of time. You'll learn the 4 key rules that guarantee you'll improve your score no matter what question you get. Navjot failed her IELTS writing test 3 times in a row. She'd lost all hope and was about to give up on her dream of moving to Canada. But after I shared this simple strategy with her that allows anyone to answer any IELTS question, she was able to jump from a band 6.5 to 7.5 in just a few days. So one day I get this email from her. Chris, I need your help. If I don't get 7 in writing soon, I'll lose my express entry visa for Canada. Help. So I replied, send me a few of your essays. And she was right. It was very obvious from looking at her writing that she was completely confused. You see, your writing is a reflection of your thinking. If on test day your thinking is confused, your writing is going to be confused. But I knew that if she learned this simple strategy, she was definitely going to get a band 7 on her next test. But when I told her this, she got even more worried. Chris, there are so many different question types. How is one strategy going to answer all of them? Don't worry. And what if I get a topic I know nothing about? How is this strategy going to help with that? Don't worry. And I can't even finish an essay in 40 minutes. So how is learning a new strategy going to help? Don't worry. This strategy will guarantee that you get a high score and finish everything on time, no matter what topic you get. To remove all this confusion, I tried to make everything as simple as possible. And I did that by asking her one simple question. Why do we write anything? Think about the different things that you've written in the past few days. This could be a text message, a note to your family, or an email to a colleague at work. You wrote all of those things to take information from your brain and transfer that information into their brain. In other words, the main purpose of writing is to help the reader understand what you are thinking. Let's apply that to an essay. Why do we write an essay? To get a high score? To show the examiner how many big words we know and how many fancy structures we've memorized? No, we simply write an essay to tell the reader, the examiner, what we think about the question, otherwise known as answer the question. The number one thing the examiner will be thinking about when they look at your essay is, did you clearly answer the question? But there are so many different question types. How will I know which structure to use? Let's apply what we've learned about writing to structuring an essay. Why do we write an introduction? We write an introduction to introduce to the reader what we think about the question. So let's apply that to some real questions. Some people believe that university students should volunteer to benefit the community. Do you agree or disagree? Many think that those in third level education should do unpaid work to improve their local community. So all I've done there is just taken the question statement and paraphrased it, put it in my own words. But now let's do what the examiners are looking for, which is clearly answering the question. Do you agree or disagree? We are immediately saying very, very clearly what we think about the question. So the examiner can just look at this very easily and know exactly what we think about the question. But then why? Because then we're going to write the first reason why we disagree. Because students need time to focus on their studies. A simple idea that directly answers the question. And then let's give them another idea. And some also have to get paid jobs to survive. So if we analyze this a bit further, we have answered the question here, and we've given our first main idea, and then we've given our second main idea. So all we're doing here is taking our ideas out of our head. I disagree for this reason and this reason, and putting it on paper. But now you might be thinking, well, what about if we get a different type of question? Won't the structure be different? So it is widely believed that transportation is the main source of pollution. While some believe governments should address this, others believe this is the responsibility of individuals. Discuss both views and give your opinion. So this is a completely different question because it's asking you to do three things. It's asking you, why do some people believe this? Why do some people believe this other view? And what do you think individually? So let's start off by just paraphrasing again. Many think that transport causes the most pollution, so I've just taken the question statement, paraphrased it. So governments can ban internal combustion engines to solve this problem. So again, what am I thinking? Communication, taking ideas out of my head. While some people believe governments should address this, so I'm thinking, why would someone believe this? Why would someone think this? Well, governments have the power to ban, to make illegal internal combustion engines, and that could go some way to solving this issue. So that's one of the reasons why someone might advocate for that position. So I'm going to state that. But then why would other people think, well, it's nothing to do with governments. This is the responsibility of individuals. Why would someone think that? But I think a better option is for people to choose greener transportation voluntarily. This choice gives people more freedom. So why would people think that it's the responsibility of the individual? Well, governments can be a little bit overbearing. Some people really believe in the rights and the freedoms of the individual to make their own choice voluntarily. So that's why they would believe that side, and I agree with them. So what do I think? I think a better option is people to voluntarily choose their own method of transportation because this gives them more freedom. But I also understand that governments can ban petrol and diesel engines, and they may have a role in it too, and that's why some people believe this. So these are two very, very different questions, and I have used slightly different structures, but you don't really need to be thinking about structures. All you need to be thinking about is, how do I clearly tell the examiner what I think about the question? There is no one structure that's going to magically get you a band 9, but how you guarantee you don't get a high score is you don't tell the examiner clearly what you think about the question. So all you have to do really is think about this. You look at the question and you start to think about the answer to the question in your brain. All the introduction is doing is introducing your main ideas, your answers to the question, to the examiner's brain. You do not need structures for doing that. You just need to think clearly. Okay, but won't that take a lot of time? That's where the essay acceleration system comes in. Let's look at our introductions. What do they all have in common? They are all introducing to the reader what we are going to write about. All we have to do then is take the main points from the introduction and put them into our main body paragraphs. You see, by understanding the main purpose of an introduction, you've not only created a brilliant introduction, but you've also created a plan for your entire essay. When people run out of time on test day, it's not because they are slow writers or slow thinkers. It's because they are confused about what to write, and then they get lost and have to start all over again. This essay acceleration system means that your thinking is crystal clear and you have a roadmap for the rest of your essay. Great, but won't I need a different main body structure for all the different types of essays? Let's make it simple again. If the purpose of an introduction is to introduce to the reader how you're going to answer the question, what is the purpose of the main body? Answer the question? Yes, and the simplest way to do that is to use this structure. Main point, explain, example. And then we simply do the same thing with our next main body paragraph. By this point, I could see that she was really starting to understand how powerful this simple strategy really was. But she needed to avoid a huge mistake that most students make. Many students write a great introduction and main body paragraphs and then throw away a high score by failing to write a good conclusion. To write a great conclusion, you need my law professor's secret hack. When I was 18, many years ago, I started studying law at Queen's University. And at the start of the first semester, we were given a huge reading list. And it seemed impossible that anyone would be able to read this number of books in such a short period of time. But I stayed up night after night and arrived at my first tutorial having read them all. You read all the books? Nobody reads them all. And this is when he shared his secret hack with me. Take any academic textbook and open any chapter. Read the introduction and then read the conclusion. What do you see? Remember what I said at the start about introductions? Introductions tell the reader what you're going to write about, and conclusions tell the reader what you just wrote about. In other words, you should be able to just read the introduction and conclusion and fully understand all of the main points of the whole chapter. And to make it even easier for you, all you have to do is just look at your introduction, note the key points, and then repeat them in the conclusion. It really is that simple. Take the main points, paraphrase them, put them into your conclusion, and that's you done. So at this point, I thought that she would be very, very happy. She now understood how to structure any IELTS question, but I could see that she was more stressed than ever. It doesn't matter if I know how to structure these essays. If I get a topic I don't understand, I'll panic and just run out of time. Don't worry, I'm going to give you a system that will ensure you can answer any question, no matter what topic you get. But first we need to understand why you have this problem. You see, if you had a health problem, you wouldn't just go to the doctor and expect them to give you medicine without them trying to find out why you have the health problem. By understanding the root cause of the problem, the doctor will be able to treat you more effectively. So what is the root cause of this fear of unknown topics? So first, I asked her this question. When you get an unfamiliar topic, is it ever in the real test? No. Have you ever seen a topic in any of the Cambridge books you didn't understand? No. Then where are you seeing these terrible unknown topics? My old teachers gave me some. And here, I think we find the first root cause of the problem. If you look at real questions from real IELTS Cambridge books, the questions and the topics are designed in a way so that anyone in the world can answer them. But when websites run by people who don't really know what they're doing create these questions, they often make them way more complicated than they actually need to be. But I'm a mathematician. What do I know about advertising or newspapers? And here we find the second root cause of the problem. And the more intelligent someone is, the more they have this problem. You see, people like mathematicians, doctors, lawyers, engineers, they've all been trained that the solution to complex problems is to have lots of expert knowledge. And let me tell you a little secret. Opposite is true for IELTS. If you get a question, don't try and think of the most complex idea. Try and think of the simplest, most obvious, most straightforward idea. Instead of thinking which idea will impress the examiner, think about if I asked 100 people this question, what would be the most common answer? But what about brainstorming? How do you feel when you're brainstorming? Stressed? Confused, worried, and does brainstorming result in good ideas? No. So why would you do something that makes you feel terrible that doesn't get you the result you're looking for? All of my teachers told me to do it, and most of the big IELTS experts on YouTube teach brainstorming. And this was her final challenge. Was she going to follow my advice that was different from all the other advice that she was getting? Or was she just going to be a sheep and follow the herd? It didn't work the other 3 times you tried it. What makes you think it will work now? And here's what she did on test day. Got the question, she read it, and asked herself one question. What are the 2 simplest ideas? She then wrote them down and planned out her answer. After she planned out her answer using the structure we gave her, she had a complete roadmap showing her exactly what to write. This investment of time into her plan meant that her thinking was crystal clear and she finished everything on time. And because she followed the universal structure, she completely shocked the examiners. You see, every examiner sees the same confusing, difficult to understand essays all day long. When you choose simple ideas, answer the question, and write your answer in a clear, organized way, using language you know instead of fancy words you memorized the night before your test, the examiner has no choice but to give you a high score. And Navjot is now a mathematics professor in Canada after getting an amazing 7.5 in her IELTS writing. If you want a more detailed look at what we discussed here today, my free course IELTS Essay Builder will show you everything you need to know for free. All you have to do is just click the link in the description. If you want to join the same course as Navjot, our VIP course is available for 10% off. You need a special link to get the discount. It's also in the description. Now let's get into the detail of writing your essay. The introduction is the most important part of your entire essay. If you write a good introduction, it not only improves your overall score, but it will also make writing the rest of your essay so much easier. Let's show you step by step how to write a great introduction, and then after that, we will work on idea generation. Okay, so let's start off with the question. It's really, really important that we fully understand the question before we can write our introduction. And this is one of the key mistakes that we see students making all the time, and it's related to the things you want to avoid in your introduction. So let's have a look at it and fully understand it. Many argue that schools are no longer necessary because children can learn so much from the internet and be educated at home. Do you agree or disagree? So pause the video if you like and just have a read of that again to make sure that you fully understand this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to set you a little test. What I'm going to show you is two introductions, Introduction A and Introduction B. Both of these introductions were produced by the same student. One of them when they first started working with us, and on their previous attempt they got a band 6, and one of them after they had finished working with us and we removed all of these common mistakes and we showed them how to write an effective introduction, and they actually moved from a band 6 to a band 8. So I'm not going to tell you which one it is. I want you in the comments to tell me, do you think the band 8 student is, or the band 8 introduction is A or B? Okay, so let's start off with A. Teaching children at home is a hotly debated topic nowadays. A plethora of people believe that children can study better online. This essay will discuss why it is better to teach adolescents in educational institution before coming to a reasoned conclusion. So I would like you to just read that, have a think about it, and do you think this is a band 6 essay or a band 8 essay? So remember, one of them, the student was getting a band 6, and the other, the student was getting a band 8. So let's have a look at the second introduction, Introduction B. Many people believe that homeschooling is preferable to traditional education because learning can be done online. I do not agree with this because students require face-to-face guidance and many web-based schools are not reliable. So do you think A is better, or do you think B is better? In the comments, just let me know, put A or B, and maybe if you want to say why you think this is so. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take Introduction A and I'm going to break it down into its constituent parts. All right, so we're going to look at each part of this essay, introduction, and tell you exactly what the student is doing to give you an insight into how the examiner is thinking about this. All right, so let's start. So this bit here is what an examiner would consider a hook. A hook is something that you'll often see in essays where the person writing the essay is trying to make the reader interested in what they're trying to say. They're trying to hook the reader in and get them to read the rest of the essay. This is a terrible idea for IELTS Writing Task 2 for a couple of reasons. Number one, the examiner is being paid to check your essay. You don't need to hook them in at all. The money that they're getting paid is hooking them in, so you don't need to do that. Number two, there are no extra marks for it being interesting or it being exciting or anything like that. You're not being judged on how interesting or exciting your essay is. So if you are trying to do something that doesn't get you any marks, you've just wasted your time completely. So you're doing something that is not necessary and you are wasting your time completely. So the first thing that we do not want to see is a hook. They are a complete and utter waste of time. Okay, so the next thing that you do not want to put in your introduction is something like this: hotly debated topic nowadays. Now, you'll see this in the vast majority of essays, and you'll often also see teachers teaching this. And this is a cliche. So let's have a look at what a cliche is. Cliche, a phrase or opinion that is overused and most importantly, betrays a lack of original thought. So it is an overused phrase. And the reason why people use these phrases is they don't have original thoughts. They don't want to think for themselves. So an examiner is looking at this, and number one, they're looking at it and going, oh, another hotly debated topic. All right, I've seen this hundreds of times this week. And the examiners are human beings, and if they say the same thing over and over and over again, you're not putting them in a great mood, to be honest. And most importantly, you're just basically copying something that you've seen elsewhere. There is no originality in here, and you want to at all times avoid things that the examiner is looking at that and thinking, this person is just memorized something, because the IELTS test is not a memorization test. It is not, I'll repeat, a memorization test. It is a test where they're testing your ability to clearly communicate in English. When have you ever heard someone, a native English speaker, say, oh, this is a hotly debated topic? Never in your entire life have you heard someone say that naturally. So it is completely unnatural to put this into your essay. Shows that you're not really thinking, and shows that you believe that the test is just a memorization test. So don't include cliches. Okay, the third thing, a plethora of people and educational institutions spelled incorrectly. And the spelling is not the actual problem here. This problem here is memorizing impressive vocabulary or high-level vocabulary or band 9 vocabulary. The examiners see this over and over and over and over again, especially words like plethora. Why does plethora come up? Because someone on YouTube made a video called "Use these 5 words and you will get a high score." So what happens is millions of people have seen that video. They'll include it and some of those words in their introduction. I've even seen introductions with all 5 words put in there. And what, again, that indicates to the examiner is that you believe this is a memorization test, and also that you are not focusing on actually answering the question, and you are also not focusing on using the English language effectively to convey meaning. Why do people write anything in any language? It is to clearly convey meaning, to tell people what you think. But instead of doing that, you are just trying to shove in big words. People would never use a plethora of people. That is just an inappropriate way to use it. So often when people memorize these big words, they will use them inappropriately and incorrectly. The collocations will be wrong. It's not suitable to use that in a sentence. The grammar could be wrong. Or like here, the spelling is wrong. There, you do not get any extra marks for using big words incorrectly or inappropriately. Educational institution, it would be better just to put school. All right, so you might be repeating the word school, but which is better, to repeat a simple word that actually is effective and accurate and appropriate, or try and put in a big word that is actually inaccurate because you spelt it wrong, or the collocation is wrong, or the grammar is wrong? Or here, you would just never use that word. Why not just say many people or a lot of people? Again, much simpler, but actually correct. So the fourth thing that you do not want to include is a background statement. So I've highlighted both of these. Teaching children at home is a hotly debated topic nowadays, and a plethora of people believe that children can study better online. This person has watched a few too many YouTube channels, and some of them say you need to include a hook, some of them say that you need to include a background statement, and some of them say just paraphrase the question. And what this causes is huge confusion in the student's mind. So they're like, well, this YouTube channel says hook, this says background statement, and they get totally confused about the difference between a hook, a background statement, and simply paraphrasing the question. And some teachers also get confused about that. Not all, most teachers are great, but there are some teachers, especially online and on YouTube, that get confused because how they produce their lessons is they actually go and look at other YouTube channels. And if you are looking at other YouTube channels that don't know what they're doing, you're not going to know what you're doing either. So this is going to cause a huge amount of confusion, and this is what has happened to this student. So forget about hooks, forget about background statements, and just simply paraphrase the question instead. Your first sentence, just look at the question statement, paraphrase that, state it in your own words, and that's you done for your first sentence. So you're not going to be confused, and most importantly, the examiner is not going to be confused because they're like, well, is this a paraphrase? What are they doing here? I don't really understand. The examiner has a headache already before they've even got to the end of the introduction. So forget about background statements. Okay, so the next thing we're going to talk about is this This essay will discuss why it is better to teach adolescents in educational institution before coming to a reasoned conclusion. So this is a very poor thesis statement for two different reasons, and there's two different things that you do not want to include in your introduction. And the key here is adolescence. So did the question talk about adolescents? So adolescents are a specific subset of children. Adolescents are teenagers. They are people who are in high school. The question was not about high school. It was not about teenagers. It was not about adolescents. It was actually about children in general and school in general. So by misunderstanding the question and putting things in there that are not actually accurate or not related to the question, you're indicating to the examiner that you haven't understood the question. And also what the student was doing was trying to, again, add in big words. So they didn't think that children or school children or boys and girls or whatever was fancy enough or impressive enough because their former teacher had told them that you need to use big, impressive band 9 words. So they've tried to put that in there, and this is not accurate. It's not what the question is about. So not only have you messed up your introduction, you've messed up your whole essay, because your focus is now going to be on adolescence. So be very, very careful about understanding the question and just putting things in the introduction that relate to you answering the question, because at the end of the day, the most important thing is that you actually answer the question. The second reason why this thesis statement is not appropriate is because it has a lot of memorized language in it. You will see a huge number of introductions that say, this essay will, and then they talk about the topic before coming to a reasoned conclusion. So it is very, very obviously memorized by the student. And again, this comes from the internet, especially YouTube, where you will get certain videos that have millions and millions of views on them. Obviously, students are watching them. They trust the person talking to them. They think that they're an expert, so they copy what they say. And then after a few months, examiners start to see the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And that is not a good thing for your band level. Your band score is going to suffer because, again, you are basically telling the examiner, I do not know how to think for myself, and I do not know how to write in English without memorizing things. It is not a memorization test. It is an English writing test. You will not be able to go into the real world and use these fixed phrases. They are testing your ability to communicate effectively in the real world, not memorize stuff that is totally useless in the real world. And the last thing that you want to avoid, the thing that you never want to do, is to use a memorized formula, to treat writing in the same way that someone would treat a mathematical equation. It is very, very tempting, and it is very attractive to think that all you have to do is just memorize a formula and then use it. I know that you're very stressed out, and I know that you want to get a high score, but this is the last thing that you want to do, to memorize a formula and then place it on any different type of question. That's bad for a few reasons. So this is what a lot of these memorized formulas look like. X, so take the topic, is a hotly debated topic nowadays. Wow, you're really impressing people with those cliches. Like, insert general background statement. So take the background of the topic and then put that in, even though you've already really talked about it in the hook there. This essay will discuss Y and Z. Well, the examiner really isn't interested in you telling them what the essay is going to discuss. You better discuss that. That is what they've just asked you to do. So it's like walking into a store and saying, I am going to open the door now. I am going to walk to the counter. Like, you're supposed to. Why are you telling people about that? And then before coming to a reasoned conclusion, just another memorized fixed phrase. Other major problem with this is that people tell you that you can take this formula, take this format, and apply it to any question type. Doesn't matter if it is advantages and disadvantages, problem solution, a double question, a discussion question, an opinion question. You can just memorize this and do that. You can't. Each of those questions is asking you to do a very different thing. Therefore, you need to have a different approach for each different introduction and each different question. I know that's going to require a little bit of extra work, but if you want to go to our website, IELTSadvantage.com, we cover a lot of that on there for free. So go and check that out if at the end of this video, of course, if you want to. So let's look at the 7 things not to put in your introduction. Do not put a hook. Do not put cliches. Do not put memorized high-level vocabulary. Don't put a background statement, especially if you don't understand the difference between a hook, a background statement, and paraphrasing. This essay will discuss and then put something in there that is not related to the question, or this essay will discuss plus all those memorized phrases. And finally, don't make every introduction exactly the same or apply the same format or the same strategy to every single introduction. All right, the good news is that once we took all of those things out from our students' introduction, they were able to massively improve their essay. And I say essay, not introduction, because let's look at what a good introduction can do for your entire essay. So let's break it down again. So many people believe that homeschooling is preferable to traditional education because learning can be done online. So what they've done is they've just taken the question and they have paraphrased it. So they've taken the words and they have stated it in their own words so that it means the same but with different words. So this introduces the topic. It tells the examiner this person understands the question and they know how to paraphrase. So their vocabulary is good, their grammar is good. So you are making the examiner very, very happy because they know you know what you're doing. And just from the very first sentence, they know that this essay is going to be easy to read. Now let's have a look at the rest of it. I do not agree with this. So the reason why this is a good way to start your second sentence is it clearly demonstrates that you have a position, that you have an opinion on this question. In other words, you have just answered the question, all right? So it's going to be different from question type to question type, but this question type basically said, do you agree or disagree? I do not agree. Okay, so they're saying, I disagree. So they could say, I disagree or do not agree, but they've clearly stated what they think immediately. So again, the examiner has already understood what you think about the question. Let's continue. Because, okay, here's the reasons. Students require face-to-face guidance, clear main idea, and many web-based schools are not reliable. Clear second idea. So instead of this essay will discuss why homeschooling is preferable to not schools, a plus reason, that doesn't, you're just wasting your time. State your position and your 2 main ideas. Now, how is this going to help the student write the rest of their essay? Because what is going to be their first main body paragraph? They're going to talk about students require face-to-face guidance. They're going to explain why that is. They're going to put examples in there. And then their second main body paragraph, many web-based schools are not reliable. They're going to put that in their second main body paragraph. They're going to explain why that is. They're going to use examples. And the examiner will know exactly what is going on. What this also does is it provides like a mini plan for the rest of the essay. And the examiner will also be looking at your main body paragraphs. They'll be looking at your conclusion and seeing if all this matches up. Is it cohesive? Is it coherent? So this introduction does many things, but the 2 things that it does really well is it makes it easy for the student, and most importantly, it makes it easy for the examiner to understand that they are actually a Band 8 student and they are going to get a good score because they are helping the reader with their job. If you do that, you're going to do very well. If you just memorize a bunch of stuff, copy other people, use formulas, you're going to fail over and over again, no matter who tells you that they have some secret method or magic formula. They don't exist. Okay, so what if I know nothing? We get this question at least a few times a day. People emailing us saying, what if I open the test paper on test day and I look at the task 2 question and I know nothing? I just don't know how to start, I don't understand the topic, I don't know how to think of ideas. So if you look at most IELTS websites, the majority of them have fake questions. And this is where this fear comes from. Because if someone is producing IELTS questions and they don't know what they're doing, normally what they do is they think that, oh, IELTS is really difficult, therefore I must create really difficult, complex questions. If you look at real IELTS questions, so ones produced by Cambridge, if you go onto the IDP website, the British Council website, the official IELTS website, you'll see that task 2 questions are not really that complex. They are on very common topics, and the questions are designed in a way that anybody with half an education will be able to think of some ideas for them. The other thing is, so many students, after they do the test, what they'll do is they'll go online, they'll go on some blog, or they'll be chatting to someone and they'll tell people, this is the question that I got. 99% of those questions are misreported. This isn't the student's fault, but it's very, very difficult for someone to do a whole question, finish the test, and then remember that question, and then be able to tell everyone accurately what it's like. So if you're looking at fake and misreported questions, no wonder that you're worried that you're not going to be able to answer the question, because you're looking at questions that are far more difficult than what you'll really get on the test. So only look at official questions. Then you also need to think about the common topics. So the common task 2 topics. Now, can we accurately predict exactly what is going to come up? No. But are there some topics that come up again and again and again? Yes. I've analyzed thousands of past questions, and there are some topics like education, technology, health, environment, government, these everyday topics that do come up quite regularly. And so how can you use this information? What you can do is use the common topics as part of your IELTS preparation process. Log into every day into a popular English news website. So BBC News, New York Times, The Guardian, something like that. And at the top of the website, you'll see education news, the environment news, technology news, all these common topics. If you read one story about education, one story about technology, one story about the environment, are you going to find it difficult to think of ideas? If you did that every day during your IELTS preparation, and it only takes 5 minutes. You can spend longer on that if you want to work on other things, but it really doesn't take that much time. So if you're looking at real questions, and you're also reading the news each day and reading about these common topics, you should have no problem thinking of ideas and understanding the question on test day. So that's the first thing. Next, what is a good idea? So it doesn't matter how amazing an idea generation technique is if it is resulting in bad ideas. So we have to think about what a good idea is, so that when you're generating your ideas, you'll be able to pick the ones that are best and be able to use those in your essay. I hope you're enjoying this video on IELTS writing. If you want to improve your IELTS writing even more and put all of the things that you're learning from our YouTube channel into practice, I've developed a free course called IELTS Essay Builder. What IELTS Essay Builder does is it gives you a free course that structures everything from your introduction to your main body paragraphs to your conclusions. It shows you step-by-step, sentence-by-sentence, how to write everything that you're learning here. And it's 100% free, and it's helped thousands of students get a band 7, 8, and even 9. To sign up for that for free, all you have to do is just click the link in the description, enter your email address on that page, and we'll send you that free IELTS Essay Builder for free. Thanks very much. Now back to the video. So what is a good idea? So the first one, and the most important one, it has to be relevant. All right, it has to be relevant to the question. If it is not relevant to the question, it is not going to answer the question. The number one thing that you must do is answer the question. So if you have irrelevant ideas, you're not going to answer the question. You're likely to get a band 5 for task achievement. The rest of your essay is not going to be very good either, because you're starting off on the wrong track. So imagine you are on a journey. The end of your journey is when you finish your essay. If you use irrelevant ideas, you're going off on a tangent, you're going to write about something that is completely unrelated to the topic. So make sure your ideas are relevant. Second thing is, can you develop those ideas? So you might think of the most amazing idea ever, but if you can't explain that idea, if you can't support that idea with a relevant example, it's useless. Because in the test, in the writing task 2, you're not just going to write a bunch of ideas. You're not going to have a main body paragraph with 6 or 7 different ideas. You're going to have one idea and you're going to fully develop that idea with explanations and examples. So unless you know about that idea and you can develop it, you can explain it, then don't use it. The third thing is, can you think of that idea quickly? So if I give you 6 hours to think of an idea, anybody can do that. But can you think of ideas quickly? So what you're trying to do is you're trying to think of relevant ideas that you can develop and that you can think of quickly. So those are the 3 things that you should be thinking about. If you can't think of relevant ideas, if the idea is not relevant, it's not a good idea. If you can't develop it, it's not a good idea. If you can't think of it quickly, it's not a good idea. All 3 of those things must be present in any technique that you use to help you generate ideas. And that brings us on to brainstorming. So as I said at the start of this lesson, if you go into any IELTS classroom today, so all around the world there will be 100 different classes all teaching IELTS at the same time. If you ask the teacher, how do I generate ideas, they will say brainstorming. Now, does this work? No, it does not work. In fact, it is the most useless thing that you could ever do on the test. It does not help at all. Why is that? Brainstorming results in irrelevant ideas. How you brainstorm is you just think of as many different ideas as possible. So if you're just thinking of as many ideas as possible, what you're going to do, you're going to think of irrelevant ideas. You're also, because you're thinking just about as many ideas as possible, you're going to think a lot of those ideas are going to be ideas that you know a little bit about, but you can't fully develop them. You can't explain them. You don't have examples for them. So what this does is it results in a huge number of irrelevant or useless ideas, and it takes you a very, very, very long time to do that. So you're left with a bunch of useless information. You've just wasted a few minutes, and then you have to sort through all this useless information. A better way would be to quickly think of relevant ideas that you can develop and be able to do that pretty much instantly. Now, instantly is probably the wrong word, actually. You don't want to do things instantly because that means you're not thinking about them, but you should be doing them pretty quickly. When I work with my students on my VIP course, we aim to get them to the point where they can think, look at any question and think of relevant ideas that they can develop in a few seconds. And that might sound a little bit ambitious, but it's totally possible by using some other idea generation techniques and forgetting about brainstorming. So if there's one thing that I would suggest to you to take away from this lesson, is stop brainstorming. I know that your teacher has probably told you that that's a really good idea, but your teacher hasn't taken the time, like I have, to really work with students and consider what actually works and what doesn't. If you want to stick with brainstorming, stick with brainstorming. If you want a better way to do it, keep watching this lesson. So number 1 is called the coffee shop method, and I developed this myself when I was working with students in the classroom. And one thing that I picked up on, one pattern that emerged, was when I first walked into an IELTS class, I would start the class maybe the first 5 minutes just chatting with the students, asking them how they were, talking about different things in the news or talking about current events. And these were intelligent students that had no problem talking about these current events, things in the news, things that they were doing, no problem at all. As soon as the class started and as soon as I put a task 2 question in front of them, the same students that had no problem whatsoever thinking of ideas, it was like their brain completely shut down. So I started to spot this over and over and over again. And when you spot a pattern like that, obviously there's something wrong and you want to fix it. So what I did was I spoke to the students and asked them, why do you have no problem thinking of ideas before class, but when class starts, you can't do it? And it was because they were in something that I call test mode. So this affects your writing, it also affects your speaking more than anything. That people, for example, on the speaking test, when you are talking to someone outside of class, their fluency is great, their grammar is great, their pronunciation is great, but then when they step into the real test, everything falls apart for some reason. Again, this is what I call test mode. So what we want to do is we want to normalize the situation. So even though it is a very stressful test and you're going to have, there's a lot at stake, I understand, I speak to students every day about how important this is. We want to normalize it as much as possible and reduce stress as much as possible so that we can think normally. So the coffee shop method, what it does is I say to my students, imagine instead of doing the IELTS test, imagine you're sitting with a friend in a coffee shop, just in your imagination, and you're discussing the question like two normal people would in a coffee shop. So it's probably better just to show you a real example of how this would be.
This video is sponsored by us, IELTS Advantage, and the IELTS VIP course. The IELTS VIP course is the most successful IELTS course in the world. That is a fact because we have more Band 7, 8 and 9 success stories than any other IELTS course in the entire world. We do that by simplifying the whole IELTS process, supporting you with some of the best IELTS teachers in the world, and being with you every step of the way until you get the score that you need. To thank you for making it this far in the video, I want to give you 10% off our VIP course. All you have to do is just look down in the description. You will see our special link that you need to get 10% off. Just click that and you can sign up. If you have any questions about the VIP course, always feel free to get in touch with us. chris@ieltsadvantage.com is my email address. We answer 100% of the questions that we get. Hope that you become a VIP. If not, enjoy the rest of this free video.
So here's a question. Today, more and more tourists are visiting places where conditions are difficult, such as the Sahara Desert. What are the advantages and disadvantages for the tourists? So this is a real question from Cambridge 12, and this is a very typical question. It's not difficult to understand, but when students see this, they overcomplicate everything. They make it more complex than it really needs to be. So instead of just looking at this question like an IELTS Task 2 question, imagine you're sitting with your friend in a coffee shop and you're saying, like, a lot of people are going to more extreme places on holiday these days. What are the good and bad things about that for the tourists? So instead of using words like, advantages and disadvantages, just simplify it. What are the good things about that? What are the bad things about that? And by doing that, you will be able to easily generate ideas that are relevant, that you can develop, and you can think of them quickly. So no brainstorming, just thinking about that for a few seconds, and it will generate really good ideas pretty much immediately. Another way to think about this is something that I call the family fortunes method. This is something that I developed with my VIP students because, as I said before, one technique will work for some students, but it won't work with other students because their brains don't work like that. Everybody is different. Everybody's brains are wired differently. So there were some students who I was showing the coffee shop method to, and they were still having problems. So I said, okay, let's think about this differently, and let's think about why you find this method difficult. So they were still overcomplicating everything. This is particularly with people who are very intelligent. So I think about a third of my VIP course, they're doctors and engineers and lawyers and people like that, like very, very, very intelligent, highly qualified people. Those types of people tend to overcomplicate everything, and they find it very difficult just to keep things simple. So this is for someone, if you're a doctor or an engineer, a lawyer, someone who has a lot of education, this technique is probably for you. So what is Family Fortunes? Family Fortunes is a game show. And basically what it is, they ask the contestants questions, and the questions are always, we asked 100 members of the public this question, what was the top answer? What was the most common answer? And this is a great way to think of writing Task 2 ideas. In this video, I'm going to reveal to you the best and easiest way to write high-level examples. Good examples not only improve your IELTS score, but they also make it easier to think of ideas and then develop those ideas into paragraphs. But most students really worry about examples and ask questions like, can I include data and surveys? How do I give personal examples? And how do I give examples from my own experience? To help you, I've taken 7 real recent IELTS questions, and I'm going to take you around where I live and give you 7 real bad examples and 7 real good examples to show you the difference between what is a good example and what is a bad example. So let's see how many you get correct, and then I'll show you the easiest way at the end of the video. So the first question is, in many places, people are becoming interested in finding out about the history of the building they live in. What are the reasons for this? So I'm going to give you now 2 examples, and I want you to think about those examples and think about which one is correct and which one is incorrect. Example 1, I live in a house very close to a 12th century castle, so I want to find out if any old things are buried there. Example 2, many people in Ireland live close to buildings that date back centuries and wish to establish if there are any valuables buried on their property. Second question, in the future, all cars will be driverless. The only people traveling inside will be passengers. Do you think the advantages outweigh the disadvantages? Example 1. I own a Tesla and it is the best driving experience I've ever had. Example 2. Teslas allow their drivers to engage autopilot, which can accelerate, brake and steer autonomously, freeing up the driver. Question 3. Many drink products contain high sugar levels, which causes many health problems. A sugar tax should be applied to these products to encourage people to consume less sugar. Do you agree? Example 1. People who drink Coca-Cola are 96% more likely to be overweight. Example 2. In the UK, regular Coke is more expensive than Coke Zero because the government hopes this will help reduce obesity. Question 4. Some people say that now is the best time in history to be alive. What is your opinion on this? Example 1. The pandemic witnessed a 52% increase in working from home. Example 2. During the pandemic, millions of people started working from home, which gave them more freedom and flexibility. Question 5. Plastic packaging is bad for the environment. What can be done by the government and individuals to solve this problem? Example 1. In the UK, the government has to install bins for people to put dog waste into. Example 2. In the UK, the government has installed recycling bins so that people can separate their rubbish. Question 6. Young people who commit crimes should be treated the same as adults by the authorities. Do you agree or disagree? Example 1. When I was growing up, all teenagers would drink alcohol in the park every weekend. Example 2. In the UK, it is illegal to buy alcohol if under 18, but many British teenagers frequently break this law. In their advertising, businesses nowadays usually emphasize that their products are new in some way. Why is this? Example 1. IELTS VIP recently released VIP 2.0 to give their customers more control and flexibility over their learning at a much lower cost. Example 2, software companies such as Microsoft update their products regularly and want to advertise these improvements so they can sell more products. I couldn't be bothered printing that out again. Okay, so example 1 here is wrong. The reason why it's wrong is it is too personal. Personal examples are okay, but most students mess them up in this way by talking just about them only, or their cousin or their sister or their brother or something like that. It's really about sample size. If I want to go and find out if things are buried there, that doesn't mean that people in general want to do that as well. It's just what I want. If you compare that with the second example, which is correct, many people in Ireland. So I live in Ireland. So instead of saying I want to do this, I'm talking about people in my country or people in my area or city.
Many people in Ireland live close to buildings that date back centuries. All that is true, and anyone can check that out and wish to establish if there are any valuables buried on their property. So I'm stating something that has a bigger data set and is true and just gives far more authority to my answer. And this is an easy way, an easy technique that any student can use. So think about your own personal experience, maybe you or a member of your family or a friend, and then think, how could I increase the sample size a bit? So you can, instead of saying me, you could say people in your city or your country. Or if you are a doctor, instead of saying me, many doctors. Or if you are a software engineer, many software engineers. Or if you work for Google, engineers at Google instead of me personally. Now for this next one, the first example is wrong, but not for the same reason as the previous one. It is a personal example, but it's not because it's too personal, it's because it's too vague. It's the best driving experience ever. You want to be specific as specific as possible because you want to relate this to the specific point that you are making. All right, compare that with example 2, which is correct. Teslas allow their drivers to engage autopilot. That is what the system in Teslas is actually called, which can accelerate, brake, and steer autonomously. That's specifically what it does. Why am I mentioning these things? Because that is a huge advantage. The question is asking me about, do you think the advantages outweigh the disadvantages? It is a huge benefit not to have to worry about acceleration or braking or steering. A massive, massive benefit. And that is far more specific and descriptive and linked to the main point than just saying, it's awesome, it's amazing. Don't sound like an American, all right? Americans, if you ask them anything about anything, it's awesome, oh, amazing, wonderful. Be specific. But here for this question, the first one is wrong. Why is it wrong? Well, often students will add in just random statistics and surveys and studies. And Cambridge University did this study. Cambridge University are not studying Coca-Cola. They're studying, nuclear fusion and things like that. Or maybe they are, I don't know. But you shouldn't just add in random statistics because like this one, it not only is wrong, it is dead wrong. People who drink Coca-Cola are 96 more likely to be overweight. That just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't sound plausible. So when the examiner sees this, one, they know that you've just used this technique that they don't really like, and two, it doesn't make any sense. But what we can do is change it to something from our own experience. In the UK, I buy Coke Zero. I like Coke Zero. And the benefit of that also is it's cheaper because there's like a 20% tax on sugary drinks. So that is something that I know from my own experience, which is much, much, much better than just throwing in these random statistics. Also, the second reason why it is more correct is the question is asking about a sugar tax. Again, your examples should be linked directly to your main points. Very similar to this one. Example 1 is wrong. The person doesn't know that there was a 52% increase in working from home. There was a massive increase, but we don't know the exact percentage. But what we can do instead is put language in such as millions of people. I know that because there's like 80 million people in the UK. I'm sure there's different numbers in your country, but you can figure that out in your head. You could guess roughly how many people. Was it hundreds of thousands? Was it millions? If you're in India, it could be, tens of millions, hundreds of millions. Think of a more general number and put that in because it is true and you know that it's true. It's from your own experience. During the pandemic, millions of people started working from home, which gave them more freedom and flexibility. That is very different from this percentage. It's also very different from, during the pandemic, I worked from home and I loved it because I could go and work in the park. But again, this is not personal, but it is from your own experience. Because if you were like me, you were watching the news every day during the pandemic and you were aware that people were locked at home and had to work from home. So in the UK, the government has installed bins for people to put dog waste into. Wrong. Why is it wrong? Because the question doesn't ask about dog shit. The question is about plastic packaging. All right, it's very, very common. You might think this is funny. You might think, oh, I would never do that. It's very, very common to see this in essays where students will write about the topic generally and just throw everything they know about the topic. So recycling, putting stuff in bins. Oh, I have a dog, I put stuff in the bin, I'll write that. You might think that that's crazy and I put it in there just for a joke, but you see this all the time if you're an examiner. In the UK, the government has installed recycling bins so that people can separate their rubbish. I know this because I put out my rubbish each week. We have a blue bin for plastics and a black bin for everything else. In your country, you might have a different system, but that's your own experience. But what I did not write down was I put my plastic bottles in the blue bin. It's too personal. In the UK, I live in the UK, so I'm going to put that in there. When I was growing up, all teenagers would drink alcohol in the park every weekend. This is wrong for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's too personal. And number two, it is not actually factually correct. Not all teenagers. A lot of them, 80, 90% of them, but not all. Make sure that you're writing things that sound correct. Not every single teenager was getting drunk every weekend. In the UK, it is illegal to buy alcohol if under 18. This is correct. But many British teenagers frequently break this law. And many is very different from all. So we're stating something from our own experience. Every child, every person in the UK knows that you are not allowed to buy alcohol if you're under 18. That is from our own experience. And many teenagers break this law. Every single person in the UK knows a friend who got too drunk one weekend when they were teenagers. So this is correct. Now you might live in a country where alcohol is illegal completely, or it's just not in your culture for teenagers to go and drink alcohol. Alcohol might be legal, but just people don't do that really. You don't have to use this specific example. There are thousands of correct examples that you could use from your own experience. Don't look at this and think, oh, I'm wrong because I don't know anything about alcohol. Okay, so this one isn't wrong per se, but this one is just much better. Why? The VIP course, only a few thousand people in the world are actually aware of that. So if you're writing something that is from your own experience, but like literally 99.999% of the world have no idea what it is, that could cause problems. The examiner could read that and think, is this person just made up, ABC company and it doesn't really make any sense? If you wrote that in the real exam, this one, you probably would be okay. But what you want to do is add in things that most people in the world will be aware of. That will make your writing a lot more authoritative, easy to understand. The examiner will understand it more, but it's just easier for you to think. If you're thinking in those terms, it's easier for you to think of Microsoft that, everybody in the world basically knows about. Everybody has used those products. Well, maybe not everybody, but, most people. It is just far easier for you to think of and for the examiner to understand. And that's exactly what you want to do with every single part of the IELTS test, especially the writing test. What's easy for you and what's easy for the examiner to understand. So here's the easiest system for generating very good examples. And we're going to use this question to help us with the demonstration. Some old people struggle with the use of advanced technology. How can the elderly benefit from using advanced technologies? So the first thing we're going to do is think of a real example from our life experience. So this is not just things that have happened to us. This is things that we've experienced throughout our whole life, things we know. And for this question, I'm going to use my mum's iPhone. My mum is in her 70s and she recently got this iPhone, and it has helped her and not changed her life completely, but definitely benefited her. So my example is my mum's iPhone. Then we're going to ask ourselves if this idea is linked to the question. This is the most important thing. Is your example actually linked to the question, your main idea? So my main idea is going to be that it helps my mum communicate. So she is elderly. This is advanced technology and it is benefiting her. So the answer to my question is yes. But if it was no, if I looked at this idea and thought, no, actually this isn't relevant to the question, it's not relevant to my main idea, then we would just start again. We would go back up here, think of a real example, think of another one. Now, often when you do this, not every time, but sometimes they can be too personal. So we're just going to ask ourselves this question. Is it too personal? If the answer is no, then we're done and we can use this example. But because this is my mum's phone, it is very personal. It's just one person. So we need to make it more general. So how can we do that? Instead of my mum is an elderly person in the UK. So we could say, in the UK, millions of elderly people use iPhones to FaceTime their loved ones. So as you can see, by following this system, it is actually very, very easy to generate a real example that is relevant to the specific question and really helps you develop your main body paragraphs. But not only that, you could actually use this during your idea generation phase. So you could read this question and think, who do I know that uses advanced technology and is elderly? My mum. What does she use it for? FaceTime. Why does she use FaceTime? To communicate with people. How does that benefit her? She won't get lonely, and if there's an emergency, she can contact them easily. So what I've done there is just created a main idea, an explanation, and an example very, very easily by following this system. So we've gone from the question down to the example. In the UK, millions of elderly people use iPhones to FaceTime their loved ones. Done.
Today, we're going to be looking at the 69 most commonly used words by real Band 7, 8 and 9 students so that you can improve not just your vocabulary, but massively boost your IELTS writing score. And in this video, I'm going to show you what those words are, how you can use them in your essays, and how they will help you massively improve your essays. At the end, as a special bonus, I'll also give you access to all 100 of those sample essays as a little gift from me to you. So the first word is viable. This means able to work or succeed. Synonyms of this word are feasible, workable, or the most common one would be possible. This is an adjective, and common collocations are viable option or viable alternative. For example, the project is not a viable option without more funding. Let's look at how our Band 7, 8 and 9 students use this in their real essays. A viable solution is to heavily punish lawbreakers. So in your essays, you will often be asked to write about solutions or alternatives. So adding the collocation viable solution, viable option, viable alternative will hopefully boost your score. The next word is schooling. This means the education you get at school. Synonyms of this word would be education, learning, or training. And this is a noun. Common collocations of this word are primary schooling and secondary schooling. For example, Good primary schooling is important for a child's future. And if we look at a sentence from the 100 essays, in Vietnam, the average class size is 20 students, which makes it difficult for educators to provide proper schooling for each student. Education is one of the, if not the most common topic for task 2 essays. So a very, very useful word, useful synonym to use in there instead of education, training, things like that. The next word is renowned. And this means famous or respected. Synonyms of this word are well-known, famous, and celebrated. This is an adjective, and common collocations are renowned expert or renowned for, although you could add in athlete, musician, company, many different things that are well-known and respected. They are famous for something. This is very useful for use in examples. So often in examples, you're going to pick someone very well-known or famous that demonstrates the point that you're making. Here's an example sentence. He is a renowned expert in the field of biology. And let's look at how our students use this in their essay. For instance, after opening a branch of Apple company in Dubai, many local graduates were thrilled by the good news of being accepted to work under this renowned company. So instead of saying famous company, they've added renowned. The next word is prime. And no, it's not a drink made by Logan Paul. This means the best or most important. Synonyms are best, top, main, and this word is an adjective. The most common collocation is prime example, but you could also swap this out for prime advantage, prime disadvantage, prime solution, prime reason. Often in your essays, you'll be talking about these things. So if you want to describe these things as the best or most important, you can add prime before those words. An example sentence is, this is a prime example of excellent customer service. And in our essays, one student wrote, the prime disadvantage is that these companies use the natural resources of developing nations recklessly, which affects the environment. So a very, very good topic sentence there, talking about advantages and disadvantages. But the great thing about this word, like many of the words on this list, is it can be used interchangeably throughout your essays. The next word is prone, which means likely to do or experience something. Synonyms are likely, inclined, and susceptible. This is an adjective, and a common collocation is prone to errors. But it's not just prone to errors. The collocation will normally be prone to, but you can swap out errors for other things that people are likely to experience. So an example sentence, children are prone to making mistakes when they are learning. And in our essays, we have, thus, people that have a diet based on plants and seeds are more prone to have a healthier life because they are allowing their bodies to focus their energy in its normal processes. And before you start writing, this student made grammatical errors, yes, these are real essays. These are real human beings that make mistakes. We're giving you real sentences, not polished fake ones.
I hope you're enjoying this video on IELTS writing. If you want to improve your IELTS writing even more, I've developed a free course called IELTS Essay Builder. What IELTS Essay Builder does is it gives you a free course that structures everything from your introduction to your main body paragraphs to your conclusions. It shows you step-by-step, sentence-by-sentence, how to write everything that you're learning here. To sign up for that for free, all you have to do is just click the link in the description. Thanks very much. And let's get back to the video.
The next word is officials, and this means people in authority or people in the government normally. Synonyms of this are authorities, leaders, or administrators, and this is a noun. Common collocations are government officials or public officials. These are people working in the government. In our essay, they wrote, in conclusion, I do not support the argument of newspapers publishing the information of government officials. So task 2 essays will often talk about the government and government policy. So it's a very useful word to have. The next word is output, and this means the amount produced of something. Synonyms of this word are production or yield, and this is a noun. Common collocations are industrial output or total output. Sometimes you will be asked to write about companies. Companies dominate our lives. Similarly to the last one where we're talking about governments, governments and companies dominate our lives and have a huge impact on our lives. Therefore, you will often be asked to write about those things or write about examples of those things in your Task 2 essays. An example sentence: the factory's output has increased this year. And from our essays, the main benefits of wearing a uniform are that it brings uniformity to the workplace and helps to increase the output of companies. And you could also change that to a company's output or a factory's output. The next word is intellect, which means the ability to think and understand. And notice I didn't say memorize. Memorize isn't really thinking. So don't think that you can memorize all of these words and magically improve your intellect. More on that at the end of the video. Synonym of this is intelligence, and this is a noun. Common collocations are his intellect or her intellect, or maybe a child's intellect. An example sentence is her sharp intellect makes her a great scientist. And from our essays, educational programs on television can help a child's intellect. Often you will get questions about education, especially about children and how to improve their education, improve their intelligence, improve their intellect. The next word is incentives, which means things that encourage you to do something. For example, if you want a free course, go down into the description of this video and add in your email address and we'll send you a free course. I've just given you an incentive. Synonyms of this word are motivation, reward, and encouragement. This is a noun, and common collocations are provide incentives or offer incentives. So this will often come up when we're talking about education or how companies are run. Often we will provide incentives or offer incentives to students, workers, citizens to try and get them to do something. Another way to think about this word is the approach of a carrot and a stick. So if you want a donkey to do something, you can beat it with a stick, or you can provide an incentive, a carrot, to make it go forward. An example sentence are the company offers financial incentives to its best workers. And in our essays, many younger people find voting a waste of time, and therefore, if they are given incentives, they are more likely to take the time to vote. Our next word is irrespective. This means without considering something. Synonyms are regardless and despite, and this is an adverb. The most common collocation is irrespective of, and then after of will be the thing that you are ignoring or you're disregarding. For example, irrespective of the outcome, we must try our best. And in our essays, I believe that adult life brings more joy because of life fulfillment, irrespective of more responsibilities. So this is very useful when you are balancing two views or considering two views. Often you will get questions that ask you to discuss both views. So this is very useful in your conclusion when you're giving your opinion. So you're saying, I believe this thing irrespective of the other side. The next word is fundamental. No, it's actually fundamental. And this means important. Synonyms of this word are important, essential, or primary. And this is an adjective. Common collocations are fundamental principle and fundamental change. For example, learning to read is a fundamental skill for children. And from our essays, it is the fundamental right of every human being to have their privacy. So this is a great way in your essays to convey to the examiner that this thing that you're talking about is very, very important. You're ranking this as the most important thing at the very, very top. So we could talk about the fundamental change that needs to happen, the fundamental reason, the fundamental right, the fundamental whatever you are talking about.
To thank you for making it this far in the video, I want to give you 10% off our VIP course. The IELTS VIP course is the most successful IELTS course in the world. That is a fact because we have more Band 7, 8 and 9 success stories than any other IELTS course in the entire world. We do that by simplifying the whole IELTS process, supporting you with some of the best IELTS teachers in the world, and being with you every step of the way until you get the score that you need. All you have to do is just look down in the description, just click that, and you can sign up. If you have any questions about the VIP course, always feel free to get in touch with us. We answer 100% of the questions that we get. Hope that you become a VIP. If not, enjoy the rest of this free video.
The next word is disclose, which means to make something known. Synonyms are reveal, show, and tell. This is a verb, and the most common collocation is to disclose information. For example, the company must disclose any risk to its investors. And from our essays, on the other hand, publishing details of private affairs discloses the corruption of politicians and make them accountable. So again, you'll often be writing about the government. What is the government full of in most countries? Corrupt politicians. So it's very easy to talk about disclosing them. The next word is detrimental, and it means to cause harm or damage. Synonyms are harmful, damaging, or just bad. This is an adjective, and the most common collocation is detrimental effect. For example, smoking has a detrimental effect on health. I looked through the essays and the students did use this a lot, but not many of them used it the most common way, which is a detrimental effect on health, for example, or a detrimental effect on the environment. Health, the environment, or just talking about bad effects on many different things, you'll often write about those in your essays. So think about having that in your essay when you're talking about negative or bad things. The next word is adolescence. And these are young people normally between the ages of 13 and 19, but it differs from person to person. And a synonym of this word is teenager. This is a noun, and you have to be very, very careful with this word. Most students use this because often you will be asked to write about children. So what they do is they take the word children and just use that as a synonym by inserting adolescence. Now, my two little boys, one is 3 and the other is 9. They are children, but they are not adolescents. So you must only use this word if you are writing about teenagers going through that stage of life, which is puberty. For example, adolescents often experience many changes in their lives, and there aren't that many common collocations, so I haven't added any. And from our essays, although adolescents are free of responsibilities, adults enjoy their life more because they are free to make their own choices. So I think this is a really, really good word to think about, because you're not just going to memorize these words and insert them randomly into your essays, but what you're also not going to do is take words that are similar, so they're synonyms, and just replace those words like children, adolescents. Think about the specific meaning of each of these words and think about, can you actually use them accurately and appropriately in your essays? We're not telling you just to memorize these words and vomit them onto the page. The next word is accountable, and this means responsible for your actions. Synonyms are responsible, answerable, and liable. This is an adjective, and the most common collocations are accountable to something, so to people or to a government or a body, and accountable for something. If you're accountable for something, it's normally your actions. For example, managers should be held accountable for their decisions. From our essay, this essay strongly disagrees with this view because politicians build a public image through such news, and they could be held accountable for any wrongdoings. I think the student meant to write should be held accountable. Again, you'll often be asked to write about people in authority, people like government officials, politicians, teachers, or just everybody in general. We are all accountable for things that we do, and we're normally accountable to people above us or people around us. The next word is addressed, and this means to fix an issue or fix a problem. Synonyms are tackled, deal with, handled, fixed, and this is a verb. The most common collocations are address a problem or the problem, or address an issue or the issue. For example, the teacher addressed the issue of bullying in the classroom. In that example, we didn't fix the issue. It's not the teacher completely resolving the issue of bullying. This means to bring it up, to address it, to talk about it in the classroom. So just be careful with that slight difference in meaning. In our essay, the student said, however, this can easily be addressed by making people aware and also by making new laws. So they've used it to say addressed, fixed. So you might use this, for example, in problem solution essays, addressing problems in your solutions part of your essay. But it can also be used very flexibly and interchangeably with many different ways of writing essays. The next word is affluent, which means having a lot of money. Synonyms are wealthy, rich, prosperous, and this is an adjective. The most common collocations are an affluent society or an affluent country, but you can also apply this to people. In our essays, our student wrote, in addition, not only does a country become more powerful economically, but also many residents have an opportunity to become affluent. So it is a common essay topic to write about money and people becoming more successful. You'll have a lot of people furiously typing success and money are not the same thing. It's not politics class. They're just trying to help you get a higher score so you can become more affluent and more successful in your new country. That's why you're doing the IELTS test, right? The next word is allocate, which means to distribute resources or duties. Common synonyms are assign, distribute, and allot. This is a verb, and the most common collocation is to allocate resources. For example, the manager will allocate resources for the new project. And in our essays, investment banks in Sweden showed a significant increase after they decided to allocate at least 40% of their leading positions to women. The next one is a very useful word, which is awareness, which means knowledge about something. Synonyms are knowledge or understanding. This is a noun, and common collocations are to raise awareness. But for IELTS essays, we often talk about awareness campaigns, which are campaigns by the government to make people aware of a certain topic. For example, we need to raise awareness about the dangers of smoking. And in our essays, however, encouraging youth participation in politics and awareness campaigns can be possible solutions to tackle these problems. So these are very, very useful when talking about solutions to problems. Often the best solution will be some kind of awareness campaign. Think about campaigns within your own country for smoking or drunk driving or wear seatbelts. The next word is bullying, which means repeated aggressive behavior intended to hurt someone. Synonyms are harassment, intimidation, and abuse. This is a noun, but it can also be used as a verb to bully someone. Common collocations are school bullying and very frequently these days cyberbullying, which means to bully someone online, normally through social media. For example, school bullying can seriously affect a child's self-esteem. And from our essays, the main reason behind this is the increase of cyberbullying and hate crimes. The next word is burden, which means a heavy load or a heavy responsibility. Synonyms are load or responsibility, and this is a noun. The most common collocations are heavy burden and financial burden. For example, the financial burden of college can be overwhelming for some students. And from our essays, this is because they cannot cope with the financial burden of buying new clothes from stores such as Prada or Gucci. Money makes the world go round, and a lot of Task 2 essays will involve you talking about money, financial burdens, but doesn't have to be about money. You can also talk about the burden of being a father or a mother, for example, or the burden of being a husband or wife. But burden is often referred to negatively, so don't tell my wife that I said that. The next word is capabilities, which means the ability to do something. Synonyms are abilities, skills, or talents. This is a noun, and common collocations are their capabilities or its capabilities. So you're talking about the ability of a person to do something or a thing to do something. For example, the company's technological capabilities are impressive. And from our essays, in conclusion, many athletes nowadays use illegal substances to win the competition and exceed their physical capabilities. So common topics are technology and health. You could easily use capabilities to talk about a company's abilities or software's abilities or AI's abilities, but you could also use the word capabilities to talk about someone's physical health and their capabilities. Or you could use it for education to talk about the capabilities of students or maybe even teachers. We have abilities too. Next is a very common word, commonly, which means frequently or usually. Synonyms are often, usually, and regularly. This is an adverb. Common collocations are commonly used. For example, this word is commonly used in academic writing. And from our essays, for instance, it can be commonly seen in many schools that teachers introduce TVs in their lectures to help students understand complicated and difficult subjects. So if you're talking about time and how often something happens, use that word. Next is consumption, the act of using something. Synonyms are use and usage, and this is a noun. Common collocations are energy consumption, human consumption, when we eat things or when we use things, and consumption of. For example, reducing energy consumption can help protect the environment. The environment and global warming and new technologies for producing energy, you will often use this word and these collocations. And from our essays, one student wrote, "This is because animals are reproduced, kept in small and uncomfortable places, and then killed and sold to supermarkets and butchers for human consumption." So if anyone or anything is using something within your essays, you could look through it and think, how could I use the word consumption? The next word is competence. And this is the ability to do something well. Not the ability just to do something, but to do something well. Synonyms are ability, skill, and proficiency. This is a noun, and common collocations are professional competence and competence in something. For example, her professional competence was evident in her excellent work. And one student wrote, by allocating a certain percent of high-level positions to women, companies would reach a higher competence level. So often you'll be writing about maybe disadvantaged groups of people, for example, in this one, women, and you're writing about their competence in things. Next is a word many of you already know, I'm sure, which is corruption. This means dishonest or illegal behavior by those in power. So think about a politician maybe from your local area or your country that dishonestly uses money. Synonyms of this word are dishonesty, fraud, and bribery. This is a noun, and the most common collocation is political corruption. For example, the investigation revealed widespread political corruption. And our student wrote, for example, when details of the lavish spending of the Mayor of London while on a vacation were revealed in The Sun, it promoted questions from many sections of the society, eventually exposing his corruption with the public money. Yes, I know that student made a few small grammatical errors. Don't go crazy. It's not the student's fault. Maybe that student had a little bit of corruption in their school when they were growing up and they didn't get the attention that you got from your very honest teachers and politicians. The next one is a 2-for-1. These are both high-level words that mean the same thing. Downsides and drawbacks. These both mean the negative aspects of something. Synonyms are disadvantages, negatives. These are both nouns. And it won't be a surprise that students use these as synonyms when they are talking about advantages, disadvantages essays. The most common collocation for downsides are potential downsides. So you're talking about something that might be a downside. And the most common collocation for drawbacks are major drawbacks. For example, the potential downsides of the new policy include increased costs. And from our essays, one of the major drawbacks of this method is its high cost. Another little trick there, if you get an advantages or disadvantages essay, very often an easy disadvantage is to talk about high cost. Not always, but does help to have that in your toolkit. And the next word is similar but different, and that is deficiency. Now, this isn't really a disadvantage, this is a lack of something. So there is a little bit of it already, but there is a lack of it. Synonyms are a lack, a shortage, or an insufficiency. This is a noun, and a common collocation is a vitamin deficiency or deficiency in. So you might not have a vitamin deficiency, but you might have a deficiency in something else. So you have a deficiency in whatever you have a deficiency of. For example, a vitamin deficiency can cause health problems. And from our essays, the main disadvantage of the vegetarian diet is that without meat, people may have a protein deficiency. Obviously, this can be used for many different topics, but health is one of the main ones. The next one is embrace, which means to accept something with enthusiasm. Synonyms are accept, welcome, and adopt. This is a verb, and the most common collocation for our purposes is to embrace change. Life is basically the story of change. When you're writing, you're going to be writing about life, so it's very easy to use this collocation. For example, we need to embrace change to stay competitive. And from our essays, there are two main benefits of traveling, such as people can gain knowledge and embrace other cultures. So not just embracing change, but embracing new things, which is another way of saying change. The next one will definitely enhance your writing score, which is enhance. This means to improve something. Synonyms are improve, boost, increase. This is a verb, and common collocations are to enhance performance, but you can substitute out performance for something else, or enhanced with a D on the end by, enhanced by. For example, the new software will enhance our performance. And one of our students wrote, for instance, many psychologists suggest to students who are struggling with social anxiety to take drama lessons as it helps to enhance confidence. So enhance performance, enhance confidence. Next is a very, very popular one, emissions, which means gases or substances sent out into the air. Most commonly for our purposes, carbon dioxide emissions. A synonym of this is output, and this is a noun. Common collocations are carbon emissions or carbon dioxide emissions and reduce emissions. For example, reducing carbon emissions is vital to combat climate change. And from our essays, the main advantage of having a vegetarian diet is that carbon emissions can be reduced. For bonus points, take that sentence. How would you improve the vocabulary of that sentence using the words we've already talked about in this video? Put it in the comments. The next one is establishments, and this is a business or an organization. Synonyms are institutions, organizations, and firms. This is a noun, and the most common collocation, especially for our purposes writing Task 2 essays, educational establishments. So it should come as no surprise that when you are asked about education, you are going to be writing about schools, you're going to be writing about universities, so you can use educational establishments instead of school as a synonym. For example, universities are important educational establishments. I looked at our students' essays and they're using them either incorrectly or using it in a completely different context, and I don't want to confuse anyone, so I'm not going to show you those. The next word is expenditure, which means money spent on something. Synonyms are spending, costs, or outlay. This is a noun and is often associated for Task 2 writing with government expenditure or public expenditure. Public expenditure is just another way of saying government expenditure because governments use our public money. For example, government expenditure on healthcare is increasing. But you don't have to just use it for government or public expenditure. You could talk about company expenditure, but I wouldn't use it for individuals spending money on things. It's a little bit inappropriate in that context. So what our student did was they said, however, the increase in expenditure of organizations and monotony among employees are the main drawbacks of compulsory uniforms. So they're talking about corporations, companies spending money on uniforms. How exciting. Now, you'll certainly exceed your required band score with this next one. Exceed. This means to go beyond a limit or a standard or a number. Synonyms are surpass, go beyond, or outdo. It is a verb, and the common collocations are exceed expectations or exceed a number. For example, the team managed to exceed expectations this quarter. And in our essays, in conclusion, many athletes nowadays use illegal substances to win the competition and exceed their physical capabilities. The next one, I'll just go quickly through it because it's very similar to another word that we used, harassment, which is a synonym of a word we already mentioned, which is bullying. This means aggressive pressure or intimidation. Synonyms are bullying, intimidation, or abuse. It is a noun, and common collocations are workplace harassment and sexual harassment. So bullying is normally associated with school, whereas harassment is normally more associated with the workplace and society in general, although bullying can occur anywhere. For example, the company has policies to prevent workplace harassment. And in our essays, for instance, in 2016, many supporters of Donald Trump lost their trust in him after newspapers uncovered the story of the sexual harassment allegations against him. Just be very careful with this word because often I hear IELTS students talking about harassment in terms of things that are difficult. So I have real emails from students talking about the IELTS test harassing them or us harassing them because we've given them low scores because they're not very good at writing. That's not harassment. That's just your life is difficult because you're not very good at something, normally because you're lazy. And the next one is more a linking word, which doesn't come under your vocabulary score. It comes under your cohesion and coherence score. But I'll mention it because it is a useful word to know and it could help you improve your coherence and cohesion score. And that word is hence. And it basically means for this reason or therefore. Synonyms are therefore, thus, and so. We would use so more in informal speaking than academic writing. This is an adverb, and a common collocation is hence the need, or hence the need for. For example, the project is behind schedule, hence the need for extra workers. And you can also use it at the beginning of a sentence instead of therefore, just like our student did. Hence, the more sports facilities will be available to the public, the more people could do sports, and thus stay healthy. So they've used two different synonyms of therefore, hence and thus, within the same sentence. But remember, the most important thing for linking words is not that you show a wide variety of them. It's that they are accurate and appropriate. So if you're unsure about linking words, don't memorize 50 of them and just shove them into your essay and hope for the best. It's better to repeat a simple word that is correct than change it to something that is wrong. And the next word is informative. And this means to provide useful information. Synonyms are educational, enlightening, and instructive. This is an adjective and is normally used within educational contexts to describe programs or courses or TV shows or documentaries, things like that. So an example sentence would be, the lecture was very informative and helped me understand the topic better. From our essays, kids who watch informative and educational shows learn to solve problems and develop strong mental math skills. The next word is infrastructure. This means the basic systems and structures needed for a society or organization. A synonym of this word is a system, and this is a noun. Common collocations are transport infrastructure and infrastructure projects. An example sentence is, good transport infrastructure is essential for economic growth. And from our essays, in conclusion, the advantages of the prioritizing economic growth above all other concerns are improved quality of life of people and good infrastructure. The next word is insights. This means the understanding or knowledge about something. Synonyms are understandings, perceptions, and intuition. This is a noun, And common collocations are valuable insights and provide insights into. For example, the survey provided valuable insights into customer preferences. And from our essays, lessons at school can provide children with valuable insights into being good members of society. The next word is insufficient, which means not enough, often related to money or resources. Synonyms are inadequate, lacking, and deficient. This is an adjective, and the most common collocation is insufficient funds or insufficient resources. For example, the project was cancelled due to insufficient funds. And from our essays, the main downsides are higher costs of living for most and insufficient support for the poorest. The next word is innate, and this means existing from birth or is natural. For example, the ability to breathe is innate. Synonyms are inborn, inherent, and natural. This is an adjective, and the most common collocation is innate ability. For example, she has an innate ability to learn languages quickly. And from our essays, a person can only reach the highest level in their profession if they combine their innate ability with hard work. Often you will get questions that will ask things like, does hard work lead to success, or is it only people who are born with certain talents that are successful? So you can use this word innate. The next word is inappropriate. No, it is actually inappropriate. And this means not suitable or proper. It's just a very, very formal way of saying something is bad or not right. Synonyms are unsuitable, improper, and unfit. This is an adjective, and the most common collocation is inappropriate behavior. This is often used to describe someone doing something. Their behavior is bad, inappropriate. For example, his inappropriate behavior at the meeting was not acceptable. And from our essays, on the other hand, employees who always wear uniforms might end up wearing inappropriate clothes for their work. The next high-level word is merit, and this means the quality of being good or worthy. Synonyms include worth, value, and excellence. This is a noun, and common collocations are academic merit or on merit. A good way to remember this word is not what the word means, it's what it doesn't mean, the opposite of that word. I'm sure you know someone who got a job or a position in a company because they are the idiot nephew or the daughter of the owner of the company. That is not based on merit, that is based on who they are. An example sentence is scholarships are often given based on academic merit. So you deserve to get a scholarship because of how smart you are. And in our essays, this essay completely disagrees with this statement because selecting employees should be based on merit, their worth, their value, how good they are at the job. So it can be used in the academic context, but it can also be used in a more formal, professional context as well. The next word is one of my favorite words in the whole world. It is mediocre. And this means not very good, pretty average. Synonyms include average, ordinary, and so-so if you want to talk about it informally. This is an adjective, and there aren't many common collocations for this, but a good way to remember it is it's one of the most horrible things that you could ever say to anyone. I'm a very popular person on YouTube, so I get horrible things said to me every day in the comments. If somebody says that I'm terrible or useless or the worst teacher that has ever existed on the internet, I don't really worry if somebody says that. But if somebody calls me mediocre, that's horrible to say that to someone. You're the same as everyone else. An example sentence is, his performance was mediocre, not meeting expectations. And from our essays, for example, the world is filled with many star athletes who started off as mediocre in the beginning, but they challenge and push themselves to their limit, which ultimately help them to attain the greatest version of themselves. So if you want to really, really annoy me and upset me, just write this video is mediocre in the comments. The next one is the opposite of mediocre. It is notable. And this means worthy of attention or important. Synonyms are remarkable, significant, or noteworthy. This is an adjective, and common collocations are a notable achievement if you're talking about some achievement that somebody has made or some kind of scientific discovery or technological advancement. A notable exception. So if you're talking about, I believe this, and then you want to talk about a counter argument or another side to the point that you're making, you could say a notable exception is, and a notable example. So you're going to be giving at least 2 examples in your essays. So you could write a notable example. Here's an example sentence. Her notable achievements in science earned her several awards. And in her essay, in conclusion, although well-known individuals earn big amounts of money from sponsors, notable people's lives will be in danger because evil-minded people will harm them. The next one is a very useful word, numerous, which means many in number. Synonyms include many, several, various, and this is an adjective. Common collocations are numerous times. For example, she has traveled to Paris numerous times. And in our essay, the majority of the chief positions in business organizations are occupied by males, despite the fact that more than half of the workforce in numerous developed nations is made up of women. So when you are using this, you might use it in your explanations or your examples. When you're explaining something, you can say that this has happened numerous times, or there are numerous examples of this happening. You don't have to do that for every essay. Just have it in your toolkit. The next word is peers. Peers are people of the same age. So for example, my son's peers are 9-year-olds, or people that normally do the same job and are at the same level. They have the same status. Synonyms include equals, colleagues, and contemporaries. This is a noun, and common collocations are peer pressure and their peers. So we will often use this word when we are comparing people within the same group together. For example, adolescents often face peer pressure from their peers to conform to group norms. And in our essay, for instance, several studies have shown that kids are more likely to outperform their peers on tests when they watch educational shows. Very, very useful for comparing, for explaining, for giving examples. The next word is extremely useful because it can be used to describe pretty much anything and can be used as a synonym for so many different things. And it is one of the most mispronounced words in the English language. Let's see how I do with it. Phenomenon. This means something that happens or exists, especially something unusual or interesting. Synonyms include event, occurrence, and happening. This is a noun, and common collocations are natural phenomenon. You could use natural phenomenon to describe global warming, for example, or a social phenomenon. So something that people have started to do, or you go to a new country and you're like, oh, that's an interesting social phenomenon, a thing that is happening that I've never noticed before. For example, I recently traveled to a country where every restaurant you go to, parents would give their children iPads and phones and allow them to play music and games at full blast. It's like, that's an interesting phenomenon. It also allows you to be diplomatic and polite. So an example sentence, the Northern Lights are a natural phenomenon that attracts many visitors. It is a thing in the sky that is natural, a natural phenomenon. In our essays, this phenomenon may result in younger people being apathetic towards politics and election results that do not reflect public opinion. So you could use this in your introduction. You could use this in topic sentences, you could use this in explanations, and you could use this in your conclusion. If you are really stuck for a synonym, maybe you have repeated the word a few times and you're like, how do I change this? You could say this phenomenon, but make sure it is a phenomenon. The next word is proportion, which means a part of a whole or a percentage. So if you're talking about a percentage of something, you could use proportion. Synonyms are part, portion, or fraction. And this is a noun, and common collocations are large proportion or small proportion. For example, a large proportion of the population supports the new law. And from our essays, some believe that a certain proportion of these vacancies should be allocated to females. This is also very useful for task 1 academic if you're doing the academic module. The next word is revenue, and this means income from business or government activities in the form of tax. That's how governments make money. Synonyms are income, earnings, and profits. Although be very careful because revenue and profits are two very, very different things. If you ever run a business, you should know that. Word type is a noun, and common collocations are annual revenue, revenue from, so revenue from taxes, revenue from IELTS VIP courses if we're lucky, and tax revenue. Example sentence, the company's annual revenue has grown steadily. And from our essay, this is because with economic progress, states generate lots of revenue which can be used to provide high quality services such as free education. So often you will get questions asking about government services. Education is often a government service, depending on which country you live in. Health is sometimes a government service, not if you live in America. But a lot of questions can be boiled down to, should the government provide this service, or is the government providing a good enough service? And you can talk about revenue coming in from different things and how revenue is being spent. The next word is resent, and this means to feel angry or bitter about something. Synonyms are begrudge, disliked, or be annoyed by. And this is a verb, and common collocations are resent the implication or resent the fact. For example, he began to resent the implication that he was not working hard enough. And from our essay, parents should encourage their children to stay at home more rather than force them so that their children will not resent them. So it's a very easy way to talk about things that people dislike. For example, I really resent the fact that I picked so many of these words and I didn't think it was going to take this long to make this video. The next word is sector, which means parts or divisions of a larger group or area. Synonyms are divisions, segments, or areas. This is a noun, and common collocations are the public sector. The public sector means you work in the government. The private sector, those people who actually do all the work, means that you work not for the government, for real businesses. And then we have the voluntary sector, people who volunteer their time. They don't work for the government, they don't work for real businesses, they work for charities. For example, the public sector employs many people in healthcare and education. And from our essays, others think that they have to only study something useful for their future, for example, those related to science and technology sectors. The next word is workforce, and this means all the people who work in a company or country. Synonyms are staff, employees, and labor force. This is a noun, and a common collocation is a skilled workforce. For example, a skilled workforce is key to a company's success. And from our essay, one benefit of multinational companies is that they employ a large workforce. The next word is gifted, and this means having a special talent or ability. Synonyms are talented, skilled, and exceptional. This is an adjective, and the common collocation is a gifted child or gifted children. You will often use this when talking about education. Not every essay about education, but if you are talking about exceptional gifted children, you can use this word. For example, the school has programs for gifted children in the arts and sciences. And from our essay, children who are gifted with a particular inborn talent often achieve their goal early in their lives. You could also use one of the other high-level words we mentioned in this video, innate, to talk about people who are born with a particular gift. The next word is nutritional, which means relating to the nutrients in food. Synonyms are dietary, nutritious, and nourishing. This is an adjective, and common collocations are nutritional value and nutritional deficiencies. For example, it is important to consider the nutritional value of your diet. And from our essays, one disadvantage is that vegetarian diets may cause nutritional deficiencies. One of the most common Task 2 topics is health, and it is very easy to connect health with our nutrition, our eating habits, so very important word to know. The next word is thrive, which means to grow or develop well. Synonyms include flourish, prosper, and succeed. This is a verb, and a common collocation for this word is to thrive in. For example, children thrive in a loving and supporting environment. And from our essays, for this reason, I believe that some inborn qualities play a crucial part for people to thrive in some areas like music or sports. So if you think about the area or the context that that person or that thing is thriving in, is succeeding in, is prospering in, then you can use thrive in that area. And it's not just people, companies can thrive, animals can thrive, lots of different things can thrive. And the next word you might not think is a high-level word, and it is unsafe. You might think that this is a low-level word because you know it, you know how to use it, and it is quite a short, common word. But if you go to cambridgedictionary.org online, pop in unsafe, you'll see that this is a C1 word. That's a very, very useful point to make because many of you think that high-level words are these big, unknowable, unusable words that you've never heard before. That's often not the case. Often you know way more C1 and C2 words than you realize. This word means not safe or dangerous. Synonyms include dangerous, risky, or hazardous. This is an adjective, and a very common collocation are unsafe conditions. For example, the building was evacuated due to unsafe conditions. And from our essay, the second reason behind the negativity of being a star is that it creates an unsafe environment that may endanger the star's mental health. So unsafe conditions, unsafe environment, when you're talking about dangerous things, often that will come up in task 2. And a very, very appropriate word for our last word, unwind, because I'm definitely going to have to unwind after reading out so many of these words. And this means to relax after work or some kind of tension. Synonyms include relax, rest, or de-stress. This is a verb, and common collocations are unwind after. For example, it is important to unwind after a long day at work, like reading lots and lots and lots and lots of words and definitions. From our essays, this essay believes that television can do both, as it helps people to unwind, but it also presents complicated information in an easily digestible form. So now that you know what those words are, I want you now to think about why are you watching this video. You're not watching this video to boost your vocabulary. You're watching this video to get the IELTS score that you need. And let me tell you the worst thing that you could do right now. If you want to improve your IELTS writing score, the worst thing you can do is take those words and try and insert as many of those words as possible into your essay. And I want to prove that to you using data and a really cool software tool that you can use to analyze your own essays. And I'm going to take the essays from here, IELTS 18, and I'm going to show you just how many band 7, 8, 9, C1, C2 words they actually use in their essays that have been produced by Cambridge examiners. So if we have a look here, what I've done is I've used this amazing tool called Text Inspector. Text Inspector does a lot of different things, but one of the things that it does is you can add in a bunch of text. So I've taken the 100 essays from our band 7, 8, and 9 students. And what it will do is it will analyze all of the words and categorize the words into A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2. And this was the tool I also used to actually get the words. So for example, here's a list of all the C1 words. Here's a list of all the C2 words. But the really, really interesting thing about this data is that out of all the words used, only 3.2% of the words are C2. And only 6.04% of the words are C1. What does that tell you? More than 90% of the words used in those band 7, 8, and 9 essays are A1, A2, B1, B2. Now, many of you might be thinking, Chris, you're famous for telling people to simplify their language and not include too many high-level words. Maybe your students, this is what their essays look like, but real band 7, 8, and 9 essays don't actually look like that. So what I've done is I've taken 3 essays from this book, Cambridge 18. These are essays that have been produced by very high-level examiners and put into their book. So let's see what their essays look like. 1.31% of their words were C2. 3.67% of their words were C1. Around 95% of their words are A1, A2, B1, B2. And the majority of their words are A1 and A2, more than half. And this isn't just IELTS essays. You can take any great writing. Like I've taken George Orwell essays, who is probably the greatest writer of the 20th century. And the graph looks like this. I've taken academic journal articles from my university days. I've taken the Financial Times, the Wall Street Journal, probably the best writing of any newspapers. It looks like this. So when you go on to your social media accounts, you go onto Instagram, you go onto TikTok, and some guy is giving you a list of C1 and C2 words and telling you that your essays are not good enough if your essays aren't packed full of these words, just ask yourself a question. Who do you think knows more? The person that runs the most successful online IELTS course in the world? Cambridge examiners? George Orwell? The people who write articles for the Financial Times and the Wall Street Journal, or some clown on TikTok or Instagram? So you're probably thinking now, well, what do I do now? You've given me this list of high-level words. How am I actually going to use them in my essay to improve my score? Am I saying not to use C1 and C2 words? No. What I'm saying is you should be using all levels of words accurately and appropriately.
Getting a band 8 or 9 in IELTS writing is much simpler than you think. Over the course of my career, I have corrected more than 10,000 IELTS essays. I've seen every single mistake that an IELTS student can make, from structuring their arguments to making silly vocabulary errors. And one thing that I can tell you is all of these can be easily fixed. Every student that I have worked with that has got a band 8 or 9 has followed one simple strategy. Understand what the common mistakes are and learn how to fix those common mistakes. So today what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a band 6 real student essay that is full of the most common mistakes that we see, and I'm going to show you sentence by sentence how to transform that essay from a band 6 to a band 8. So you'll be able to see how simple it is to transform your writing and get the score that you need. So if your aim is to get a band 7, 8 or 9 in IELTS writing and relocate to the country of your dreams, you're in the right place. So sit back, relax, and let's learn how to improve our IELTS writing. So let's start off by looking at this student's essay and figure out why this is a band 6, and then I'll show you how to transform it to a band 8. Now, do not skip ahead. If you skip ahead, you're not going to understand why most students get these things wrong. And in my experience, after correcting thousands of essays, the students that learn what to avoid do much, much better than the students that just learn a bunch of good things to do in their essay. I know that doesn't make sense, but a lot of things don't make sense about IELTS. Do not skip ahead. Watch this part of the video and understand the bad things to avoid. Everything that we're going to discuss will be related to these. These are the official band descriptors. When your examiner is marking your essay, they are looking at these bands, and this is what they're basing their score on, and only this. So it's really important that you understand why these things lead to a low score. I'll also share the new guidance that was released recently. It's a little bit more detail, and it's released from IELTS, so it's something that you should definitely pay attention to. So let's start off by understanding the question. Very, very important. Some people believe that professionals such as doctors and engineers should be required to work in the country where they did their training. Others believe they should be free to work in other countries. Discuss both views and give your opinion. So the student starts off with nowadays, spelled incorrectly. The crucial debate about professional people working in other countries is raging. So in the very first sentence, the student has made a crucial error. They've made a mistake, which is including a background statement. Now, many of you have been taught, because many teachers teach their students to start their essay with a background statement. Why is this wrong, and why will this lower your score? Well, a background statement is an example of a memorized sentence or a memorized template. Normally, they will look something like this. Nowadays, the crucial debate about X, so insert the topic, is raging. So what happens when students memorize these things is they will often make mistakes. So, for example, This student, and this is a very, very, very common mistake, they have misspelt the word nowadays as nowsadays. If I had a penny for every time I've read the word nowsadays, I wouldn't be teaching you IELTS. I'd be on a beach somewhere enjoying myself. The other reason why this is a mistake is more strategic. So you only have about 40 minutes to write your whole essay. You should not include anything that doesn't improve your score. Background statements do not improve your score at all, so including them is wasting time. So anything that wastes time and leads to vocabulary errors, grammar errors, and doesn't improve your score at all is a complete and utter waste of time. You have also created a very bad first impression because, as I said, the examiner has seen this 1,000 times. In their brain, when they read that, they are automatically thinking, this person is just relying on memorization and templates. They've probably went to a very bad school, had a bad teacher. This essay is going to be bad. Do you want the very first impression to be that? Probably not. It also simply just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Read it. Nowadays, the crucial debate about professional people working in other countries is raging. Is it? Is it actually raging? Is this a debate that a lot of people are having? No. There are far more important debates and problems in the world than professional people deciding whether to stay or leave their country. So you have just written something that is complete and utter nonsense. I'd also like to draw your attention to the official marking criteria and what it says for a band 0. Where there is proof that a candidate's answer has been totally memorized. Your first sentence is providing proof to the examiner that you do not know how to write. If you knew how to write an essay, you wouldn't use memorized sentences like this. So what some examiners will do is they will discount that entire sentence because it is meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't contribute anything to the essay. Let's have a look at the next sentence. Whilst many people believe they should remain in their home country, others say they should have freedom to work anywhere in the world. This essay will endeavour to analyse both sides before coming to a reasoned conclusion. And let's look at the official marking criteria to show you why this whole introduction is just a complete waste of time. If we look at band 9 for task response, a clear and fully developed position. Band 8, a clear and well-developed position. Band 7, a clear and developed position is presented. And if we look at the guidance for the marking criteria, it says the task response assesses how clearly the candidate opens the discourse, establishes their position, and formulates conclusions. So what your position is what you think about the question. What do you believe is the answer to the question? So what is the question asking you to do? Well, it's asking you to do 3 things. Discuss this view, discuss that view, and give your opinion. 3 different things. This introduction doesn't do any of those 3 things. Whilst many people believe they should remain in their home country, that's just repeating the question. It's not saying why. It's not giving any position. Others say that they should have freedom to work anywhere in the modern world. Again, no position. They're just repeating the question. This essay will endeavour to analyse both sides before coming to a reasoned conclusion. This is a memorized sentence again, so not very good. But also, there is no position, no opinion. Give your opinion. There's nothing here. Now, why do students do this? Well, maybe it's not your fault. I've taught in many, many countries all over the world, especially Asia. And in many countries, I'll not name individual countries, don't worry, I'll not pick on anybody. But in your education system, you are often taught from a very small child not to take a strong position or not to have a strong opinion on anything. This is completely the opposite to the Western education system and how IELTS want you to write essays. They want you to have a strong position and tell them what you think. So if you want to move to a Western country and get a high score on the IELTS test, you have to abandon this idea of not taking any position and just being very wishy-washy about everything. Also, the other reason is many of you go to IELTS schools and IELTS teachers that just teach you this templated memorization technique. The examiners are not dumb. Most of the senior examiners have marked well over 10,000 essays, and at least 70–80% of them look like this. That is why it is extremely rare to get band 8 and get band 9, but it is extremely common to get band 5, 5.5, 6, and 6.5. These are the most common scores. But don't worry, we'll show you how to transform this introduction in a very simple way and show you how to tell the examiner exactly what you think about this question in a very simple, effective way. Now, there are also multiple little spelling errors, little spelling mistakes. That is also a problem and is dragging your score down to a band 6. I hope you're enjoying this video on IELTS writing. If you want to improve your IELTS writing even more and put all of the things that you're learning from our YouTube channel into practice, I've developed a free course called IELTS Essay Builder. What IELTS Essay Builder does is it gives you a free course that structures everything from your introduction to your main body paragraphs to your conclusions. It shows you step-by-step, sentence-by-sentence, how to write everything that you're learning here. And it's 100% free, and it's helped thousands of students get a band 7, 8, and even 9. To sign up for that for free, all you have to do is just click the link in the description, enter your email address on that page, and we'll send you that free IELTS Essay Builder for free. Thanks very much. Now back to the video. Let's move on to the first main body paragraph. Let's check this out and see if this is good or not. On the one hand, okay, this is a totally acceptable way to show I'm going to discuss this first point. Doctors have a duty to take care of their own people. This is because doctors pay for a doctor's training. Therefore, medical professionals have responsible to give back to nation. Likewise, engineers have many crucial skills that are valuable to their home country. For example, my brother is an engineer who built the high-speed rail network of my home country, which is now the envy of the world. So overall, this is quite good, but there's a couple of major issues here. And if you read this paragraph, if I gave you this paragraph before this video, 80–90% of students would say, you know, that's quite a good paragraph. They should be getting a high score. But there are a couple of fundamental issues with it. So if we have a look at band 6 for task response, it says main ideas are relevant. And these ideas are relevant. There's nothing wrong with them. But some may be insufficiently developed or may lack clarity, while some supporting arguments and evidence may be less relevant or inadequate. If we compare that with a band 8, ideas are relevant, well extended, and supported. So this is all about idea development. In other words, did they take each idea and fully explain each idea and provide an example to help support that idea even more? So the problem with this particular paragraph is there are two main ideas instead of one central main idea. So instead of fully developing one idea, they've put in two ideas and they have failed to really fully develop both of them because they just don't have time, they don't have enough room to do that. Now, when I asked the student, why did you do this? They said, well, it says in the question to talk about doctors and engineers. So I talked about doctors first and I talked about engineers. My old teacher, that's what they said, told me that I must talk about everything in the question in order to get a high score. Well, let's have a look at the question and analyze whether that is true or not. Some people believe that professionals, such as doctors and engineers. Why does it say such as doctors and engineers? Well, professionals is not a very clear, succinct word. It has many different meanings. So by putting such as doctors and engineers into the question, what the people at Cambridge who wrote this question are trying to do is help you understand the word professionals. They are not instructing you that you must talk about doctors and then you must talk about engineers. So by following faulty advice, the student is lowering their score and doing the wrong thing. Remember, the examiners are only following what it says here in the marking criteria. They're not checking in with your local teacher and asking them, well, what did you tell them? Also, this second sentence just doesn't make any sense in relation to the explanation that they're giving. This is because doctors pay for a doctor's training, therefore medical professionals have responsible to give back to nation. When I spoke to the student about this and asked them, it doesn't make any sense, it's confusing, they're like, oh no, I meant to write government. This is because the government pays for a doctor's training. Therefore, medical professionals have responsible to give back to nation. And the reason why they made this mistake is they were trying to think of way too many things on test day because they were relying on memorization. If you have memorized a bunch of vocabulary, grammar, templates, memorized sentences, you're not really focused on the one thing that you should be focused on, which is answering the question and writing a clear essay. Students that just focus on writing a clear essay, write a clear essay and answer the question. Students that are thinking of 17 different things at the same time, write confusing things like this. If we go back to the marking criteria, may lack clarity. It's not clear. Likewise, engineers have many crucial skills that are valuable to their home country. Okay, what are those skills? How are they valuable? There's no explanation in here. For example, my brother is an engineer who built the high-speed rail network of my home country, which is now the envy of the world. Who cares? Is it really the envy of the world? Or are you just listening to your government telling you that it is the envy of the world? Who cares about your brother? You're very proud of your brother, but that doesn't mean anything to an academic essay. This is just too personal. You should avoid very, very personal examples like this because they only tell the story of your brother or your cousin or your mother or whoever you are talking about. And I'll show you how you can convert a very personal example like this that's easy to think about, how to convert it into a Band 8 example later in the video. So not a bad paragraph, apart from the fact that it is not clear, the ideas are not developed enough, and the example just doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's move on to the next paragraph. On the other hand, a mistake right away. So if we look at coherence and cohesion for a Band 6, cohesive devices such as on the one hand, on the other hand, are used to some good effect, but cohesion within or between sentences may be faulty or mechanical due to misuse, overuse, or omission. So this student knows what on the one hand, on the other hand means, but because they have memorized it, they don't really know how to use it properly. They've made a mistake. And again, if I had a penny for every time I've seen that mistake, I would be a multimillionaire. It is better to write nothing and not make the mistake than it is to include things that you're not 100% sure about. On the other hand, doctors and engineers might find it difficult to find job and adapt to society of foreign country. There is always language barrier to face when moving to new country, and many doctors require high IELTS score in order to do their job. For example, doctors have to achieve the incredibly high score of 7.5 in most English-speaking countries. Engineers may also face a culture shock when they move abroad to a new place. Many engineers have recently moved to Africa to build large infrastructure projects and find the lack of familiar home food and work culture very different from before. So can you spot the major issue in this paragraph? So if you haven't spotted it yet, let's have a look at the question again. So some people believe that professionals such as doctors and engineers should be required to work in the country where they did their training. So in this paragraph, they have covered that point. Others believe they should be free to work in other countries. In this paragraph, they've covered that point. So this paragraph should be about others believe they should be free to work in other countries. But is it? Look at the ideas. The ideas are about why it is difficult to move to a new country, the obstacles someone will face. The question is about should they have the freedom, the right to work in other countries, not about whether it will be difficult or not. So if we have a look at the marking criteria for Band 7 for task response, the main parts of the prompt are appropriately addressed. For Band 8, the prompt is appropriately and sufficiently addressed. So for the second part of the prompt, they're not addressing the question. Their ideas are not relevant. So it's impossible for them to get a Band 7 or get a Band 8. And this is often a problem that you'll get very angry students that can't believe that they got a 6.5 or a 6 or a 5.5 because they said, I answered the question, I wrote a good essay. No, you didn't. This is why it's so important for you to get someone who is experienced and knows what they're doing to look at your essays and point out your mistakes. The other main issue is they have repeated the same mistake of talking about doctors and then talking about engineers. Way too many ideas. There are 4 main ideas in this essay now. Really, there should only be 1 in this paragraph and 1 in this paragraph, and then fully develop each idea. And the good news for this student is their writing is quite good. They don't have a huge problem. They've just been taught the wrong thing. So by fixing a few simple things that we'll show you in the rest of the video, they'll be easily able to move from a band 6 to a band 7 or even 8. So let's have a look at the conclusion. In a nutshell, it's not really appropriate in an academic essay to write in nutshell. It's a very informal way of starting a conclusion. How many conclusions will you write on test day? 1. How many cohesive devices, linking words, do you need to learn to put at the beginning of your conclusion? 1. Learn 1 properly in conclusion. That's simple, easy to use. And I know many of you right now are in the comments saying, can I do it with this? Can I do it with that? Can I do it with this? Just learn 1 simple thing provided to you by someone who knows what they're doing. Keep it simple. Do not learn 17 different ways to write a conclusion, because what will happen is you'll either write something inappropriate or you'll make a mistake. It's in a nutshell. They've missed out the article here. There are plethora spelt incorrectly of reasons for medics and those from an engineering background to remain loyal to their mother country. Like what? Stop sitting on the fence. Stop beating around the bush. Give me your position. What do you think about this? At no point in this essay has this student given their opinion. At no point. What is the question asking you to do? Give your opinion. Again, this might not be your fault. You might come from one of those educational backgrounds that, for the last 15 years you've been taught not to do that, but it's time to grow up. You're moving to a different country. You need to adopt their ways of doing things. It is recommended they stay at home in order to avoid the hardships such as homesickness many face when they move abroad. The question wasn't asking you to give a recommendation. Why is the student doing this? Because their teacher told them to. So if you are relying on memorizing a template or a structure, you're not really thinking, am I answering the question? All you're thinking about is, what do I put into this part of the structure? Structures are helpful, but they're about, less than 5% of your total score. And you should not use them if they're provided to you by someone who doesn't really know what they're doing. So as you've seen, this student is probably going to get a band 6 for task response, probably going to get a 6 for coherence and cohesion, but that's only 50% of your total mark. The rest of your mark will be for lexical resource and grammatical range and accuracy. And this is a very good example of a band 6 student for grammatical range and accuracy and lexical resource, which is just a fancy way of saying vocabulary. Most students that we are working with that are getting a 6 or 6.5 overall, they don't have bad grammar or bad vocabulary, but they're making way too many small errors, and these little errors add up. So the way that an examiner is thinking about your essay in terms of grammar and vocabulary is not, did you use some words like plethora and nowadays and the debate is raging. They don't look at that and go, oh my God, this person is amazing. What they're doing is they are looking at your range, but most importantly, your accuracy. They are counting the number of mistakes. And very, very basically, if more than 50% of your sentences have grammar, vocabulary, spelling errors in them, then you are going to get a band 6, and it's impossible for you to get more than a band 6 because all of these little errors add up. So let's take vocabulary. This student doesn't have bad vocabulary, but they're trying to use too many words that they don't really understand, and this is leading to a lot of spelling mistakes. And spelling is counted in the lexical resource part of the marking criteria. So nowadays, plethora, endeavor, responsibility, and many other small little vocabulary errors that are present in more than 50% of the sentences. I'll show you a very, very quick and easy way, a simple way to eliminate most of these mistakes and transform your essay from a band 6 to a band 8 later in the video. Same thing with grammar. So most of the students that we work with, most of the essays that I have marked, don't have a huge problem with grammar. Most of the grammar is quite good in this essay, but they have one or two areas of grammar. So that could be articles, punctuation, subject-verb agreement, tenses, for example, or other areas of grammar that they have a huge problem with. So if you have a look at this student, you will see that there are multiple article errors. In nutshell, on other hand, might find it difficult to find job, have a responsibility, and over and over and over again. So again, all these small errors just add up. And then when you combine that with lots of spelling mistakes, too many ideas, not answering the question, irrelevant ideas, this all adds up to a student who believes that they're getting a band 7 or band 8, opening up their score on results day and seeing a big fat 6. But the good news is that you can easily fix all of this and transform it. And over the years, I wish I could have just taken each of these essays and given the student, 10 or 15 minutes of advice, and they would have really improved their score and moved to the country of their dreams and had, a very happy, high-paying job and all of those good things. So the good news is for you is we're going to do that for you in this video. This video is sponsored by us, IELTS Advantage, and the IELTS VIP course. The IELTS VIP course is the most successful IELTS course in the world. That is a fact because we have more band 7, 8 and 9 success stories than any other IELTS course in the entire world. We do that by simplifying the whole IELTS process, supporting you with some of the best IELTS teachers in the world, and being with you every step of the way until you get the score that you need. To thank you for making it this far in the video, I want to give you 10% off our VIP course. All you have to do is just look down in the description. You will see our special link that you need to get 10% off. Just click that and you can sign up. If you have any questions about the VIP course, always feel free to get in touch with us. Chris@IELTSadvantage.com is my email address. We answer 100% of the questions that we get. Hope that you become a VIP. If not, enjoy the rest of this free video. So let's rewrite this and transform it from a band 6 to a band 8. Now, before we look at the introduction, we need to look at the question again. It is the most important thing. A lot of students really focus on structures and memorizing things and taking chunks of essays from teachers out. But really, the students that get a band 8, get a band 9, they focus a lot more on the question, formulating the answer in their brain, and then taking that answer and putting it on paper. That's really what they're testing. Can you look at something, think clearly about it, and then put it clearly on paper? So let's reiterate, what are they asking you to do? They're asking you to do 3 things. Why do people think this side? Why do people think this side? And what do you think? Now, just to go into a little bit more detail, this is something that we teach our VIP students. It's not why do you think this and why do you think that. It's why do other people think this side, why do other people think that side, and what do you think? So looking at the question again, you need to be thinking about why do some people believe that they should be required to work in their home country? Why do some people think that? If you ask someone that, what would they say? What is the main idea behind them thinking that? Then others say they should be free to work. Why do they say that? And then the third thing that you need to do is, what do you think? Do you agree with this side? Do you agree with that side? Or do you think something slightly different? I'll show you how you can do that all in your introduction. So what we're going to do is take this introduction that is meaningless, and we're going to show you how to transform this into an introduction that answers the question, which is what you should be doing. So whilst many people think that professional workers owe a debt to the country they trained in, so what have we done there? We've explained why people believe this side. They believe this side because they think that these doctors, engineers, nurses, lawyers, whoever was trained in that country, they owe a debt. Not necessarily money, but they owe that country. They have a responsibility to remain there and work there. So what we've done in that sentence is we have immediately said, this is why people think this. We compare that with, this is a hot topic that is raging and some people think that, meaningless, to exactly what people think. The difference between these two, we often describe this as a shotgun approach. So this one here is a shotgun approach. If you think about how a shotgun works, you use a shotgun to spray an area and hope that you hit something. Compare that with a rifle. A rifle is one shot, one kill. A rifle is accurate. That is why they are so deadly. Short, to the point, answer the question. Now let's move on to the other side of it. I believe they should be free to work where they choose because they can make more money. So if you asked someone, you're a doctor, engineer, you're a lawyer, you're a nurse, why are you moving to a Western country or an English-speaking country? Because I can make more money. If you asked 100 of them, why are you moving away? To make more money. So we don't choose the most complex or the most high level or fancy idea. We choose the simplest, most straightforward, most popular idea because they are easy to understand, easy to write about. One thing many of you are jumping up and down and furiously typing, you can't put I, you can't put a personal pronoun in your IELTS essay. Remember what the question says, give your opinion. What do you believe? Easiest way for you to do that is just say, I believe. I think. It is my opinion. You're not going to lose any marks for that. In fact, you're going to gain marks because you're making it super duper clear what you think and how you're answering the question. And nowhere does it say in the official marking criteria or the official guidance that you're not allowed to do that. So what have I done with this sentence? I've done two things. This is why these people believe this, because of money. And I agree with them. I believe this too. So you've done all three things in one sentence. Here's what these people think, here's what these people think, and this is what I think. Now many of you will look at this and think, it's not long enough, it's too short. Size does not matter, thankfully. There is nothing in the marking criteria that says your introduction needs to be very long. Like other things in this world, it's not the size that counts, it is what you do with it. I could write a very, very long introduction like the Band 6 student did, but it wouldn't really satisfy the examiner. This one is short, it's small, but it's mighty. In fact, what this does is it shows the examiner that you've understood the question, you've answered the question, and you're telling the examiner what is coming up in the rest of this essay. Because all we need to do now is take this side, write about it in our main body paragraph, fully develop that main idea, then take the other side, fully develop that main idea, and then summarize everything in our conclusion. So that's what we're going to do now. So in our first main body paragraph, we're going to, like the Band 6 student, we're going to talk about this first view, but we're going to reduce the number of ideas from 2 to 1. So we're going to change nothing about the cohesive device on the one hand, showing the examiner. I'm going to talk about this side first. So on the one hand, professionals often receive considerable funding from their government to become fully qualified. So this is just a much simpler, clearer way of saying the same thing that the Band 6 student said. Doctors have a duty to take care of their own people. This is because doctors pay for a doctor's training. Not very clear. This is much simpler, but clearer. What I have done is put a topic sentence that just clearly states this is the main reason, this is the main idea. There's no explanation here, there's no complexity. You're just saying, this is why people believe this. Now we need to explain why they think this. So big difference between Band 6 and Band 8 is Band 6 will just state main ideas and not really explain why those ideas are true. Imagine you're arguing with this person. Imagine you're saying, well, why should they do that? I don't agree with you. Can you explain more? It is only fair that they should repay this support by working in that place. So if someone helps you, it is fair, it is the right thing to do to repay them. But again, we need to explain this. Well, why? Why is it fair? So we need to continue to explain. So that's the difference again between a Band 6 and a Band 8. Band 6, when they're writing explanations, they might write just one sentence. Whereas a band 7, band 8, band 9, they will develop that explanation a lot more. They will fully explain it, they will fully develop it, so that anyone could read this and understand this person's point. This is because they often do jobs that greatly benefit society, and this is why their government invested in them in the first place. So you're explaining, why do governments pay for doctors and engineers and lawyers and all of these professional people? Why do they pay for that? Is it just to keep them happy, to keep them busy? No, it's actually quite selfish. They do it so that that investment pays off in the future. Normally, governments and politicians don't do things just to make people happy. They do it to get a benefit. So we're explaining that. And also, I made a mistake here. And don't worry, Band 8, Band 9 is not about writing the perfect essay without any mistakes, without any messiness. You can easily just cross something out and continue on. You're not going to lose marks for that. And Band 9 students even make little slips. It says that in the marking criteria. So we've fully explained that. What we need to do now is we need to include an example to support that. So remember the example of, like, my brother built the railways all by himself. What you can do is you can take a personal example. So I actually do have a member of my family that is a doctor, and the government did pay for them. I was a lawyer and the government paid all of my university fees. So I got a law degree and went to law school for free. Now, I do have those examples in my brain, but they're too personal. I'm not going to write, for example, my brother is a doctor and the UK government paid for everything. But I can take that personal example and I can expand it to talk about the general idea, the general population. And it's not just my brother, it's thousands of doctors every single year that are trained by the UK government. So take my brother, expand it out. The UK pays for thousands of doctors every year. So for example, the UK, let's put spends, it's a little bit more accurate, millions of pounds training junior doctors through university tuition fees and on-the-job training. So as you can see, we've taken multiple ideas, we've reduced that idea down to one relevant idea that answers the question, fully explained that idea, and then supported it with an example that makes sense. Now we're going to move on to the second paragraph, where we're going to show the counter argument. We're going to show the other side of it, because that's what the question is asking us to do. Apologies, this is going to look really messy. I'm thinking about what to say to you guys and thinking about the cameras instead of focusing on what I'm doing. However, every individual should have the opportunity to reach their maximum potential. So I'm showing the counter argument. These people think that governments pay lots of money, so they should stay and pay off that debt. However, other people think you should have the freedom to earn as much money as you would like to. So what I'm doing here is I'm explaining it, and what I do is I use this so what technique. Whenever I was in English class, I had an English teacher, and what he would do is he would look over your shoulder and point to topic sentences, point to ideas and say, so what? He would do it very violently. I'm not going to do that with you. But what that English teacher was trying to beat into me was explain what you mean. So they should have the opportunity to reach their maximum earning potential. What does that mean? Well, those in the professions, those jobs, are some of the most highly skilled, highly sought people in the world. So what? Keep explaining. There is a global market for their skills, and they can command much higher salaries by moving abroad. So you could go into a lot more detail. You could talk about globalization and post-globalization, that now we live in a world where there is one market for labor. It's a very complicated thing, but a very simple way of saying it is there is a global market for their skills, and they can command much higher salaries by moving abroad. If they move abroad, they make more money. More money is good. They should be able to do that. So what? Keep explaining. If they were blocked from doing so, it would be a substantial financial disadvantage for the individual. So this would be a bad thing. If people were not allowed to leave, imagine you're a doctor or a nurse and you're not allowed to leave your home country, that would be a very, very bad thing and you wouldn't be happy about that. So we've just explained that. Put yourself in the shoes of that person. A big difference between a Band 6 student and a Band 8 student is you will often hear Band 6 students saying, I don't know anything about this. I'm not a nurse, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an engineer. But you have an imagination, you have a brain. You can put yourself in the shoes of that person. Imagine you are a highly qualified doctor making $10,000 a year and you could be making $110,000 a year in another country. Would you be happy if they blocked you from leaving the country? So we've fully explained that. Next, we need to think of an example. Personally, I don't know anybody in this position because I live in a free country where you're allowed to come and go as you please. But I can think of other jobs where you can earn a lot more money by moving countries. An obvious one that springs to mind would be petroleum engineers. You know, I live in Ireland, there's no oil or gas here, or very, very little. If you're a petroleum engineer in Ireland, you are at a huge financial disadvantage. But if you can move somewhere that has lots of oil and gas, you will make a huge amount of money. So let's use that as an example. And that will also use the question. Doctors, engineers, we've given the example of doctors here. We're going to give another example of engineers here. So to those people that think, oh, you didn't answer the question. Well, we just did. You don't have to do that. Again, we're using the question to help us. So for instance, petroleum engineers can make hundreds of thousands of dollars more in oil-rich countries such as Saudi Arabia compared to remaining in Europe. Is this true? Yes. Is it related to the main idea? Yes. So this part, we've only really talked about why people believe this side. We need to reiterate our opinion. Remember, we're doing those three things. That wasn't done in the second main body paragraph in the original essay. And the easiest way to do that is I agree. I agree that the individual's right to work wherever they please trumps any nationalistic considerations. The individual, a person's right to work wherever they want, is more important than some nationalistic belief that, you know, everyone should stay at home. Okay, let's change this conclusion. So we're going to change in nutshell to just simply in conclusion. So we're not going to talk about plethora of reasons. We're going to actually state the reasons. We are going to summarize our main points. So we're going to say, these people think this, other people think that, I believe this. And do not worry about repeating yourself. So in the original conclusion, the person really didn't take a position and they were introducing some new ideas, because often people are taught that your conclusion cannot repeat any of the ideas in your essay. This comes from a misunderstanding of what a conclusion is and what an essay is, and really it's confusion about not repeating words. So many teachers believe that if you repeat a word, you will get a low score. A lot of them confuse that with not repeating main ideas. A conclusion is, by definition, a summary of the main ideas of the essay. That is what it is. If you disagree with me, then you don't know what a conclusion is. So in conclusion, although there is a tremendous amount of investment in a professional's development, so I'm conceding, I'm saying yes, there is this argument. There is a huge amount of money poured in to training these people. I recognize that. So you're conceding that, and you're just summarizing what is in that first main body paragraph. They should have the right to choose whether to repay that by working in their home state or moving to a region that pays them the highest value for their skills. Sorry, that is very messy. This has taken hours to make and my brain is turning to mush. I should have really produced this essay and wrote this essay before writing it all out. So again, what I'm doing here is I'm conceding, yes, This is what people think, but this is what other people think, and I agree with them. I believe this. There's no recommendation, there's no prediction. It is just stating the main points and stating what I think. Now, if we look at the whole essay, I'm a native English speaker. I could have used a lot fancier, high-level vocabulary, but I chose not to, because you're not being judged on how fancy your vocabulary is. You're being judged on how topic specific it is and how accurate it is. It also reduces complexity, which it reduces mistakes, reduces grammar errors. That is far, far better and a more realistic representation to you guys about what a Band 8 and Band 9 essay looks like. After marking thousands and thousands of essays, I can truly tell you that people who get a Band 8 and Band 9, their essays look simple and easy to understand. In fact, let me tell you a quick story. Whenever I used to teach in the classroom, what I would do is I would get Band 6 essays like this and Band 8 and 9 essays like this. And on the first day of class, I would put them up on the walls of the classroom and I would give students stickers. One said Band 6, one said Band 8, Band 9, and I would get them to put the stickers on the essays. 99% of students always got them wrong, because what students believe is Band 8 and Band 9 is a complex essay with lots of complex ideas, complex grammar, complex vocabulary. What students are always shocked by is how simple and easy to understand Band 8 and Band 9 essays actually are. And what I always said to the students was, what are they testing? Are they testing how much fancy stuff you know? Or are they testing your ability to communicate clearly in writing using English? They are testing the latter. They're testing when you move to a new country, when you move to London or Singapore or Sydney or New York or wherever English-speaking city you move to, can you clearly communicate with people? And you do that by avoiding all of the mistakes that are commonly in these essays and replacing it with simple, easy to understand language and clear, easy to understand ideas. If you do that, your writing will improve dramatically.
Now let's look at how to apply all of this that you've been learning today with us to the specific question types you might get on test day. So whether you get an opinion question, a discuss both views question, problem solution, or whatever question comes up on test day, you know exactly how to tackle it with confidence.
So we're going to work on this task 2 question together. Let's have a read of it first. In some areas of the US, a curfew is imposed in which teenagers are not allowed to be outdoors after a particular time at night unless they are with an adult. What is your opinion about this? So what's the very first thing we need to do with this question?
First is read it and understand the question.
Yep. So let's have a read of it. Is there anything that you don't understand in this question?
Actually, there's a word that I don't understand, curfew.
Yep.
I don't know the meaning of it.
So we have 2 choices really. If we see a question and there's a word or maybe 1 or 2 words that we don't understand, we have 2 choices. We can just panic and go like, oh, I'm going to fail, and then just try our best. Or we can do something else, which is guess the meaning from context. So what do you think I mean by guess from context?
Like you have to find the meaning of that word based on what you read, based on the meaning of the whole sentence.
Exactly. So if I just showed you that word without any other words around it, it would be quite difficult to determine the meaning of the word. But because we've got all of this extra information, we can look at all this extra information and guess what this means. So what do you think this means?
If I have a guess, depending on the, I think it's like kind of restriction.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a restriction. It's just a
fancy word for restriction.
A fancy word for restriction. Curfew is really about time. It's a time that there's a deadline that you have to be home before. So if you have an 11 p.m. curfew, that means that you have to be home before 11 p.m. or your mum and dad are going to be. So it's normally for children, young adults, your parents, your guardian says you have to be home before a particular time. So that would be perfect, because what some people would do is they would panic and they'd be like, IELTS is so unfair, I don't know what this word means. But often what they'll do is they will give you extra information. So they've given you particular time. So they've really defined it for you there. So they're actually helping you out with this. They know that many people will not understand this word, so they've helped you out by giving you this context. Is there anything else which you don't understand?
Apart from the word, everything else is...
So in some areas of the US, curfew is imposed in which teenagers are not allowed to be outdoors after a particular time at night unless, so you fully understand what that means. Yep. What would happen if we didn't take the time to understand it?
Well, we would start panic, we don't know what to do, where to start.
Yes, and we would also start to write about things that were not related to this. Because when we looked at your writing before, sometimes what you would do is you would write about the general topic rather than answer the question. And there's a big difference between writing about curfews in general or writing about discipline in children or something like that, rather than answering the exact question. So number one, understand. We've done that. Okay. What's the second thing we need to do?
Then we have to understand the general topic.
Yeah. So what is the general topic?
Here is it talking about restriction in particularly at night time. So
could we go a little bit wider than that?
Teenagers. Permissions from the parents to the teenagers.
Parenting. Yeah, it's really about parenting. Yeah, parenting and teenagers, looking after children. But let's just say it's parenting, okay? Why is it important that we understand the general topic first?
So we don't talk about...
Yeah, so we don't write everything about parenting, or we don't write everything related to looking after children at night or something like that. Again, we're wanting to answer the specific question. What's the third thing that we need to do?
Then we have to understand what's the specific topic.
Okay, what's the specific question that they're asking us? So what things would you underline here?
It says in some areas of the US, I know now what curfew is, so it's and then teenagers and adults.
Okay, so it's not talking about young children, it's not talking about people over 20, really it's just talking about people between the ages of 13 and 19, teenagers. Anything else we would?
Adults and particular time.
With an adult, particular time, and it's outdoors, so they might be able to stay up and watch movies or play games indoors, but it's all about whether they should be outdoors or not, because this is going to inform your decision, because we will then start to think about, okay, what is it about the outdoors that is dangerous? Why would parents not want children to be outdoors? What is it about, what's the difference between a child being outdoors and a child being indoors? So that helps us start to form our opinion and helps us to start to generate ideas without even getting to the idea generation phase, by thinking about these things, the specific thing. And the fourth thing?
And now we have to understand what type of question, what they're asking us.
Yeah, so what's the type of question? And what is the type of question?
It's an opinion, because it's asking about my opinion.
But what's weird about this?
It's got the what's inside, what is your opinion?
Yeah, so again, often students get a bit freaked out because it doesn't say, do you agree or disagree? Because people learn these static, rigid ways of answering a question, and then when they inevitably, IELTS will often change the wording a little bit. Instead of saying, do you agree or disagree, they'll say, what is your opinion about this? Or what do you think about this? But it's exactly the same as a do you agree or disagree question. So we answer it in the exact same way. Yeah? Can we move on? Yeah, okay, good. So what's the next stage that we need to get to?
We need to start to generate ideas.
Okay, so what are the two ways that we can answer this?
Ask for my own opinion.
Before we start generating ideas, what are the two ways that we can, remember we talked about before?
We can agree with this or we can disagree with it.
So you said to me earlier today, could we, some people say this, some people say that, I kind of believe that. You can do that, but it's very, very complicated. The simple way to answer these questions is just choose that one or that one, okay? So before we, put a line down the board and then go like agree and disagree, is there one that you think, as a mother, that you probably are thinking about already?
Yeah, for me, agree.
Agree. Yeah. So what I don't think we need to do, think of 3 or 4 ideas for this side, because as a mother and somebody who knows a lot about parenting, you're probably going to choose this one anyway. So an idea I would have is, instead of brainstorming both sides and wasting a lot of time, I would just... Do you agree? Yeah? Okay, so let's talk about some of the ways that we generate ideas that we talked about earlier today, because one of the problems that you had was, how do I generate ideas? I don't know how to do this, and you were talking about brainstorming. We were talking about
was not so that successful.
Unsuccessful, so waste of time. So what was one of the ways that we said that?
The first one was which is the obvious one, the most obvious.
Yeah. So instead of trying to think of a high-level idea or an idea that is going to impress people, what's the first idea that pops into your head? Why would you not want your children out on the streets of London?
Dangerous.
Okay, yeah, it's dangerous. That's the most obvious answer. What's another way that we could?
The 100 people rule. Yeah. Well, if we ask 100 people, what?
If you asked 100 people in London, why do you not want your 15-year-old daughter on the streets of London at 1 a.m., what would most of them say?
It's unsafe for them, it's dangerous.
Dangerous. So we'll give this a double tick, yeah? Because you've generated the same idea twice by a different method, yeah? If let's say that would be the top option, what would the second most popular option or the second most common option be?
Maybe because they're too young, when they make decision, then they won't make the right decision. Maybe they just...
Irresponsible?
Yeah, irresponsible, reckless. They won't think as much as an adult will think. They won't think twice.
Okay, so we have 2 good ideas. Well, I would be careful just with these 2 ideas to make sure that they don't mean the same thing, because wouldn't want...
Similar, aren't they?
They're similar, but I don't think they're the same thing. But you would want to think about that before you start writing, because what can happen is you write your introduction, you write your first main body paragraph about this one, and then you start writing about this one and you're like, oh, this is actually pretty much the same thing. So you just check those. This is more about third parties. This is more about what other people could do to your children. This is what they'll do to themselves.
There's a difference.
Which is probably the most worrying bit. What are some other ways that we could think of ideas if we wanted to, keep going with this?
We have to put ourselves in somebody else's position, opposite position, what they will think.
Different person. So you're a mother. What would a father say? You are a nurse. What would someone from a different occupation? You live in London. What would somebody in Paris say, or Dublin say? You're from Albania. What would someone from a different country say? Can you think of any other ways of thinking about it, putting yourself into someone else's shoes?
If I think it's dangerous, somebody else would say it's safe, because it depends where they live. If it's small village, they know each other.
Probably not a good for agree though. No? Again, these are just tools to help you. So one, if you were using a tool to fix your car, one tool might not work. That's fine, put it down, pick up another tool that actually does work. This way of generating ideas Just doesn't help you, because what you don't want to do in the exam is go like, oh, what would someone else think? And you sit there and you start to stress about it and you start to worry about it. We can move on to something else. If that doesn't work, that's why we have multiple ways of generating ideas. Number 4, is there any other way?
I have to ask myself.
Yeah, you personally. So you as a mother, imagine your son is 13 on his 13th birthday and he said, I'm going to go into Leicester Square in London tonight and I'm going to be there till 3 a.m. What would you say to him? Well, he's arguing with you. What excuse would you give him?
I would say it's dangerous for you. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know who you...
So let's give, you're irresponsible, you're too young. So when we have a double tick, when we have more than one tick, we know that these are probably reliable, relevant, specific ideas that answer the question. And we would always want to go back and just read the question again and think of our ideas. Do our ideas support our opinion? So some areas of the US, a curfew is imposed in which teenagers are not allowed to be outdoors after a particular time at night unless they are with an adult. I agree, because the world is dangerous and teenagers are irresponsible. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think that makes total sense. So now that we have our 2 ideas, what is the next stage?
Now we have to start with generating our main topic and planning paragraphs, 2 main paragraphs.
So we have main body paragraph. 1, we have our topic, sentence. We have our explanation. We have our example. Main body paragraph. 2, topic, sentence, explanation, example. Okay, we did this slowly before. We're going to do it fast now. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes. So let's say 4 minutes. Okay, so topic sentence is going to be obvious. So that is dangerous. But how would we describe that? How is the world being dangerous a reason to put a curfew on children?
Because we see the increase in the violence out on the streets. Lots of crimes.
Violence, crime, same thing. Not exactly the same. Boxing is not a crime and it's violence, but you know what I mean. Within this context, violent crime, yeah. Just don't want you repeating the same thing, you know, saying there has been an increase in violence, there has been an increase in crime. Within this context, that's basically saying the same thing. So we could change that to violent crime. This is one of those questions also that this is so obvious to a parent. You know, say, of course I don't let my children out at 1 a.m. But it's so obvious that people don't explain it properly because they think that the examiner and everyone else knows what they're talking about. But remember, we talked about before, the examiner can't phone you up and say, is this what you mean? Is this what you meant? You need to explain it to them. So why would an increase in crime, in violent crime, you as a parent?
Because they're more vulnerable compared with an adult. Teenagers are vulnerable. Unable to protect themselves.
Remember, we talked about outdoors, the difference between outdoors and indoors. How could we finish this up?
Because they don't have the comfort of their own house, the safety of their own home. Yeah. You don't know who you're going to meet on the street. You don't know the person. You don't know if you can trust that person.
So linking it back to the question at the end, I would encourage you to say, therefore it's safer to be at home where the parents can see them, because what you tend to do is you will explain things and sometimes you'll start to just scatter lots of ideas. Okay, there's an increase in violence, there's an increase in crime, they're more vulnerable, they're not able to protect themselves. Maybe start with this one explanation and keep that as a logical chain. Okay, as we talked about before, we were doing a question on why do people who work too much get fat, okay, or why do they get diabetes? They work too much, therefore they don't move, therefore they get fat, therefore they get diabetes. It's like a logical chain of events. There's an increase in violent crime, making them more vulnerable. Therefore they're unable to protect themselves and they're at high risk. Therefore it's safer for them to be at home. Yeah, so it's just one chain of events. An example?
For example, we can use, when we talked earlier, say we can use personal examples, but we have to make it more general.
You can first of all think of a personal example. So you or your sister who has children or someone like that, but then make it more general. Yeah.
We can refer to the numbers from the police. They're saying that they show there's an increase in crimes, and especially the victims. We can see more victims in teenagers rather than adults.
Yeah. You live in London. Is there any examples recently in London?
You see lots of, in newspapers. Every time you open newspaper, you will see, 14 years old has been stumped, 13 years old has been stumped.
Yeah. So the big thing in London the past year, 2 years, is a massive increase in stabbings, and the vast majority of the victims are young teenagers. So you can think of your own personal examples and try and widen it out, but also personal doesn't mean just you as a person, it's the city you live in, the country you live in. So it could be London, it could be England, it could be Albania. What's generally that you could, the time, I don't know, is there a general time that children have to be at home in Albania? Yeah. In Ireland, I would say, for teenagers, it's probably 9 or 10 p.m.
Same we expect in Albania as well.
Yeah. So there's lots of different ways that we can think of examples. Which one do you want to choose?
I thought I would choose the one from the newspapers that, statistics show.
So stab victims in London. And you don't have to be a criminologist to know that. Like, it's on the radio, it's in the newspapers in London every single day, so you don't have to say on the 24th of January in the Sun newspaper it said this. You say, there has been a massive increase in stab victims in London and most of them are teenagers, proving why you should keep them indoors. Yeah. So again, yeah, it's not like you don't need a criminology PhD level answer or anything like that. Okay, so the next one.
So the next topic was they are irresponsible.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm saying irresponsible, that means that they don't want to think twice of their actions, like what the consequences of their actions are going to be.
So they don't think of consequences.
And they can be easily manipulated by others, or that's a different topic.
So is that a different topic? So you have a tendency to do that, where you, in order to explain something, you will explain it in 3 different ways. Which is, if we're having a conversation, and let's say I'm really dumb, and I'm letting my teenager go out till any time he wants, you could say to me, well, he's not thinking of the consequences, and he might be drinking, and other older boys might have an influence on him, and there are lots of drugs around, which makes him even more irresponsible. That's kind of like and that's fine if we're talking to each other, but in an essay where we're being marked on coherence and cohesion, we need to just focus on this and have one logical chain of an explanation. So they don't think of consequences, therefore
we make mistakes.
yeah, more likely to make mistakes. What stops them making the mistakes?
If you put them a time, a restriction, so they will
If indoors,
they will more make these mistakes.
curfew, they will not get in trouble, yeah, or something like that. It's just a plan. So it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect, it doesn't have to be full sentences, but we want to be thinking logically about it, because if we have 3 or 4 different disparate ideas in the plan, then we're definitely going to have it in the essay. So we want to do our thinking here, do all of our thinking and our planning here, so that when we're writing, we can just focus on writing. An example?
What is an example? So I put like a recent survey that was done in the USA showed that teenagers are more prone, to be irresponsible and make more mistakes.
So remember what we talked about, that you would only use statistics if they were as a last resort, if you had no other choice. Can you think of any idea of any examples of teenagers being irresponsible?
All the time, when they go out to get drunk and then come home.
Yeah. You could say something like that. So you do teenage drinking. Yeah, you could say if I was using an example, in Northern Ireland where I am, every weekend the police stop and catch very young teenagers with big bottles of alcohol every weekend. That's obviously a problem. Is there, if we weren't going to use that example, anything from your own life? So that could be something in Albania, something in London. You're a nurse. Is there anything that you can think of in terms of nursing?
We've got lots of young people being admitted with overdose or with over drinking.
So NHS at the weekend, at the NHS.
The admissions.
Admissions. Double. Yeah, there you go. So again, using your own life, your own experience. If it was me, I would use Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland has a problem with teenagers don't think it's a problem, they think it's great, but the police aren't too happy about it. But the best thing about teenage drinking is getting chased by the police. But anyway, and as a nurse, I'm sure you have either worked in a casualty ward, or you have colleagues in casualty, and you see on a Friday night, Saturday night, all the teenagers coming in and getting their stomach pumped and took too many drugs. Okay, so are we happy with that now?
Yep.
Move on. Do you want to try and spend 20 minutes doing the introduction and the first main body paragraph?
Writing it.
Yeah, and then we'll put it up and we'll talk about it in 10 minutes. What's the first thing that we need to do when we're reading our paraphrase? What's the first thing, the most important thing?
You have to paraphrase first.
So what is a paraphrase? You take a sentence.
You try to keep the same meaning but use different words.
Does it mean the same thing? Yeah? So the first thing we need to do is, does this in general mean the same thing as the question? So in some parts of the US, adolescents are not permitted by their parents to go out after a certain time unless they are with a grown-up. Does that mean the same thing? No, what I'm not saying is, are the words, have you changed every single word? But in general, does this mean the same thing as the question? In some areas of the US, a curfew is imposed in which teenagers are not allowed to be outdoors after a particular time at night unless they are with an adult. Does it mean the same thing?
Try to keep it the same.
Yeah, it does mean the same thing. You didn't talk about outdoors, for example, but that doesn't matter because we can infer from the context, permitted by their parents to go out, that's fine, okay? So it means the same thing. Now we need to think, is it grammatically correct? Are there any vocabulary issues? So let's read. In some parts of the US, adolescents are not permitted by their parents to go out after a certain time unless they are with a grown-up. Is that okay?
Sounds okay.
It's good, well done. Because before you were making lots and lots of grammatical errors, you were making lots of collocation errors, for example. So that's a very, very good paraphrase. Well done, it's a great start to your essay. The only thing we might change is just put a hyphen in. So we would make that grown and up when we hyphenate it, when we put it together, grown up.
You mean grown up?
Yep, okay. I totally agree with this. So this is
My opinion.
your opinion, okay? So your position, what you think about this question, needs to be clear throughout the essay. So we put it in here in the introduction, so we're making it super clear to the examiner. This is what I think about it, so that's good, all right? Because it is dangerous for young people to be out late at night. So what is that?
That means that is dangerous.
No, it's our first main idea. Yeah? So this is our first main idea. So we've got it here. And most of them are irresponsible when it comes to make decision. Anything you want to change about that?
Most of them, they make, when it comes to making decisions.
Again, verb tenses, sometimes you get confused about the continuous versus the present simple to making, when it comes to making decisions. Okay, so that's our second main idea here. Very good. Okay, so the next stage would be, we're going to take our first main idea
And develop it,
That's going to be our first main body paragraph, and then the second idea, that's going to be our second main body paragraph, and then we would summarize it all in our conclusion. I need to get you to the airport before you miss your plane, so what we'll do is you write your two main body paragraphs and your conclusion. I'll put it up on the board here next week, and I'll make a video as if you are in the room, and I'll do it, and then we'll have a full video. Okay?
Alright, so what we're going to do here is give Silvana some feedback on the rest of her essay. What I'm looking at in the very first sentence in the main body paragraph, what I'm looking for here is a topic sentence. And the thing I'm looking for is, does the topic sentence match her main idea here? Alright, so this is her first main idea. Let's highlight this. Is this highlight? Yeah. It is dangerous for young people to be out late at night. Okay, so pretty obvious. It's dangerous. So does this topic sentence match that? And does the topic sentence tell me this main idea succinctly? What tells me what the rest of it is about? Because what we teach our students, this is not the only way to write an essay, by the way. But what we teach our students is to outline the main idea here in the introduction and then state it again here in the topic sentence. That means that all you have to do is just look up here at your idea in the introduction and you know what to write about in your first main body paragraph. It also makes it extremely easy for the examiner to then look at this and know exactly what you're talking about. So making it easy for you and easy for the examiner. Keep it simple. Make things as simple and as easy as possible for you on test day, and easy for the examiner to read. Recently, many parts of the US have seen an increase in the number of violent crimes. So this is not a topic sentence, this is a background sentence. So I don't know why students do this. I think it's because they see so many other sample essays and so many other teachers teaching this online, where you put a background sentence in at the beginning of your introduction and then for some reason you put another background sentence in here. That is a complete waste of time. Every sentence, every word should contribute to you answering the question. We already know this because it was stated in the question, and you already know it because we paraphrased the question. So there's no point in repeating this. So this sentence has wasted the student's time, but it has also wasted the examiner's time and made it more difficult for the examiner to understand what the point of this whole paragraph is. Because the topic sentence, all it is doing is just holding up a little flag and saying, hello, this is what we're talking about here. So let's help Savannah out with this a little bit and change it. Children should remain indoors at night because it is not safe. All right. Children should remain indoors at night because it is not safe. So that's just stating the same idea and making it clear what the main idea is, your main argument is here. Okay, let's have a look at this one. Reports from the police suggest that the most affected age group is between 13 and 19 years old. So this doesn't really connect up with the main idea. So we need to explain why it is not safe to be outdoors as a child at night. So let's just delete this one and see what is here. This age group is suffering more due to being more vulnerable than other age groups. Why? While an adolescent is outside alone, he will be more vulnerable and easy targeted by with an adolescent who's why? All right. So this isn't really explaining why it is not safe for children to be outdoors at night. All right. And this would be the main area of concern for me, that the explanation doesn't really explain why children should remain indoors at night because it is not safe. All right, so all the explanation should do is like prove this argument. All right, imagine you're explaining this to somebody who knows nothing about the topic. So imagine a little 4 or 5 year old boy, and he's saying, that's a really good example actually, because imagine your teenager saying, why do I have to stay inside? It's not safe. Why? Because there are criminals outside. Why? Like, so you're explaining why they can't go outside, why it's too dangerous outside. Let's have a look at the example. For example, London has seen a double in the number of stabbing. So let's just simplify this. Has seen an increase in the number of stabbings or stabbing victims aged between 13 and 19 years old, and the majority of this is related to crimes are happening during the late hours of the night. So that's pretty good, because what she's done is she lives in London, she lives close to London, and she's just thought about why would I not let my child go outside? Okay, in London at the moment, it is in the news all the time that there's a huge increase of stabbing victims, and most of them are teenagers. So she has used a real example from her own experience to prove this point, which is really, really good. So topic sentence, make it simpler, make it clear, match it to the main idea. And then the big thing that I would do if I was Silvana is really work on just simplifying this and proving your explanation why. Maybe this was just a difficult one for her, because often the answers are so obvious. Like if you were talking to a mother or a father in London and you said, would you let your 13 go out at 3 a.m. and play with their friends? They'd say no. And the mother or father knows why innately. It's natural to understand why that is. You don't need to explain it. Some things are so innate, they are so obvious that it's difficult to explain them. And I think this is maybe why Silvana had a problem with this. I've met Silvana, and she's a very responsible mother. There's no way that she would let her kids out, but maybe this is so obvious that it's difficult to explain. So let's have a look at her second main idea here. Let's put this in blue. They are irresponsible when it comes to making decisions. Okay, let's have a look at our topic sentence. Adolescents, talking about them in general, as young people with little experience often will end up making irresponsible decisions. Good. So this is a good topic sentence, because as a reader of this, if you are the examiner is reading this, they understand what the rest of the paragraph is about. Let's have a look at her explanation. At this age, their body will go through important hormonal changes which will make them rush while making decisions. Yep. Let's see. Very often they will be unaware of the consequences of their action. Will be unaware of the consequences their actions will have on them and others, and make mistakes. Okay, some clunky grammar in there, but overall quite good. The explanation is good. That's why they should be helped by adults during this process. Okay, I see what you mean. For example, Ireland doubled the police force in order to deal with drunk teenagers who thought it was fine to get drunk and cause trouble on the streets late at night. So this is kind of true. Ireland does have a problem, I think, like most Western countries, with teenagers drinking, but Ireland didn't double the police force to tackle this. Ireland has bigger problems than this, and most countries have bigger problems than this. So they wouldn't double the police force just because of some drunk teenagers. So you could make this a little bit more believable. It is true that they probably increased the police force. Ireland increased the size of the police force in order to deal with drunk teenagers who thought it was fine to get drunk and cause trouble in the streets late at night. Okay. That makes it a little bit more believable. If I was to make this a little bit better, just based on my own experience as a teenager, when I used to drink as a teenager, we would change it to increased the number of police patrols at the weekend, because that's when we used to drink, in order to deal with drunk teenagers who thought it was fine to get drunk and cause trouble in the streets late at night. Okay. So that you see, that makes it a little. You don't want to make up examples that just don't make any sense whatsoever, because the examiner is going to look at it and think you just made that up. It's not logical. It doesn't make any sense. So read your example and think about, does this make sense? And that's why it is much better to think of examples that are real from your own experience, because you're decreasing the likelihood that they're going to sound wrong. In conclusion, comma, I believe people as young as adolescents. Why not just, I believe adolescents. People as young, it's as if you're trying to avoid saying the word adolescence because you've repeated it, but like a native English speaker would never say people as young as adolescents. Why not just say adolescents? In general, you should try and vary your language as much as possible, but don't add in things like that just don't make any sense. I believe adolescents should not be allowed to go out in the late hours of the night because they will not be able to protect themselves from danger. Okay? The house is a safe place for them to be, and it will prevent them from making irresponsible decisions. Good conclusion overall, because you've summarized your main ideas, you've made it clear what your opinion is. I believe adolescents should not be allowed to go out in the late hours of the night. That's your opinion there. Protect themselves from danger. It's dangerous. First main idea, and then this is your second main idea. So overall conclusion is quite good. So Silvana, apart from a few careless spelling mistakes, some grammar, especially articles, some vocabulary issues, overall you did a good job. I think just the main things that I would say is topic sentence, make it really clear what your main idea is, take it from your introduction, and then explain logically and simply that main idea, and then think of an example that makes sense from your own experience, and overall the conclusion is good. So you're definitely making progress, Silvana. I think just as always, you can't look at this video and, well, let me put it another way. There's two types of students. One type of student would get feedback like this and think, I don't know how to do topic sentences, I don't know how to explain things, I don't know how to write good examples, I'll never be able to do that, as seeing it as evidence that you're not good enough and you'll never improve. I don't think you are that type of student. The second group of students see this vocabulary and they go, great, now I know that I need to work on my topic sentences, I need to work on my explanations, I need to work on my examples. Now what I'm going to do is get more questions, I'm going to practice them again, learn from my mistakes, and then improve. And that second group of students sees massive progress. So that is what I would suggest that you do, Silvana. You get more questions and you really, really focus on those things. And get more feedback, and you will improve bit by bit.
The aim of this lesson is to show you how to generate and develop ideas. Lots of students complain about this, that they don't know how to generate ideas. We're going to show you that it's not that complicated, and one of the main things that you need to do is develop your ideas. I'm going to show you how to do that, and then we'll also show you how to understand the structure of a problem and solution task 2 essay. And overall, we're going to show you that it's not as complicated as you think. We're going to normalize all of these things, because when students talk about generating ideas and developing ideas and structure, they tend to overcomplicate everything, and it's way simpler than you think. So that's one of the sort of ancillary aims of the lesson. So what I want you to do at first, so there's going to be 7 tasks for you to complete. What I want you to do is take 2 minutes and think of this. What are the main problems associated with using social media platforms? So take 2 minutes to think and write down at least one problem. So you can write it down on the worksheet, or you can type it out on the worksheet, or what you could do is type it out in the comments. It's really important that you don't just skip this and don't even think about it, because you're watching the video now. You've invested this time. Don't waste your time. So take 2 minutes and try and think of it. All right, and pause the video and come back when you have done that. Okay, so you should have paused the video, and let's look at some common ideas. So many people don't like to use social media because it is very, very addictive, and they do nothing but all day, every day, just look at Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and all those things. And then related to that is you're wasting a lot of time. It's kind of, you're not doing anything really productive unless you're watching one of my lessons on social media. There's a lot of spam on social media, so you're not actually looking at things that are interesting to you. People are, spamming you all the time. There's a lot of scams on social media. In the IELTS industry, people trying to sell you certificates or all those sorts of scammy things related to the IELTS industry. And political interference. You'll often get people trying to get you to vote a certain way or influence the way that you think politically. And there are a lot of fake accounts. There's a huge number, millions and millions of fake accounts on different social media platforms. So if you didn't think of one of these ideas, no problem. There are thousands of different ideas that you could use. What matters is it's relevant to the actual topic, and you could talk about it. You could explain it. You could use an example. And the main thing to remember is, in the context of IELTS, the examiners are not looking for fancy ideas or complex ideas or impressive ideas. They're just looking for ideas that are relevant to the question, that will help you actually answer the question. And you'll notice that these ideas are probably the most popular ideas. If you spoke to 100 people and asked them this question, these would normally be the most popular answers, the most obvious answers, the simplest answers, and those answers are the best because they're easy to think of and easy to develop in your essay. So task 2, you should be continuing on with these tasks, all right? Make sure you're doing them. Click on the new story. So new story is task 2 on the worksheet. So it's a PDF worksheet, so you can just click on that. It'll take you to a BBC article and identify which of those problems, so which of these problems is the main focus of that article. So pause the video, click on that article, read the whole article. You don't have to read every single word, you can skim through it if you want, but try and identify the main topic, the main idea in that. So pause the video and have a look at that. And you should have done that by now. Don't cheat, pause the video, and you should have identified that the main problem is this one. So they're talking about fake accounts. So if you read it thoroughly enough, you would have identified that. So why am I getting you to read a newspaper article? Why am I getting you to do that? Just to waste your time? No, well, one of the main things that students ask me is, what if I get a question and I know nothing about that topic? But I always say to them, where do you think the writers of the exam get their ideas? They just go onto sites like the BBC News, look at technology news, education news, environment, health news. These are the most common topics when it comes to task 2. And they will look at those news articles and they'll develop questions out of those. So one of the best ways that you can guard against knowing nothing about the topic, as many students do, just go once a day to the BBC News, read one story from the technology section, one story from the education section, one story from the health section, one story from the environment section. Doesn't matter how many you do, as long as you're doing a little bit every day, and that's going to improve your idea generation, but also your idea development, your vocabulary, absolutely everything, your reading skills. So that's a really, really worthwhile thing to do. So task number 3, what I'd like you to do now is pause the video again, and you can take 1, 2, 5, 20 minutes, however long you want to do it. Probably doing it in 2 or 3 minutes is the best, because you can tend to overthink these ideas. One of the big problems that I see with students is, whenever they're sitting down on test day, is they will overthink everything and try and think of this amazing idea when there's no such thing as an amazing idea. Normally the first 1 or 2 or 3 ideas that pop into your head are the best ones. So think of a possible solution to the problem of fake accounts. So imagine you're Mark Zuckerberg, or you work at Facebook and you have all these fake accounts. How would you solve that problem? So just try and think of one problem and try and think of a problem that you would be able to explain properly, and you maybe use an example to help you explain it. Imagine you're talking to a friend in a coffee shop and they ask you, oh, there's all these fake accounts. How would you solve this problem? What would you say? So pause the video and think of this and write it down on your worksheet, because the act of writing it down is going to help you remember all of this, and it's going to help you on test day. So pause the video, again, don't cheat, and let's have a look and think about this. So when I worked with some other students on this, these were the 4 ideas they came up with. One was require ID, so you have to enter your passport number or your driver's license or whatever, so that would guard against requiring ID. Artificial intelligence, so AI looks at all of the accounts and tries to figure out which ones are fake and which ones aren't, and just automatically blocks fake accounts. User reporting, so asking the different users to report fake accounts manually. And education, so Facebook educating people about the difference between a real account and a fake account, so people can ignore those fake accounts. So you might have had one of these ideas, it might be a different idea. What matters is think about if it is actually relevant to the question. If you were, imagine you're talking to a friend and you came up with this solution, what would your friend say? Would they say, what are you talking about? That makes no sense. Or would they say, yeah, that does make sense. Explain that to me. Okay, yeah, that makes total sense. That would be viable. So you're not trying to think of one ultimate magic solution. You're just trying to think of one viable option that would work and that you could explain. So let's move on to task 4. Imagine you have to tell a friend about this problem. Write a short paragraph telling what the problem is, why it's a problem, and an example to help them understand. So imagine you are sending an email to somebody and you're writing about this. State the problem, state why you think it's a problem, in other words, explain, and then use an example, doesn't have to be a very complicated example, to help them understand what you mean. So on your worksheet, just write one paragraph, doesn't have to be very long. It could be between 50 and 100 words. We're not writing an essay here. We're just using this to help us understand what to do. So again, take 5 or 10 minutes to do that. Don't take too long to do it. And then come back after you've paused the video and you have completed that. Make sure that you do this. Again, you're wasting your time if you don't do it. Okay? So you should have completed that by now. Task 5, do the same with a solution. So try and think of a solution that is relevant to the problem that you discussed. All right, so the problem that you've just explained, what would be a possible solution to that? What is the solution? How can it help? And an example to help them understand. Again, just take 5 or 10 minutes to write this on your worksheet. Or if you need more time, take more time. Take all the time you need if you need to do that. You need to start slowly if you're just beginning, or if you're a little bit more advanced, try and do it in 5 or 10 minutes. So pause the video again and do this. So why did I get you to do that? Well, I was getting you to do that by just simplifying the overall structure of what you're doing. The first task that I gave you, write the problem, it's basically going to be like a main body paragraph. MVP, main body paragraph 1, your solution, MVP, main body paragraph 2. So this is problem, and this is solution. All right, so this is the whole structure of a problem and solution essay. It's not the only structure. There's no one structure to answer any particular type of IELTS question. This is the one that I teach my students, and the one that has worked very, very effectively for my students. So what I'd like you to do is guess what these are. What would you do here? So there's 2 things you need to do in the introduction. 3 things you need to do, not 3 sentences, but 3 things you need to do in your main body paragraph. 3 things you need to do in this main body paragraph, and 2 things you need to do in your conclusion. On your worksheet, what I'd like you to do is take 5 minutes and just guess what these are. Don't go on and cheat and look on the internet and look on the website and try and find out what these are. Just try and think from what you have learned so far in this lesson, what would your structure look like? What would be the key elements in your essay? So again, pause the video, write this out on the worksheet, and take some time to think about this. And here are the answers. Don't cheat. So, in the introduction, paraphrase the question and then answer both questions. So, paraphrase the question, this is what's happening, this is the problem, and this is the solution. All right? You're not explaining anything here, you're not going into any detail, you're just stating this is what's happening, and this is the problem, and this is the solution. Main body paragraph 1, state what the problem is, explain why it is a problem, and then give an example. Not 3 sentences, but 3 elements to it. Main body paragraph 2, state the solution, explain how, and an example. Again, not 3 sentences, 3 elements. And a conclusion, summary of the problem, this is what the problem is, and a summary of the solution. Now, many of you right now are going, oh, but the question normally says problems and solutions. Why don't you put multiple problems and multiple solutions into one paragraph? You can do that if you want, but I don't recommend it. The reason why I don't recommend it is you have to fully develop your main ideas. This is going to be your main idea here. This is going to be your main idea here. You have to fully explain it and give an example. In order to be getting a 7 or above, you need to fully develop your main ideas. So you have a choice. If you want to put multiple problems and multiple solutions in one paragraph, you can either write an essay that's like 500 or 600 words long and develop your ideas fully. You'll never be able to do that. Or don't develop your ideas properly. You're going to get a low score. So you can debate all you want about whether to do this or whether not. This is what I use with my students. We have more success stories than any other course in the world. If we didn't know what we were doing, that wouldn't be the case. Also, I've spoken to multiple senior examiners about this, and one problem, one solution is totally fine. So this is the overall structure, and if you got a different structure, that's fine. But what I would recommend doing is decide which structure you want to use for these different types of questions, because when you're doing the test and when you're preparing, your writing is going to reflect your thinking. So if you're going into the test and you have 7 different structures in your head and you're not sure about any of them, you're very, very confused, your writing is going to be very confused. So pick someone you trust and follow that structure. It doesn't have to be mine. I don't care if you follow mine or you don't, but pick one structure that you're happy with and then use that on test day and use that when you're practicing. So you don't want to be using 7 different structures when you're practicing. Just use one and make it simple and make your preparation easy. So task 7, what I want you to do is take this structure, take everything that you've learned today. So how do you generate ideas? Think about how I've taught you that today. How do you develop main ideas? Think about how I've taught you how to do that today. How would you structure your whole essay? Think about the lessons that you've learned today on that. And then think about all of those lessons, think about what you've learned today, and do this question. Many social media accounts are fake. What problems does this cause? What solutions can you suggest? So do that, pause the video. If normally on test day you'll only spend 40 minutes, you can spend more than 40 minutes doing this because you're learning what to do. When you're learning how to do anything for the first time, it takes you a long time to do it, much longer than is normal. Think about driving a car or riding a bike or tying your shoelaces. When you're first learning it, it takes you a long time to do it. So don't try and do it as quickly as possible unless you're already, your test is like tomorrow and you're totally confident about what to do and you just want a little bit of extra practice. So pause the video again, do this, and then once you've done, don't cheat, take the time to do it. You don't have to do it today. You can come back and do it tomorrow when you have time. Here's a checklist of things to think about when you're looking at your own writing. Does it make sense? Well, this is really, really, really important. Many people write an essay and then don't even think about this, if it actually does make sense. Why do we write anything? We write something to clearly communicate with the person reading it. If you gave this to a stranger, would they understand it? Would they understand what the essay is about? Would they understand what your main problem is? Would they understand what your main solution is? How have you developed those? So did you follow the structure? Did you develop your answers well? Do your ideas make sense? And could you do the same for another question? So if another problem and solution question came up, would you be able to do the same thing on a different topic? So if you can answer those questions, then you have learned something and you've really helped yourself develop in this area. We're going to look at discussion questions, or discuss both views questions. And we're going to think about how to think clearly about these questions, and then how to take our thoughts and structure them into a band 7, 8 or 9 essay. So we're first going to show you how to think critically about these, then we're going to look at the structure, and if you wait until the end of the video, I will give you a free writing course. So all discussion questions follow the same format. Some people believe this, other people believe this, discuss both views and give your opinion. So normally what happens is they give you a question where about 50% of people believe in this side and about 50% of people believe in this side. Now the problem that many students face with these questions is they can't think clearly about them, and your writing will be a reflection of your thinking. If your thinking is confused, then your writing will be confused. So we first have to think critically and clearly about the question. So when students see a question like this, they think, well, I believe in freedom of speech, but I also think that there's some things that should be censored, and some people believe this and some people believe that, and their thinking is very muddled and confused. How we solve that for our students is we get them to do 3 things, because these are the 3 things that the examiners are looking for. Instead of thinking, why do I believe in this side, or why do I believe in that side, what we do is first, why do other people believe view 1, and why do other people believe view 2? So what this does is it cuts through all of that confusion. You're not thinking about what you believe, you're thinking about why do other people believe this. So why do other people believe view 1 and why do other people believe view 2? Just think of one reason why people believe this and why people believe that. So what this does is it forces you to think clearly about it, and it also forces you to do the first 2 things in the question. Discuss both views. Both views means 1, 2 here. And then number 3, your opinion. And quite simply, which do you agree with? Keep it very, very simple. Don't be like, well, I kind of agree with this and I kind of agree with this, and in this situation I do this, and in this. Don't do that. You don't have time to do that. Just pick one side that you agree with, think of why you agree with it, and then that's done. So let's now look at how we would take those thoughts and structure them into an essay. So we're going to start off with our introduction. So we have our first point of view here, and then we have our other point of view here. Okay. So we're going to take the point of view that we disagree with, and we're going to put it here in our introduction. Although why people believe view 2, so I disagree with view 2. And then we're going to put in here, I agree with view 1 because why people believe view 1. So what this introduction does is it does those 3 things. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Here's view 2, so I've discussed that. Why do people believe that? So I just give one reason. My opinion, I agree. And I've discussed view 1. So I've discussed both views and I've given my opinion. Then we're going to move on to main body paragraph 1. And we're going to take why people believe view 2, and we're going to put it in here. So why people believe view 2. Then we'll explain why they believe it, and we'll give an example. So all we're doing here is saying, why do other people believe in censorship? Then we can move on to main body paragraph 2. And we're simply going to take this from the introduction. So why people believe view 1. We're going to explain why people believe that. We're going to give an example of that. And then we're going to take our opinion. I agree. With this view. So what we've done in our main body, we've discussed view 2, we've discussed view 1, and we've given our opinion. Discuss both views and give our opinion. Then we're going to finish our essay with our conclusion. So we're going to look up here, summary of view 2, and we're going to look up here, summary of view 1 and your opinion. So if we look back at this, the introduction discusses both views and gives our opinion. The conclusion discusses both views and gives our opinion. The main body discusses both views and gives our opinion. But the main thing that this does is it takes the thinking, it takes all of our thoughts out of our head and it organizes them clearly on the paper. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Discuss both views and give your opinion. In this video, I'm going to share with you 100 real Band 7, 8 and 9 essays. These essays have been marked by real ex-IELTS examiners, and the students that wrote them all went on to get either a Band 7, 8 or 9 in the real test. But our goal is not to just give you a bunch of essays. Our goal is to help you improve your writing score. So on top of giving you these essays, what we're going to do is do 2 more things that are going to help you improve your writing scores using these essays. So we're going to first show you what not to do when using these sample essays. Number 2, most students are unaware of great strategies and techniques that they can use. So we're going to share with you 10 strategies that you can use that will help you use these samples to improve your writing skills and improve your writing score. To make sure that we're only helping the students that want help and want to improve, you will only get access to these essays by watching the whole video. There is no special link to click, and we're going to show you in the whole video how to access these sample essays. So let's start off with 5 don'ts. These are 5 things that you should not do when using any IELTS sample essays. Number 1 is the most common one, which is don't use fake sample essays. I'd say that more than 95% of the supposed Band 9 essays that you'll find online are not anywhere near Band 9. And if you are reading and copying people that have never even got close to the score that you're hoping to get, then you're learning lots of bad habits. But don't worry, we've solved that for you by giving you these real sample essays, and we'll show you how to get those in the rest of the video. Number 2, don't just pick up the essay, read it, and think that you will magically, through osmosis, become better at writing. You cannot read an essay and become better at writing by just passively reading it. I think a lot of people have been convinced that all you have to do is read the essay and some magic thing will happen in your brain and you will improve. That is simply not going to happen. If you don't believe me, think back to last month when the World Cup was on. I think something like more than 1 billion people watched the World Cup final. Were any of those people better at football after the World Cup final, after watching 2 of the greatest footballers that have ever lived? No. You would think that that's ridiculous. But Thousands of students every single month fail the test because they believe all they have to do is just read lots and lots of sample essays. It is not going to help you, but the good news is we're going to give you these 10 strategies, these 10 techniques that will actually help you in the rest of this video. Another thing that you should not do is look at the essays and try and figure out why you're better than these students in some way, or why these students are not good, or these students are not high level. Let me tell you a little story about a trick that I used to play on my students in the British Council. So on the first day of a new IELTS class with new students, what I would do is I would give them band 6 essays, band 7 essays, band 8 essays, and band 9 essays. And I wouldn't tell them which were which. And I would put them around the room and I'd ask the students to go and look at these essays and give them a score. And every single time, and this is like hundreds and hundreds of students, every single time they thought the band 6 was band 9 and they thought the band 9 was band 6. You are a student, you are not an IELTS examiner. If you had the knowledge of an IELTS examiner, you wouldn't be watching this video. Most students look at a band 6 essay, which normally has lots of complicated words and complex language, and think that it is very, very high level. Most students look at band 9 essays and think that they are low level. Band 9 essays are actually quite simple and easy to understand and very, very clear. Most students look at band 7 essays and think there's lots of grammar mistakes, there's lots of vocabulary mistakes. This must be a really low level student. Band 7 essays have mistakes in them. Please do not waste your time and your energy trying to find out why you think these are not good. If you were an expert, you wouldn't be watching this video. The fourth thing that you should not do is look for things that you can copy from these essays. And there's a very simple reason for that. Number one, you are not doing a memorization test. I know many of you come from educational backgrounds where the emphasis in your education system is just on memorizing things, and that's how they test intelligence. This is not a memorization test. This is a writing in English test. This is a can you communicate clearly in English test. You cannot memorize words and phrases and chunks of essays and hope to just put those in on test day and get a higher score. That is not how it works. You can use these to improve your grammar and your vocabulary, and we'll show you how to do that in the rest of the video, but don't just memorize them. It is not going to help you. And number 5, this might sound really silly, but a lot of students do this. Do not copy the entire essay and put it into your response on test day. A lot of students believe that if they copy a high-level essay and then just put it in no matter what the question is, that they're magically going to get a high score. I don't know why students do this, but they do. Please do not do this. I don't want to be responsible for students failing the test. So please, please, please do not do those 5 things. It is a waste of your time and it is a waste of money. These days, the IELTS test costs a lot of money. Don't throw it away by using these incorrectly. But there are now 10 ways that we're going to show you that you can use them correctly to improve your writing skills and improve your writing score.
So this is how to find the 100 sample essays on our website. I've purposely hidden them so that only students that are serious about getting the scores that they need will find them. First thing you want to do is go to Google and type in IELTS Writing Task 2. It will bring up a list of different websites. And what you want to do is find the IELTS Advantage one. It might be number 1, it might be somewhere on this page. Just click on the IELTS Advantage one. That should bring you to this page on our website, IELTS Writing Task 2 in 2023. That's step 1. Now continue to watch the video and I'll show you in step 2 how to find the essays.
So I'm going to give you these 10 things that you can do, these 10 techniques, but you don't have to use all 10 of them. What I would recommend doing is watching them all and picking the one that you think is your biggest weakness. That's what you should always start with, not just for writing, but for all areas of the test. Don't work on things that you're already comfortable doing. Don't work on your strengths, work on your weaknesses. I know that's tough, and I know as human beings we don't like to do difficult things, but this is the best way for you to pass the test as quickly as possible and then move on with your life, and you never have to think about this silly test again. So I'm going to go through these 10 now, watch them all, and then pick the ones that you think are most difficult for you, or you think that you need to work the most on. So the first thing that we're going to teach you is how to use sample essays for improving your idea generation. A lot of students really struggle with this area, and once you start to see what real band 7, 8 and 9 ideas look like, it removes a lot of the stress, because what you will notice is most of them are a lot simpler than you think. You don't get extra marks for coming up with complex ideas. You get extra marks for thinking of ideas that answer the question, that are relevant to the question. And most of the time, these are going to be simple ideas. So the first thing that you can do to improve your idea generation is don't look at the answer to the question. Don't look at the actual essay. Take each one and cover up the actual essay and just look at the question. And what we've done here is we've limited the number of questions. We're giving you like 100 essays, but I think there are only like 10 questions. So that will mean that you see a wide variety of different ideas. So what you're going to do is you're going to look at the questions and think of ideas yourself. So what I would recommend doing is not brainstorming. What I would recommend doing is simply look at the question and think, what is the simplest idea that answers this question? What is the most obvious idea, the most straightforward idea? If I asked 100 people this question, what would be the most popular answer? And if you write down a few of them and then look at the answer, identify the main ideas. They will normally be in the introduction, and they will be in the main body paragraph, and they will be normally in the conclusion. Identify those main ideas and then compare with your ideas. If you're getting similar ideas to these students that got band 7, 8 and 9, then you're probably on the right track. If you have different ideas, that doesn't mean that you're wrong, doesn't mean that your ideas aren't relevant, but think about whether they are relevant or not. Are you getting different ideas because they're just different relevant ideas? Or think about whether your ideas are relevant or not. If you think about them and you compare them and you're like, actually, my ideas are completely irrelevant, that might mean that you didn't understand the question, so you have to work on that more. Or it could mean that you're just complicating everything and making your ideas way more complicated than they need to be. So that's technique one. The second thing that you can work on would be idea development. So this is taking ideas and developing them into main body paragraphs. So step one, look at the question, understand the question, and then identify the main ideas. So for this person, focus on their careers, idea number one, and have more time for themselves, idea number two. So there's two benefits, two advantages here. And then what you do is you do not look at the main body. So you just identify those two main ideas. And then what you could do on this blank piece of paper, you could pick one. So for example, you could write an explanation, you could write an example, and then you could compare that with what the student has done in this essay. So here, focus on the careers. This is because they have less responsibility and distractions in their lives compared to the couples that have a child. So if it's the same, then you're probably on the right track, but you could also make this better. You might think, well, I could maybe explain this a little bit more. Again, you're not looking for exact matches. What you're doing is thinking about what they have done and what you have done. And this is just one essay. You might look at 5, 6, 7 other essays for this question and then look at all of the explanations and compare those with your explanations, compare those with your examples, and then that's going to help you develop your own. The next thing you can work on is structure. So what you can do is read the question, read the whole essay, and then think about the structure that they used. So for example, this is their introduction, This is their main body paragraph 1, this is their main body paragraph 2, and this is their conclusion. So what we're going to do here is discuss both views and give your own opinion. This is the type of question that we're talking about here. So they're using this 4-paragraph structure. But then within each paragraph, what are they doing? So here in the first sentence, what they have done is they have paraphrased the question. They have given their opinion here. They've talked about the first point here. And they've given the reason for the latter point here. So what you could do is look for more discuss both views essays, for example, this one, and you could compare them. So are they using a similar structure here? Well, it seems like they actually are. They've paraphrased the question in the first sentence here. They've given their opinion. And they've said why they believe that here. They are slightly different, but again, if you look at 7, 8, 9, 10 of those, you'll be able to see similar structures. And then that is going to help you write your own structure. So what you could do is actually go through them all if you wanted, analyze the structures, and then look at all of the differences between the different types of essays. So you could go and look at, for example, here we have a causes and solutions essay. Where do they put the causes? Where do they put the solutions? What do they put in their conclusion? Are there any similarities between the different students answering this same question? And you'll start to learn the different structures and then use them yourself. It's a great way to actually learn structures rather than just looking at them. As if you give students just a bunch of structures, they tend not to be able to use them on test day. But if you do it this way, it kind of internalizes it a lot better and they're able to use them rather than memorize them.
Okay, so when you're on this page, what you want to do is scroll down. There's a lot of information on this page, so keep scrolling until you get to here, sample essays. Now we have a lot of different options here. Continue to watch the video and I'm going to show you which one to click in step 3.
The next thing you could do is work on your coherence and cohesion by identifying linking words or cohesive devices. Some people call them cohesive devices, some people call them linking words. So for example, with this one, you could identify that there are only really 4 linking words or cohesive devices here. In other words, for example, for instance, and in conclusion. If you were to look at another 10 band 7, 8, and 9 real essays, and you only seen linking words are used very sparingly, there are not that many, then that would be a clear indication that that's what you should do. Most of these essays are not going to have lots and lots and lots of linking words in them because lots and lots and lots of linking words actually lower your score. They don't increase it. Another thing that you could do is think about why they used each cohesive device. So for example, why did they use that? Well, they were giving an example. Did they use it correctly? Well, in this instance, they seem to have. That is helping you understand, okay, if I'm giving an example, that's what I should use. Or you might identify some linking words that they used incorrectly. That is going to help you improve because identifying other people's mistakes is helping you improve your knowledge and your use of linking words as well. Remember, these are real essays, which means that they have mistakes in them. They are not perfect. Perfect essays are not actually going to help you as much as real students that are at your level and have got the scores that you need. And that brings us on to number 5, which is identify grammar mistakes. As I've just said, one of the best ways to improve is to identify other people's mistakes. So what you would do is you would go through and highlight any mistakes that they have made. So for example, this one, you could write here, this is an article mistake. Here's another article mistake. So by identifying these mistakes and correcting them, you can think about the rules of articles, and your knowledge and your ability to use them correctly will improve. Not just articles, but any mistakes. So identify the mistakes and then think about why those mistakes were made, or categorize the mistakes into, is it a preposition mistake, an article mistake, a punctuation mistake, and then you will improve too. The sixth thing you can do is also related to grammar, and thinking about the different grammatical structures and tenses that were used in the essay and why they were used. So for example, if we take this essay, obtaining this type of information in most cases means breaking the law. Why did they use obtaining, ing, and breaking, ing, rather than furthermore, to obtain this information in most cases means to break the law? And this will force you to think about whether this is correct or incorrect. If you think that it is incorrect, what is a better way to use it, and why do you think that? Or if it's correct, why did they use that? Here's another one. However, not only are paparazzi hired to invade properties belonging to politicians to take photos without their permission, but also, not only, but also. What does that not only, but also grammatical structure allow this student to do? Why did they choose this grammatical structure? What were they able to do? Is it correct? Could you use this grammatical structure in your essay? Again, not copying it, not blindly copying this and inserting it into your essay, but adding tools to your toolbox. The more tools that you have in your toolbox, grammatically and for vocabulary, then the better able you are able to build your essay on test day yourself. Number 8 is vocabulary and improving the range of your vocabulary. And you can do that simply by reading the question, reading the essay, and identifying any unknown vocabulary or collocations or phrases that you're unsure about. You're not 100% sure what they mean or how to use them in a sentence. So for example, you might see the collocation discover their talents. What does that mean, to discover their talents? Here's another one, potential talents. What's the difference between discovering your talent and a potential talent? What does potential mean? What does potential talent as a collocation actually mean? So you would note down those words or phrases or collocations, and then you would guess the meaning from the context. So you would read the whole sentence, read the whole paragraph, and try and guess what that word means. That is going to help with your reading skills. It's going to help you identify and understand unknown words in the reading test, and it will also help you improve your vocabulary, because you can take those new words or phrases, put them into a vocabulary book, add all the new information like the meaning, the synonyms, the example sentences, and then after a while, if you do this, you're going to have a massive bank of new words and new phrases. And then if you review those and use those in your own essays, then you're improving your ability to write essays. Another thing you could do with vocabulary, number 9, is identify any vocabulary errors. So for example, in this essay, if we look at this sentence, recently the pictures of a famous politician of Milan while playing football with local children were published in many newspapers, and he instantly became famous. So there's a problem here, because it's saying a famous person became famous. Well, they were already famous. So either there is a meaning error here with this word, or we need to change this word to something different. Another thing that you could do is look for repetition. Are there words that are maybe repeated many times, and then you could try and change it to a synonym that means the same thing but has a different word that means the same thing. And last but not least, number 10, what you can do is look at the question, write the whole essay, and then compare your essays, compare everything with what the students have done. But I wouldn't recommend doing that right away. What I would recommend doing is use 1 or 2 of the other 9 techniques, work on your weaknesses, and then once you are more confident, then you can write the whole essay and then compare it with what the other students have done. But please, please, please don't think that if your essay is different, that it's wrong. There are hundreds of different ways that you can write a Band 7 or a Band 8 essay. It is not mathematics. It is not, there's only one answer to the question. So don't look at these essays and think that you're on the wrong track just because yours are different. What you're looking for are the main things, like the ideas, are they relevant? Is the structure similar? Did you develop your ideas in a similar way? If you focus on those big things, then your essays will be fine and you will really, really improve.
Okay, so you should be here. The one that you want is this one, how to use Task 2 sample essays. If you click on that, you will get access to 100 Band 7, 8 and 9 IELTS Writing Task 2 essay samples. It will introduce them, it will tell you how to use them, and then it will give you all of these samples. So thank you very much for watching the video, and I hope that you enjoy using these samples and they help you improve your score. Well done for making it this far. It is a very long video, so congratulations for making it this far. You have my respect. As a special bonus, I'm going to share with you something I've never released before. It's a live recording of me doing the actual writing test. What you should do is watch and listen to me talk through how I would think about the question and how I would answer the question. This is not only a great way for you to review all of the things within this video, but really get inside the head of someone who has got a Band 9 in IELTS writing and somebody who does this for a living. I also made 2 errors. I made 2 mistakes when I was writing. If you can spot both of these mistakes, pop it into the comments and I'll give you a coupon code that gives you 20% off our VIP course. It is very important that you not only just watch this, but watch it with a critical eye. Think about all of the things that you have learned and imagine yourself as an examiner. Think about what feedback you would give me. What am I doing in relation to the things that I've taught you in this big long video, but also think about the official marking criteria. What am I doing right? Could you give me any feedback? How could I improve? By thinking like a teacher, by thinking like an examiner, it is a huge benefit. You will be ahead of 99% of other students if you start to think in this way. So the first thing I need to do is just read the question and understand it. So let's move this down here so we can just focus on this one. Some people say that now is the best time in history to be living. What is your opinion about this? What other time in history would be interesting to live in? Okay, so I've understood all the words, I understand the sentences, I understand exactly what they're looking for, and I understand what type of question this is. This is a double question. They're asking me 2 separate questions. Okay, so now that I've understood it, what I need to do is plan it out. So what I'll do, so I'm going to paraphrase. I'm going to disagree because of social media. What other time in history would be? Okay, so it doesn't really matter what I choose here. It's just something that is easy to write about. It's easy to write about why social media makes this not the best time to be living in history. I also need to make sure that I reference other times, because really what it's asking us to do is compare now with all the other times in history. So I'm just putting that in just as a quick note. Other time, 60s because of music. Now I could have chosen World War II because I know a lot about that period, but it's a bit difficult to say why that would be interesting because a lot of people were dying. The 60s, I know a lot about music in the 60s, so I'm not picking the definitive answer. This is not a intelligence test or a general knowledge test. This is a writing test. So I'm just going to be writing about something that's easy for me to write about. So the best time, keyword there is best, and keyword there is interesting. So it's about the best time and an interesting time. Okay, so that's my introduction planned out, and basically this plans out the rest of my essay. Just keep an eye on the time. I think I started at about 5 past. Okay, so I've got, okay, main body paragraph 1, topic sentence, disagree because of social media. Okay, so why does social media make it not the best time to be living? Okay, why being constantly connected to other people? Why does this make it a bad time to live? Okay, I'm happy with that one. Let me just go back. So I'm just adding little ideas that are popping into my head, but I'm constantly going back to the question. Okay, so why is it interesting? Well, before the 1960s, music was very boring, was very conservative, and then the Beatles happened. So I'll talk about the Beatles and what they did to music. And then an example, I'll use one of the songs and talk about why that's interesting. Again, it doesn't have to give a definitive history of the 60s. It just has to talk about what I think is interesting about it. Okay, I know what I'm going to put in the conclusion, so I'm not going to spend too much time. Okay, how am I for time? That took me about 7 minutes, so I think I'm just looking at the watch on my wrist to try and make it realistic. Okay. taking the question down again because I'm paraphrasing this. Okay, many believe that the modern era is the most optimal time to be alive. Very kind of optimal is a very scientific, techie word, but right now that's the best I can think of. What I'm not going to do is spend 5 minutes trying to worry about one word. So let's move on. Okay, so let's check that. Many believe that the modern era is the most optimal time to be alive. I strongly, I've turned off spell check to make it hard. I strongly disagree with this statement due to the stress social media causes, and the 1960s would have been a more interesting decade to live through. So I missed out the reason. So I want to state my reason here, because what I want is for the examiner to read this and know exactly what I think about the question. And then this also presents a little plan for me. I'm going to read it one more time because I made a few mistakes there. Many believe that the modern era is the most optimal time to be alive. I strongly disagree with this statement due to the stress social media causes, and the 1960s would have been a more interesting decade to live through because of the musical revolution. Okay. Why did that automatically? I thought I turned that off. I thought I turned the automatic spell checker off. Apologies. I don't know how to turn it off. Okay. That's cheating. Okay, let's read this. The current time is one of the worst times to exist due to the omnipresence of social media apps. These sites reduce quality of life for millions of people because modern humans can rarely switch off and relax. It is important for people to have time alone in order to refresh themselves and look after their mental health. Constant notifications increase anxiety and make people feel inadequate due to the impossible task of competing with everyone else. So I need to explain this a little bit. For example, Instagram portrays impossible beauty standards which make many young men and women feel they are less than those they follow. Okay, so for example, Instagram portrays impossible beauty standards which make young men and women feel they are less than those they follow. So my main point is about kind of never being able to switch off and connect. Is this a okay, this is related, but is this more peer pressure and comparing yourself to others rather than... Okay, let's change this a little bit. For example, I know I've repeated the word attention twice. I know many of you are freaking out. Don't worry. All right. The current time is one of the worst times to exist due to the omnipresence of social media apps. These sites reduce quality of life for millions of people because modern humans can rarely switch off and relax. It is important for people to have time alone in order to refresh themselves and look after their mental health. Constant notifications increase anxiety and make people feel inadequate due to the impossible task of competing with everyone else in the world. For example, Instagram notifies you when someone likes your picture, and many young people feel stressed if they do not get enough attention, but also can't stop checking their phones. And just changing the vocabulary a little bit and sharpening it up. Check their feeds. This isn't like check is a simple word. There is a simple word, but feeds is a very topic specific word. And to use this correctly, indicates to the examiner that, you know, you really know this topic, you know social media, and if you have the ability to use this type of vocabulary, even though it's not a very long, complicated word, it is very topic specific. Okay, so I am 20 minutes in and I'm halfway through. I might have made some mistakes here. I don't know, but I'll check at the end. What other time? Okay. The 60s would have been a fascinating time to experience because of the innovations. Yeah, there were many innovations in music. Before then, music was quite boring and there was little experimentation. Bands like the Beatles completely transformed the cultural landscape by introducing a completely new sound. This would have been extremely exciting because there are very few times in history when someone can experience something completely unique for the first time. For instance, their album excuse me. I don't know if it was Sgt. Pepper's that had Indian, like the sitar and stuff. I definitely know that they used the sitar, and that was quite revolutionary for Western audiences. So, but it doesn't matter because it's not a Beatles or a music test. So, it just matters that we're able to explain to the examiner what we think. So the 60s would have been a fascinating time to experience because of the innovations in music. Before then, music was quite boring and there was little experimentation. Bands like the Beatles completely transformed the cultural landscape. You knew sound. This would have been exciting because there are very few times in history when someone can experience something completely unique for the first time. For instance, the Sgt. Pepper's album forged new ground in production with people hearing pop songs fused with traditional instruments from India for the first time. Okay, so I've got about 12 minutes left, so I better finish this up. I was going to write incessant, but I don't know how to spell incessant 100%, so I'm not going to take the risk. Because believe it or not, I'm not checking the dictionary or anything like that. I have a pretty good idea how it's spelled, but I don't want to take any risks. Constant, I've used that. Incessant, I don't know how to spell it. Omnipresent, I've already. And I could have talked about how terrible music is these days, but I don't have time to do that. It is truly terrible. So, all right. In conclusion, although this current time has experienced many technological breakthroughs in the digital space, companies like Facebook and Twitter have a detrimental impact on our mental health, making it one of the worst times to be alive. So I'm linking it back to the question. I would have preferred to live through the 1960s because of how exciting new music was back then. So interesting, exciting. Okay. Let's check the word count. So I've got about 7 minutes to check this. So I'm on time. 308. So the sweet spot is kind of between 260 to 300. So I'm a little bit over, but that's not a big deal at all. Once you're going much over 300, then you get into problems. But 8 words over 300 is not a huge deal. What I'm going to do is read it all again because it's very difficult to spell check, grammar check, vocab check whenever you're thinking about writing at the same time. So what we like to do is just focus now on not writing the essay, just checking the essay. Okay. I hope I haven't missed anything or made any mistakes. I'm sure I'll be told it's social media. One of the detrimental effects of social media is nasty comments. So hopefully I haven't made any mistakes, but I'm sure you'll tell me if I did. All right, I still have 5 minutes. So what I want to do is just go through this and look for, are there any improvements that I could make to the vocabulary? Social media. So if social media, let's say social apps, to showing the examiner I'm aware of this collocation. Okay, I talked about Facebook and Twitter instead of social media, so that's fine. 1960s, 60s, the 1960s. I don't want to change it to the 60s, even though in common, it's common knowledge that if you're talking about the 60s, it's probably the 1960s, but I don't want to give the examiner any excuse to mark me down, because it could have been the 1860s or the 1760s. I don't think that's a huge deal, but quality of life, notifications. optimal time, fascinating time, current time. So I've got time a lot, but it's not just time. It's a lot of collocation. So current time, fascinating time, interesting time, interesting decade, fascinating, stuff like that. For the first time, current time. So the examiner's not going, hopefully, the examiner is not going to look at this and go, you repeated time, 4 times or whatever. They'll look at it and think, okay, collocation. Mental health. Well-being. Music. There's no other. Can't think of any other way of saying. You could talk about songs, but it's not really. It's music is what we're really talking about here. Musical. I'm just changing stuff for the sake of changing it. I don't think that improves the essay, but I just know that many of you will be screaming, "Oh, you used the word music 4 times." What do you call the name of the producer? George someone. Might remember it later on. It's like a really simple name, but the Beatles would not have been the Beatles without their producer. Let's put George. We'll come back to that if we can. If I don't remember it, I'll just remove it. Okay, so I'm running out of time. I spent about 40 minutes. My watch is saying 45, it's 6:45 a.m. I started at 6:05 a.m. So we just need to move on. If we spend too much time on this, we're not going to have enough time to get this done. So what I do is I first read this. Your friend has been offered a place on a course at the university where you studied. He or she would like your advice about finding a place to live. Okay. So I'm going to use my real university where I actually studied. And what I'm going to do is just use this as a plan. So these are going to be my 4 main body paragraphs. I'm going to check the tone. Your friend. So I'm going to say, dear Will. My little boy is called William, so I'll imagine I'm writing to him. So it's very informal, just dropping you a quick note to let you know a little bit about the best place to stay in Bristol. Okay, when I was there, I lived in Clifton. It's famous for the beautiful suspension bridge and for its little artisan shops, but it's also the most expensive area and very few should live there because of the cost of living. Describe where you lived when you were a student at the university. Okay, recommend the best way for him or her to look for accommodation. Again, I'm using informal language because it's a friend. I reckon the best place for you to look is on the University of Bristol's website because it will let you know about staying in halls. Halls is a British Irish way of saying dormitories, like where students live. I reckon the best place for you to look is on the University of Bristol's website because it will let you know about staying in halls. They'll give you a few different options and then you can visit them in person to get a feel for where they are and what they'd be like to live in. So I'm using lots of contractions, they'll, they'd, I'm, because it's an informal letter. Recommend the best way for him to look for accommodation. Warn him, her of mistakes students make when choosing accommodation. Okay, it's just an informal sign off. All right, so that took me 9 minutes, so probably a little bit too fast actually. So probably made a few mistakes. Dear Will, I don't know, when I'm writing letters, I don't normally do this, but some examiners think that this is important, so I'm just going to play it safe. I'm just dropping you a quick note to let you know a little bit about the best place to stay in Bristol. When I was there, I lived in Clifton. It's famous for the beautiful suspension bridge and its little artisan shop. So I'm adding in, little adjectives. This is a way that you can, expand your vocabulary quite easily, as long as you know what they mean and you know how to spell them, and they are appropriate. But it's also the most expensive area of the city, and very few students live there because of the cost of living. Okay, I reckon the best place for you to look is on the University of Bristol's website, because it will let you know about staying in halls. They'll give you a few different options, and then you can visit them in person to get a feel for where they are and what they'd be like to live in. The biggest blunder I made was choosing to live in the posh part of town on my own. Not only was I skint for most of the year after paying my rent, I didn't really get to make many new mates because I didn't get to live with other students. Halls are cheap and you're guaranteed to meet new people. Okay, so I'm going to have a bit of time left, but this is all true. And it's easiest to just write about something that is true. I went to the University of Bristol. I lived in Clifton. It was too expensive. I lived on my own. That was a mistake. So it's just easier to write about. Just trying to make it a little bit more informal. And this is only like a 3-letter word, but only, very high level English learners or native English speakers would really know how to use that word. So just demonstrating that it's not about using big, long, complicated words. Sometimes, a 3-letter word can be way more impressive than a big, long, complicated word. It's a little bit long, I think. So I'm just edit. So the more if I'm write a very long essay or a very long letter like this, I can just edit it down, and that reduces the chances of making any mistakes. Freshers is like new people, first years, freshers. They have parties. Well, everyone has parties at university. But I'm just trying to add in as much topic-specific vocabulary as possible. Halls are cheap and you're guaranteed to make friends at the epic freshers parties. Just sign off. Give me a bell. Again, just adding in a little bit of extra, a few final flourishes. Give me a bell means call me. So in a formal letter, it would say, please phone me if you need anything else. In an informal letter, you can do something like that. So we're all done, I think. 5 minutes early. Still can't think of that name. Producer George Martin. I think it is. I knew it was a really simple name. Let's check. Beatles producer George Martin. Got it. Alright, I forgot to check the word count for this one. 193, so that's perfect. The sweet spot for these is kind of between 160 and 200. And it's much better to write a essay around that kind of word count and spend a lot of time thinking about it and shortening it, and maybe not shortening it, but just tightening it up and improving it. I'm sure that I've made some mistakes in here. Remember, to get a band 9, you're allowed to make some slips. So please don't look at this if I have made some mistakes and go, oh, you're a terrible teacher, you don't know what you're doing. Hopefully that was useful. Apologies that I couldn't talk you through absolutely everything, but I wanted to make sure that it was a good essay at the same time as it being educational. So apologies if there was a lot of dead noise where I wasn't actually talking, but it's difficult to write and talk and think all at the same time. Hopefully that was useful, guys, and it was definitely useful for me to kind of see what the challenges are for students and do this myself and put myself under pressure, and let's see if there's any negativity. Hopefully not. Hopefully it was useful. Thank you.